welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon, and I do appreciate you tuning in on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. It may be cold where you are, but it's nice and warm here, sunny and bright, feeling good. We stand on the precipice here of free agency, and I'm pretty excited. I hope you guys are as well. Maybe we've got a little bit of good news here with Russell Wilson, maybe a little smidgen of good news for you, those of you out there that are wanting him to remain and hoping he remains. We've maybe gotten a little bit of light here when the darkness is at its most darkest. We're going to do anyway a feature right here kind of on free agency. I've kind of put a couple of lists together, a few little screenshots here together for you guys of potential free agents that I think the Seahawks are going to target by positional groups. I'm specifically going to be kind of looking at those positional groups that are going to be positions I think they target in free agency. So if you take a look at safety, for instance, I don't think we're going to be signing a free agent safety. I don't think there's a really need to put a list together like something like that. But when it comes to anything from offensive tackles, left guards, centers, wide receivers, defensive ends, defensive tackles, linebackers, etc. I try to put a kind of a list together with that. So we'll go through that a little bit here today and take a peek at that. I do appreciate you guys tuning on in. If you do happen to like this show today, please do hit that like button. It helps me get seen on all the channels. And we are a mere four subscribers away from the big 4,000 mark. So if we got anybody who's not subscribed out there today, please do get that subscribed. You might be the 4,000 subscriber, and I would appreciate that. So we've got a little bit of bop over here into the chat in a second here, but we just want to talk a little bit of what current news we have ongoing. This week, of course, we had the Mahomes and Brady again restructuring with these two guys. I've harped on this time and time again that these were the only two quarterbacks that took a seemingly discount last season in the NFL. And now these are the first two quarterbacks in this offseason that they're talking about restructuring in order to free up money for this season's cap. Now, there are folks that might get a little bit into the semantics on this situation, saying that these quarterbacks merely pushed their base money down. They're getting all their money now just instantaneously. There's nothing that they're seemingly giving up in this situation. And there's a little bit of truth to that. But the thing that I will always go back to and point to in this given situation, especially in Mahomes' case, is that he had signed a team-friendly deal last year with his 10-year, $500 million amount that he signed for. Certainly $500 million is no discount, the largest contract in NFL history, blah, 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 blah. But what's really important about these contracts in the NFL, and specifically the quarterbacks, when we're talking about this given point specifically, is the percentage that they're making on the cap in a given year. So last year, Patrick Mahomes, after signing that largest contract in NFL history, was making 2.4% of the salary cap last year. This is, of course, in deference to someone like Wilson, who's going to be taking up nearly 16, 17, 20+% of the salary cap as we move forward. You saw that this next upcoming season, the one that he just converted to bonus money off of base salary, he was only still due to take only 11.5%. But now that amount goes down. And the same thing is true with Brady as well. It comes down when you're looking at this given stat, not what they make average per year. That's not an indicator. It's what did they take up of the given cap in that given season? What's the exact final dollar amount? Not bonus money out, not base money out, but the exact final amount. These two guys have come out the gate here prior to free agency, helping their teams out to take a little bit of less money. And I bend this forward in the respect of we are now getting some in this dark crevice of blackness. We finally have a little bit of a light shining through, maybe potentially a little bit of a hope. Because we heard initially that all of these reporters out there who had been talking ad nauseum since the start of the situation with Russell Wilson, talking about the fact that it looks like he's going to go. Now it's maybe these teams who hope there's a list. Oh, he's upset. He's got to go. Well, all these guys now, you started to see them a little bit of mass a couple days ago start to flicker out with this. Dude, you know that Seattle could convert his base to bonus money, and that would kill any potential of trade. Yeah, we've known this for a while. And if you've been watching my channel, you've known this for a while. That would certainly do that. But the interesting point there was the timing of them saying this, coming on the heels of them pounding the table so hard for it to be that Russell Wilson's exit almost seems a near certainty to them. Well, now we get that report, and now we get some further reports coming out again, could be coming out of the nothingness. This stuff is all just basically being pulled out of the ether here as far as from everybody, because neither side, be it Wilson or Carroll on their two camps, or Schneider for that matter, have said much of anything about the situation for the last couple of weeks. Everything's been quiet, at least officially speaking. So we don't know. But if he is in the background negotiating this contract like he could be doing, if he is biding here to save the team money, we might have a win-win-win-win-win situation here. The win in the respect of Russell Wilson not only does come back to our team, as I think the majority of us did want, we get Russell back. Instead of taking up that grand, massive crunch of the cap, he lowers it down. And Seattle, maybe even in the agreement of him lowering it down, is that they're going to bring an offensive lineman in because of it. But we get that as well. So not only is he going to come back in this sort of disgruntled, oh, maybe we only get a year, but now, no, he's taking a little bit of money, a little bit less money as far as what we've asked for. He's going to come back. And now it really puts the pressure on management. If he were to do that move, it would put the pressure on management to say, okay, I've done my part. I've taken the discount. Get me the lineman. Build me the team. Or if your failures continue in this situation, if you continue to be able to unable to draft at a top flight level, if you continue to miss in free agency more than you hit, then when this all shakes out at the end of the day, a year or 2 years down the line, it's not going to be my fault. It's not going to be my legacy tarnished. It'll be yours. So very interesting to see him doing that. The last little point I'll make on this, just before we get into a little bit of the chat here, is that the Bears restructuring also occurred. This was a very key item that popped up a couple of days ago, being that you had Mac, Cody Whitehair, and their safety, whose name's jumping out of my brain at this moment, who all restructured for the Bears at that time. Now, this was a bit of a confirmation bias bit of news, because if you were one of those ones who didn't think that Russell Wilson would ever going to be traded to the Bears anyway, you went, well, Mac was going to have to be a centerpiece in any kind of deal going to the Seahawks anyway. So pretty much means that they're going to be out on trading for Russell. And if you're one of those folks, being a Bears fan, for instance, who wanted Russell Wilson traded into Chicago, then you were saying, oh, look, they're clearing the space, so they got the money for Russ's base. They're just trying to fit in Russ's base salary here if they move him over. So, hey, here we go. I think that it's more of the first than the latter. I think almost it's a little bit, to me, of an indicator here of the Bears being out a little bit on Russell Wilson. And reports today that they're just looking for any quarterback now. It's almost like it's kind of suddenly moved off. It's weird how you can just feel the vibe of the medium just sort of move to one direction and then start to move off before you've really reached the point of there being an official story or confirmation that Russell Wilson won't be traded. But these are the little indicators that we get. Again, they're not hard confirmations by any respect. He could be traded tomorrow. But I would have thought either Mac or Whitehair would have been two of the players that they would have potentially looked at. With Whitehair, you could play him at either guard or center, which might have been appealing to Seattle. And then with Mac, especially after you moved off from Dunlap, you're at least able to now bring in a certain pass rusher over there on that edge. Now he's played 3-4 through a large part of his career. Maybe they just didn't like the fit with him putting his hand in the dirt. But I take it from that the Bears aren't necessarily going to be in on this Wilson's trade by those restructures. Could be proven wrong on this. We'll see how the news kind of breaks on this. It's going to have to come down here in the next couple of days. If Russell's going to be traded, I don't expect it to happen once you're in free agency, because the free agent moves you're going to make are going to be dictated upon the fact that you've got Wilson as your starting quarterback moving into next year, as opposed to you're going through free agency and you're thinking Wilson's going to be traded, and now you're just sort of rebuilding the team here a little bit from scratch. So I think that we should know one way or another by the start of free agency on this. I don't buy into the thought process that they would wait up until the draft, though I've heard people say that if you wait to the day of the draft, there's some weird loophole that they can get around the 3 first-round picks, picking up an extra first-round pick by waiting or something like that. I don't know if that is really the truth with that, but I think we'll know with some certainty by the start of this draft. So we will get into the free agent list that I've got when you guys are going to want to kind of get into that. But let's get over to chat. Let's see where your guys' head's at, what you guys are all thinking. I do appreciate you watching here on a nice Sunday afternoon. Maxwell, how you doing? Maxwell Flag, hello. Won't be able to watch the whole thing, but I can't wait for tomorrow morning. Thank you for making my Monday and Friday morning so awesome. Hope everybody has a great night. Oh, thank you, Sabbath. I appreciate you, Flag. Thank you. You're always so kind. Devin, so glad you're on tonight. Makes for a better night. Thanks, man. Go Hawks. Thank you. Appreciate you, Devin. Levi, what do you guys think about the rumor of Wilson restructuring his contract? Well, a restructure, Levi, would absolutely slam the door shut of any potential of Russell Wilson being traded, either this year or I would argue in the foreseeable future. We can dive into a lot of what that could maybe mean. Does that mean that Carroll has told Wilson that I'm going to try this for one more year, and if I can't if I can't right my own ship, if I can't correct my own coaching deficiencies and get this thing back on the right track, then I will move on and we'll bring an offensive-minded head coach in and bop, you have my word on that. I would wonder a little bit of that if that was the case, being that this situation has seemingly kind of just turned suddenly for no clear and apparent reason. And maybe it's all background stuff between the front office and Wilson that has been, found out. I did take it too, and maybe I shouldn't have. We're all doing this, I'm sure. But when you see Russell do his little IG like a day ago and he's in his Seahawks colors and his baby's in his Seahawks colors, you kind of go in that moment, I mean, if you're looking, I'm not expecting him to be wearing Bears colors in that photo of the thing, but you'd wear something neutral maybe, as opposed to still seemingly kind of he knew it would be a subtle, I think, wink to the 12th man by wearing those colors a little bit. And again, I'm reading way too much into this, but we're doing what we can with this. There's just not a lot of information to go off of. Maxwell says Lance's pro day looked pretty good, missed some throws, but definitely could be a very good player at the next level. I think he kind of showed what he is as a player right now, and he is a guy still in development in many ways, Maxwell. Accuracy is one thing that does not tend to pick up really that much as you get into the NFL level, though Josh Allen is proving this a little bit untrue. 50% passer back with Wyoming. Certainly a lot of those passes were high leverage type throws, difficult throws. But you've seen him in now nearly, I think, 69% last year with the Buffalo Bills at the pro level. I don't know if Lance can make that same kind of transition. I don't know if he is as inaccurate as Allen was back in Wyoming. He certainly wasn't making the same throws Allen was making in Wyoming. A lot more scripted stuff with South Dakota. I liked it. I did. The inaccuracies bother me a little bit, Maxwell. If you look at recent history, if you just do Google searches of recent history and quarterbacks on their pro days, they tend to pretty much hit all those throws with maybe one or two exceptions. So I think he had like 7 or 8 misses, which could have been just other, maybe a receiver drop, whatever. But that's a little bit concerning with the accuracy stuff. But at the end of the day, I think it's also telling Maxwell that you had Schneider there. Schneider was at this pro day, and I've maintained for a while now that if there's a quarterback that you get beyond Trevor Lawrence with and look at who would fit Seattle's model of the kind of quarterback I think they would be looking for, I think it would be Trey Lance, even above a Fields or a Wilson. Those guys are great quarterbacks in themselves. They may be better prospects overall, but I'm just speaking to purely the fit within what Coach Carroll would want to do moving forward if he wanted a new quarterback. Thomas Cox, did Wilson void his no-trade clause? No, not as of yet, Thomas. That no-trade clause is still in effect, as far as I understand it. JVM, thoughts on the Bears making a real move on Wilson? Well, we heard a lot of huffing and puffing, a lot of them sticking their chest out. And, saying with all this confidence that they were really going to dive into these waters and be willing to give up what it was going to take to give up. I don't know how it happens at this point, though. Mac is off the table. Mac had to get Mac before. The Bears were going to eat some dead money, and then you would have Mac's base money that you would then be able to take on from Seattle. And the base money, though it's not cheap, is still for a very upper-level pass rusher in this league and a good run defender, a fine cost to pay on a couple-year deal that you can get out of at any point in time. He's off the deal. Whitehair, which would have been a nice lineman to bring back in as part of the deal. Again, these aren't, Whitehair wouldn't have been a centerpiece guy, but again, there aren't a lot of people that Chicago has that I really want or that are fits for us. It's not like they're loaded as a roster right now, in my opinion, and guys that really jumped out to me. So Mac off the board, Whitehair off the board. I think that it's telling that the Bears aren't going to be able to pull this off. And if they are going to pull it off, it's going to have to be by some just crazy draft haul. It would have to be 3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, 3 third-round picks. I mean, we're talking just something just ridiculous. And maybe it is that too. I mean, the thing with this is we're all making guesses on this because we don't know anything with any sort of certainty. But my just gut instinct on this, and the gut's been sort of leading towards, like, most of the time this has been pulling towards a quicker divorce rather than a one further out. For the first times now, though, in this whole month and a half of this crap going on, stuff's kind of shifted for me back in the other direction just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. It's starting to feel like maybe we finally have gotten through all this stuff and calmer heads have prevailed and people have kind of figured out, the right thing to do here. Thomas Cox says Kellen Mond looks good. They should look at him regardless if they trade for Wilson or not. I agree, Thomas. The problem with Kellen Mond is I think he's going to go in the top 20, if not the top 25. I think word has gotten out there on the street with the guy now. it's very rare that I think you would have at that point 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round. I think 3 to 4 is the maximum usually that's taken. But Mond is a really toolsy guy that some team out there could convince themselves, especially we're talking back in the first round, one of those teams that jumps up. It's the move that they like to make. There's always the team that's going to bop up out of the second round into the first round to usually go get that quarterback at the end of the first round so they can get the 5 years of club control. That's what they're valuing there with that quarterback. That's why you make that particular move. So Mund looks like a guy that if he's not going top 20, if he's not going top 25, someone's probably picking him in the top first round, and that takes him out of Seattle's contention at that point. If they did move off from Wilson, Thomas, I would have Mund there as an option, as a guy you could get in the first round. He's not Mac Jones, for instance, with Alabama, which is a real overachiever type guy with some limited tools he's working with. Munn's more of the tools guy, which is what you want in the first round. There being some true ability there. Devin says Seahawks can restructure Wilson's contract without him approving. Would be a dumb move, but that's how it works. I hope they come to some sort of agreement. Well, if he sees his base money converted to bonus money, which Seattle can do within the rules of the contract they set up with Wilson, that was part of the agreement. Wilson did agree to it at the time that he signed the contract. He would have had to have agreed to that, and Seattle wanted that in place so they didn't have to go back to Wilson. But if they are doing that, Devin, and it's an indicator that they're not moving off from him, I don't think it's because if you're converting him at that point, you're looking at the cap hit for next year at that point, I think even over potentially the $39 million amount you're at right now, or right near the $39 million amount you're at right now. You're right back into the same boat next year. And if this was a situation that was moving towards a parting of ways because everybody's upset with each other and they're saying, we're going to make it do for one more year because we understand the logistics of eating $39 million. Well, if that was the case, then you wouldn't convert the bonus money. You would just ride it out the base money this year, take a little bit of the hit on the cap this year so you can make it more feasible to move on next year. These are all good. These are good indicators that if it happens, Devin, that would be an indicator Russell is staying. Absolutely 100%, I would say. Levi says, I'm at the point where if they're going to trade him now. I can understand it, Levi. This has been a torturous process for us Seahawks fans. Torturous. I don't think even those folks that want to see Wilson moved would argue that they've liked any part of this process. I'm ready for it to be over with. I would love to see them come out at this point and just say he's not going anywhere. We couldn't get the right value. We love Russell. Bup. We're good. But I think you will find out soon, Levi. That's the good news. This should come out one way or another very soon before free agency because they're going to want to attract certain free agents if they have Russell here. They're going to want to be able to sell the fact Russell's here still, that it's not a rebuild mode. So this stuff all kind of comes in, and I guess the other indicator of this is if there's going to be like a trade day, because they're trying to get around the 3 first-round pick loophole. If there is a draft day trade to get around that, well, then you'd see Seattle sign basically no one in free agency, or we'd see a lot of the bargain basement shopping we did last year. We'll see. Nathaniel, how you doing, Nathaniel? Nathaniel says Packers paid their running back, laughing out loud. Yep. Well done, Packers. Why go get another receiver out there on the open market when you can add another running back after you just selected a second-round running back last year? It's just where organizations make a little to no sense to me because you from a Packers standpoint, seem to understand and embrace the model last year with the Dillon pick, and I didn't like Dillon picked in the second round, but with the Dillon pick, you sort of understood, okay, we're going to keep ourselves cheap at the running back position. We're paying a quarterback top of the market of the NFL. That's what you got to do. But then they double back around now, both investing the draft capital and now signing him to a big deal. Pretty not the way I would run it if I was a general manager. I just don't think you're smart to do it that way, and it's going to hurt him now. They're going to have a hard time going out there now, going and getting a good tight end for Rodgers or getting another wide receiver out there. How are you going to go get them now? Draft? You're going to bring a rookie in and hope that he's going to be able to contribute with Aaron right out the gate? I don't know, man. I'd be a little frustrated with that one if I was a Packers fan. Levi says, the latest I've heard is that the trade won't happen until later this offseason. Well, there is the part of this of the June 1st thing, Levi, which is that if you do trade him post June 3rd, June 1st, I think that you're able to separate the $39 million cap hit between next year and the year after. So if that is the case at that point, then that would come down. That would that would be understandable for why you want to do it that way. The only problem with that is it would make it tremendously hard to draft and then sign your free agent class around a move like that happening. I could not think of a time in NFL history where there was a move that everyone knew was going to happen, but not happening until 3 months from then. I don't know. I can't see that being a thing that really goes down. Ahmad, how you doing, Ahmad? John Robinson. Hello, John. Levi. Isaiah 503, how you doing? Jose. Hey, Jose, I saw you hit me on Twitter. I'm sorry I didn't write you back on that. I had meaning to respond. It was late at night when I saw it. It passed out. Isaiah 503, how you doing, Isaiah? I like to watch NFL. Taysom Hill, oh my God, got same money as Wilson. Taysom, same money as Wilson? Did Taysom Hill just get paid? I didn't see that coming down the wire. I like to watch NFL. Oh, they restructure his contract? Interesting. Well, this is it. You keep your Twitters refreshed through the next 48 hours, folks, because it's going to be a edge of your seat type situation until we get a little bit more, something more certain from anybody on this. Levi says, who's the best option for quarterback if Wilson leaves? I like going younger, Levi. I do. I don't want to go with one of these older quarterbacks in the league. People have mentioned Mariota, but we've gotten into more of the details. Sorry, my cat is losing her mind right now. As we've gotten into more of the details of Mariota's deal, we find that if he's the starting quarterback, he's got incentives in his contract to be paid not top of the market, but just high enough where it doesn't make him cheap anymore. See Derek Carr for the same kind of thing. I don't really see a lot of quarterbacks out there that get me excited. So let's go cheap. Let's go young. Trey Lance interests me. Somebody mentioned Kellen Mond. I'd be on board with a Kellen Mond type guy too. So that would be. I think those would be the two guys that I would probably most look at. I don't like a lot of the quarterbacks out there that people are necessarily pointing towards. Darnold's a guy that just doesn't. He makes a little sense, and people are pushing a little bit towards that, and that's a little bit. I get that. I can get the Darnold. I mean, Carroll was talking him up big back in December, but man, Darnold's ability to throw deep is a little bit questionable. And Coach Carroll, wow, we're going crazy on the donos, people. I got to get to my dono. Thank you. Jeez, everybody's going back to back on me. I just had three home runs over the fence there. So I can't fall in love with that. D Nugget jumping in too. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'll get to those, get you guys' donations. Oh my goodness. You guys are awesome. Chase Stern, how's life? Life is wonderful. I'm doing awesome. Voodoo Bag. Oh, we got a train going here. Donos. We got a train of donos going on a Sunday. You guys are awesome. Oh, shoot. Maxwell Stern, the mustache is getting long. It's all for the Tom Selleck stream. Oh, Voodoo coming in with another 2. Oh, my God. We got a train backing up here. Cart's backing up on the train on the dono train here. Thank you, guys. I'm going to be doing my Tom Selleck stream, Maxwell. I got a Tom Selleck. Voodoo's just coming. Voodoo's coming hard with it today, man. Coming hard with the donos. Oh. Hello. All right, let's try this out. See if we're back. Check. Is my mic? Microphone check. Is the mic back on? I think my stream's gone weird. I'm hoping I'm back on. Let me know, guys. Let me know in the chat if we're back on with the mic. Sorry, I didn't realize the mic was. I got a new cord and everything, and now my mic is going off. It's kind of weird. I'm closing that out. Can you guys hear me okay? You good? You're good? Okay. I was getting donations coming through. Okay. The donations aren't coming through for whatever reason, Randall. I see the deal, but it didn't come through on my on the thing. So if I missed your donation, I'm sorry. I'm going to try to figure out what the hell just went down here. Deal's being weird. Goodness. Okay. So sorry, guys. I thought my mic was a little bit off. Somebody was pointing in that there was something with the mic. So let me know if there is something weird. I'm good. Okay. I don't know why it's posting through on this donos like that. Unless I don't think I'm getting all these donations. It's popping up. I don't know what it's doing. My alert box is like, oh, that's it. Okay. It's just replaying old donations for some reason. That's what threw me off, guys. Breeze retired. Damn, the end of an era, says JBM. Yeah, the end of the era. End of the era. Oh, I was saying to Maxwell, I'm gonna do a Tom Selleck stream here because I'm in Hawaii. So I'm gonna be doing my. Somebody mentioned it last week. I got to do it. So I'm gonna grow out the stash as far as I can take it, and I'm gonna do you guys a fat stash. The power of the wisdom of a stash is strong. It just is. Flag 7 says, just say no to Quentin Jefferson. I would be out on Quentin Jefferson too, Flag. He is on my list as I'm going to post in a little while, being that though I don't necessarily want him back, my list of presumptive free agents that I'm looking at Seattle bringing in are free agents that I think they're going to target. Not necessarily who I'd target, but who I think they would look at as fits for the team. So I'm trying to look at it through that lens as if this was what I'd want. I'd want like this guy. But I would probably be ready to move on from him as well. It's pretty telling 1 year into Buffalo there, he was out the door, and he wasn't that fantastic with us. Nathaniel says, do you think if Russ doesn't demand out, he stays? I don't know if Seattle would trade him if he didn't want to leave. I think that there's something to be said for, why is this thing doing that so crazy today? I'm going to take my chat box off here in a second. I think that there's something to be said for the fact that maybe he's learned and realized here. Okay, alert box, you're done. He's realized here that there's a little bit of blowback in this situation. Going to another organization and what it will take in the assets for them to give up for him to go there doesn't make a lot of sense. And that Seattle has every bit to ask for those assets, not because they're not willing to let Russell go, but because they got to take the $39 million debt hit. And if he does all of that math and looks at it forecasting wise and goes, okay, well, maybe at the end of the day, this is just my best spot. And he tried to make a push in the other direction, and it didn't really work the way he wanted it to work, and he doesn't like it. I mean, I don't think Russ has liked the blowback that he's received here. I don't think he likes negative media attention. He's not one of those guys who's any kind of media coverage is good media coverage. I think he's very much wants to massage the situation around to keep himself in a good light. Understandably so. I get it. I don't knock him for that. But I think there's been a couple nicks and dings that he's taken here along the road of this, and remaining, staying loyal, keeping with the organization, trusting the process. I think that would go a long way to helping him out. Food Gamer says Russ might get his contract restructured. If that happens, who should we get? Center or guard? Resign KJ, Griffin, or Carson? Who is more important to sign? Well, I'll tell you, Chris Carson just became one of the more valuable running backs on the market with the Packers signing their guy back into the fold. I don't re-sign really any of those guys. If we're looking at, we'll get in a second here, Food Gamer. I'll launch up my position by position groupings that I'll look at for who we'd look at in free agency. But I would be more of let's go into free agency and see what we can get to help out the offensive line. I would imagine if he restructures Food Gamer, one of two agreements have been put into place. Agreement one, Coach Carroll's going to be moving on sooner than later, and there'll be a new offensive coach to come in at that time, per John Schneider, who will be running things at that point to allow Russell to then do his whatever cooking he wants to do. The second thing I would expect is that if he's going to save money and he says, okay, here's $10 million back, John Schneidy, here's $10 million of my money back to you. Now give me an offensive lineman. So I would expect them to go out there and sign a guard or a tackle one way or another with that Food Gamer and utilizing those resources. M. Webb says, love you, man, but I don't even enjoy the Seahawks anymore. I know I sound like a whiny bitch, but it's just sad to watch Russ take zero accountability and Pete lose touch with reality. It's not been an easy, I appreciate the kind words, M. Webb. I know where you're coming from. You're not the only fan that I've seen that's posted in my comment section or I've talked to that's felt this state of mind. I think this has been very much watching how the sausage is made, and it's not a fun process. And folks are a little bit like, I think I'd just like to just root for the team again now. It's been pretty painful. I agree with you. I have not liked it at all. I've swung back and forth between my excitement and being a little bit bummed out by this offseason and just sort of almost stepping away a little bit, where it's just like, man, this is just bad news at every turn almost. Where's the good news? Where's the something that I can feel good about with this team? So I know where you're coming from with it. The only thing I can say is I think people aren't necessarily rooted in being, this is what I am and this is who I am. I think that there are people out there, and I think Pete and Russ can be these kind of people and have shown an ability, I think, in the past to be these kind of people of, I can move and change off into things. I can realize I was off the mark on this and move back to the right mark. And Russell can look at the situation, and I don't think his ego is so beyond the pale as to go, gosh, there's enough people out there that have spoken to some of my deficiencies in my game, spoken about the fact that maybe this wasn't the best way to publicly go out here and throw offensive linemen under the bus or post 4 teams I want to be traded to, that I really didn't do this necessarily in the right way, and I got to come back around on this a little bit and rethink this. I think there's still room for that, but I get where you're coming from, man. I do appreciate you watching the stream, and I just give it some time to maybe work its way for you through the process in the same way it has a bit for me. Seahawks Gaming, what money did the Packers sign Jones? I think it was a 4-year, $48 million deal, if I remember. I just saw it on the wire as I went live, Seahawks Gaming, so... it all, of course, depends upon the structure of it, but I would imagine a lot of bonus money in that probably puts him at a pretty low contract for the next year, maybe even into the $9 million territory. But again, I just don't like signing running backs to big money. I think you're just not going to get better performance than what you got prior. You're not going to get a more healthier back than what you had prior. It always goes seemingly in the opposite direction. I like to watch NFL. Joe Thuney, that's my number one guy, NFL. I tell you, you guys want to see something interesting, and that sort of illustrates and speaks to the point that I've talked about recently, which is the difference between left guards and right guards, because there's this narrative out there nationally wise amongst fans, analysts, where they'll say, a guy's a right guard. Well, let's just move him over to left guard. He'll play exactly the same. He'll be at the same performative level as he was a right guard. And it doesn't work that way. And what I find funny as I was doing preparation here for this free agency preview was when you look at the guards that are on the market, be it your Zeitlers that are out there, or Scherf was out there for a minute before he got franchised, but just go down the list of these guys that are available and on the list. They're all predominantly right guards. And there's very few true left guards that are available out there in free agency. It's almost like the NFL is telling you the right side's not as big for us, because these are guys that can still play. Zeitler can still play in this league. He's not ready to be kicked out of the league. He can still play. It's just that the need to have a great right guard, right guard to be as valued as a left guard, it's not as necessary. He tends to have the help of the double team from the center. Being that that's the case, he's going against the one tech more often than not, the big man mountain that's just there to take up space. You can't ask that guy just to flip over to the left side and expect him to be great. This is what really drives me back around to Joe Thuney being so important as a potential, hallmark signing of this offseason, as a potential beginning point. He fits as an alignment, as that movement-based lineman within this scheme. He is going to cost a little bit of money, but he's going to solidify a left guard position that, as I was thinking about it, I don't know that we've really had just good, above average level left guard play since Carroll has arrived. They signed Robert Gallery out the gate, who was supposed to be that guy, never was. James Carpenter was supposed to be that guy. I mean, did he maybe just barely scratched into the league average surface of things by his final year? But, I mean, he was always kind of not great in pass pro. I think this would give them finally the first guy in 10, 11 years that they've had at that position, since Hutchinson, frankly, that's actually above average at the position. I think it'd go a long way to helping out this offensive line. Brian Roberts, how you doing? Hello. Seahawks Gaming, why would they restructure Mack if they would trade him to Seattle? The answer is they would not. That's an indicator that Mack is going to remain with Chicago. You would have not restructured him if he was going to be moved. So Mack is going to remain, and again, just makes it look all that much more likely that Chicago is going to probably be there as a trade partner with Seattle. Thomas Cox says, sounds like if they trade Wilson, it will be likely it'll happen next year. Makes more sense if they do go that route, Thomas, though if they convert the base money, if they convert his base to salary bonus, then I don't think that makes that look likely, but rather that there's been some sort of compromise put into place, or, everybody sat around a fire and started singing Kumbaya, whatever it may be, that there will have been some kind of resolution beyond just, I'm going to make do for a year, but I'm going to be pissed off about it. Randall McDaniel says, I read online that the day of the draft, you can trade that year's number one plus 3 years in the future. I can't confirm it. I've heard rumors of that as well. It would be interesting, Randall, if that was the case. I would think that we would hear about this trade prior to that happening at that point, that it would be going down. The one thing I would wonder is if the commissioner's office would really sign off on that. You're sort of circumventing the rules of what is in place at that point. They might put the nix on that kind of deal. So that'd be interesting. We still would be able to see it coming as well, though, even if we didn't have the news of it. We would have the news of it in the respect of you would know it from the free agency, right? Whoa, we're not signing any offensive linemen. Wilson wants offensive linemen. This is weird, and Wilson's still on the team. Well, maybe that's indicator they're going to be doing that trade. We'll see. We'll see how it goes with it, man. There's a lot of rumors going with this. We don't have a lot to go off of right now at this point, Randall. But man, that'd be hard to wait that long into the process. We've never seen anything like that in a trade. Well, it just goes without saying they're going to go through their whole offseason, and at the end they'll trade this guy to pick up this extra pick. But this is an odd trade too. This is a once in a generation type trade that would be going on as well. Brian Roberts, thank you for mentioning go smash the heck out of that like button. Isaac Fisher, thoughts on Ifeatu Melifonwu? Of course, brother, I believe, of Obi Melifonwu, who Isaac I liked a lot back in the day. And boy, that was one of my misses from a couple of years ago. I thought he'd be a good kind of a nickel, do-it-all safety type, never really didn't catch on it as well. I think Ifeatu is a better prospect, probably being a corner, and he's going to set longer here than his brother did, though his brother was going to be drafted higher than he is. I think he's probably more in your 4th to 5th round range of things. What you like with Syracuse, they've got those 2 cornerbacks there. I like the other guy a little bit more, Isaac, that's over there. I'm trying to think of his name off the top of my head, but they've got another cornerback. They both played, and I really, it's the same thing with South Carolina. You love it when you get to have 2 NFL cornerbacks playing on a college football field at the same time, because it means quarterbacks can't just ignore him as quarterbacks are wont to do at the college level. So you get to see him, not picked on, but, essentially the quarterback's got to throw at him. And he does give up some catches in that respect. They did play a lot of zone there at Syracuse. They would fit really well into that. So he's not a man-to-man guy. He's got the size that they look for. I think he's a little rawer than his pack mate over there. That's why I lean towards the other guy more than him. But as far as into that 4th, 5th, 6th round range, if he falls, there will be cornerbacks who fall in this draft because it's such a deep cornerback class. That might be the deepest positional class point of this whole draft. So if that is the case, then I'm perfectly happy taking a flyer on that. Isaac, I think he'd fit into the scheme and you'd be able to compete right out the gate. Randall McDowell says the restructuring or not restructuring of the contract will tell us a lot. Yeah, either way. That's why I say I think before this free agency, we will know, Randall, based on that. Great point. We will know on that based whether that base money of Russell Wilson for 2021 gets converted to bonus. He is to remain. He is probably not moving on next year either, by the way. But if they intend to move him this year or next year, they're going to want to ride that base this year and then lower down that dead money hit as far as they can lower it down moving into next year. That what you do by eating that base. Jace, what's up? How you doing, Jace? Wheeler, hello. Emmanuel Mendehane, one of my few patrons. I salute you, Emmanuel. Thank you for your patronage. I'm going to be doing some videos over there, Emmanuel, here real soon. I want to do some draft. I'm going to do some film breakdown over there because my stuff doesn't get nailed like it does on YouTube with the copyright stuff. It says, hoping to catch the stream after eating dinner. What have I missed? Nothing big. We haven't gotten to the free agent preview as of yet, Emmanuel. Just looks like we're starting to get some decent indicators here that maybe Russell Wilson's going to come back here to our Hawks. That maybe it's not anything certain at this point, certainly not, but in an offseason that has been littered with negativity surrounding Russell Wilson and certainty regarding his departure, we have started to maybe unpack the bags just a little bit. We put the suitcase on the bed, we flipped up the notches, we flipped it open, grabbed a couple things in that respect. So, we'll see how it goes. Jose Rodriguez, chance we see fans in the stadium next year? Yeah, Jose, it looks like we're going to get 10,000, you know what I mean? But it's better than nothing, right? But it looks like, we're going to get maybe a smattering of fans as it appears. That seems to be the direction this is starting to head. Though maybe you'll have to, maybe it'll be like you have to be, vaccinated or something to get in. Why, dude, why? I see some writers walking back the Russ is getting traded talk with the new rumors. Yeah, as they should be. To me, it's always the writers that don't do their research on a situation. For instance, we were aware, you watching this channel, we were aware a month ago that Seattle, it's built within the contract particulars that they can convert his base money to bonus, and then that would be indicative that they're not going to trade him. And that's very straightforward. There's no way around that. Well, they could still trade him and then they're not going to take that. They're not going to take a $50 million cap hit to convert to bonus money this season. No, and no. So yeah, it is. And I think that there's also been we've seen leaks through the situation. Why do wide? I think there's some leaks, some slight leakages, like those old Pringles Olestra chips. There's a little bit of leakage on this one. And I think a little bit of the leakage is that maybe finally we're getting these two sides more willing than ever to come together. Jace, trade Russ to the Bears for Khalil Mack, 3 first rounds, 1 second, and trade up in this year's draft to get Lance before Panthers because they will take him. Maybe. Panthers also might still be trying to make a run here at Deshaun Watson. I'm not so certain on that. Back on the Russ trade train, laughing out loud. Well, Jace, the Bears did convert Khalil Mack's base money this year to bonus money, so he is not going to be traded. They were already going to take a pretty big, sizable dead money hit by moving on from him to make that work. So converting it to him, and then if you were going to trade him, you're probably not going to have him rework a deal to eventually then trade him because the player's probably not going to love that, being moved on, having to move his whole family and all that, and then you sort of, he did you a solid, and then you're going to do him dirty, is how player would probably feel that way about it. So now Mac's not going to be moved on. I think, Jace, at this point, Bears are out. One more team, Adam with the Cowboys, has fallen off the map on this one. Brian Roberts, think we might get Kaepernick? No. Kaepernick's been out of the league for 3 years, and he was already starting to kind of go downhill a little bit as a quarterback at that time. So I don't think that Seattle would look in that direction. Why do Wise says Russ is staying, and he should. It's the best move for both sides. It's part of what I've maintained for a while. Why do Wide is that at the end of the day, when this is all settles out and shakes out, and the bottom line of this is that Coach Carroll's best future is with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, in my opinion, best future is with Coach Carroll. They have learned each other. Maybe they're annoyed with each other a little bit, but there's been plenty of times in past history where we've had quarterbacks and head coaches with a little bit of tension. It's not the worst thing. Go back and watch some of those 80s tapes of Phil Simms talking with the big tuna on the sideline, Bill Parcells, or just some of the conversations between Mike Ditka and, Jim McMahon or Harbaugh. It wasn't niceties out there. So we're not even at that range of things, and I think this is still correctable. Flag Sabbath, I don't know on Cap. I get why people say on Cap a little bit. I think people are, I can understand why the idea would be brought up flag, but it's just 3 years out of the league. It's just too long. Boom shakalaka. How's it, brother? How you doing, Boom shakalaka? Good to see you, man. Thanks for jumping the stream. Brian Roberts, what's wrong with Kaepernick? Just been 3 years. It's when we go to Kaepernick in his final year, and this is none of the political stuff. I'm just speaking to him as a player and watching him in his last year. The thing with Kaepernick is he came into the league that he never really fixed on, not really much he could fix on with a couple of these things. Number one read quarterback, and then he's going to scramble. Number two, complete inability to throw a touch. He has great velocity on his throws. He can throw a fastball with the best of them. The problem is that you got to have him go up the sideline and throw a, go route, for instance, and it's going to look awful. See the Super Bowl loss they had at the end. See the game at the conference championship against Russell Wilson down the sideline. He just can't throw a touch, and he never developed that aspect into his game. And his power is good. The velocity he throws with is nice, but the problem is they never got out of being the one-read quarterback. And then you have to add in the fact that he has a loping delivery, a Randall Cunningham-like loping delivery to get the ball free. So it negates a little bit of the velocity on his balls because he's got to wind up to get the ball out and release. So that gives that defender that much more time to then break on the ball that may be coming in whistling hot. But he's already had the step or two to get that step to put him in the same position he would be placed in by a quarterback who's throwing with a little bit less velocity. As well as you don't expect a guy at 34, 35 years old to have the same kind of be the fleet of foot guy that he once was. So he's lost a lot of his mobility at this point. It's all these things point to just it wouldn't be a fit. Brian says he would show Russ that you don't have to sit there with the ball and wait for a sack. He would do that. I agree with you. B. Russ, Any thoughts on why they aren't dealing Lockett? Can't understand why we don't trade him. It's been very silent on the Seahawks front office front. I mean, everything has been really, really quiet. I expected Poona Ford, for instance, to be put on that restricted tag, but he's yet to be given the restricted tag. The second round tender I thought he'd be given, nor have we heard a contract extension coming from him in any way, shape, or form. Likewise, the Lockett, no contract extension talks at play. Also, no trade talks at play as of the moment. I'm still going to lean in the respect of thinking that he'll probably be moved this offseason, be Russ. Maybe not. I mean, if Russell stays here, that certainly is probably an indicator that he is going to probably remain. But then they're going to probably need to put him to a contract extension at that point. It's all right, Brian. I get where your idea came from on it. I can see where the thing was. Why they should extend Lockett, lower the cap hit this year. The problem with that is, number one, there is still just a tiny bit of bonus money coming off of his contract because he's just coming into the fourth year. So that bonus money still remains as having to hit the contract even if you rework it or not. If you get Lockett on a new contract, he's going to want to be paid more average per year than what he made on this contract, which is up around $11 million. He's going to want probably 12, 13, 14 million per year on average. So if you lower down his contract, let's say to $6 million base point this year, and you give him the bonus of probably 20 million plus, well, now he's going to be probably pushing back into 12 to 13 million dollars. You can maybe do some acrobatics, really lowering it down in his first year hit to try to save some money. But the problem with it wide is he's going to want the increase. He's going to want to be paid that 3-4 million more per year than he made on this current contract, which just upsets that whole process of really saving you much money by restructuring him. Max says if we restructure, it would be a $36 million cap hit next year, so a $3 million decrease from this year. Would it? I thought I had done the math, Max, on that earlier, and I'll trust in what you're saying on it, but I thought I had looked at it earlier because you've got $22 million of dead money hit, and the $22 million a base converts to bonus this year for Russ, as I understand it. Next year, I believe he was at $29 million of dead money before you would potentially convert his bonus money this year. So $22 million then divided by 4, we're getting into some advanced calculus here. So yeah, that's right. You're right on that. 36 million would be about what that factors into. So yeah. I don't mind, Brian. I like the idea. We're here about ideas. And Kaepernick, I don't think he'll be here, but I'm completely okay with talking about the potential. Maxwell, what's with all this Zach Wilson hype? I've seen some people saying he's better than Trevor. Insane. I think Chris Sims is pushing this one. He's leading the elect Zach Wilson, the number 1 overall pick, hype train, boat show, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, as you know, Maxwell, I've been a little bit slower to get there on Zach Wilson. I think I get why people like him. I watched more tape of him here recently, the last couple of days. I can see why people like him. The effortless delivery, sort of just the flick ability. Again, he's got that Rodgers slingshot body throw, where it looks really nice coming out of his hand. It just looks really smooth. He's a guy a lot of people feel like is going to be able to add some weight, get even stronger. And when you saw a guy like Rodgers, if you went and go watch Rodgers' Cal Bears tape of him in college and just looked robotic. He looked nowhere near the same quarterback he was after a couple of years of development in the NFL. So I think a lot of this with Zach Wilson is the thought process that you give him a couple of years of development, let him fill out a little bit, because part of his slight build is what bothers me a little bit with him. He's a slight guy who's had some injury problems. I think as a slight guy, he's going to get knocked around a little bit at the next level, whether he makes all these throws or doesn't make all these throws. There's just something about it quite with him that I'm not sold on and I wouldn't want as my quarterback in the future, but I can't deny his ability to sling it, to spin it. He can put it anywhere he wants all over the football field. He's got great velocity. He can throw off platform probably as well as any quarterback in this draft, where he can be falling sideways, falling left, falling back, throw, sidearm. He can kind of do all that sort of stuff. So, if your upside is an Aaron Rodgers type, that's probably worth a number 2 overall pick in the draft. Whether you'll really reach that or not is a question, but that is sort of his upside point right now. Boom Shakalaka says, every day I hear Bears are preparing a big package for Russ. When is that happening? It feels a little bit like all talk, no play, doesn't it, Boom Shakalaka? And the Bears come out and they're we're going to make a run at Russ. Oh, no, we're going to make a real serious. No. We're going to make a real serious run at Russ. No, not at this time. This time we're not playing. This time we're playing for keeps. We're playing for keeps. When you're talking too much, when you're yapping too much about what you're going to do, probably means to me you ain't going to do it. And it feels a little bit to me like they're trying to, there's an older lady there named Claire McCaskill that owns the team. And maybe they're thinking that through some of this, some of these media leaks that they can make her feel like they made a try this offseason so that when they come back around to Mitch Trubisky, as reported today, that they would look back at him again. They could come back to her and they say, look, we tried. There just wasn't the quarterback available. The Houston wouldn't give up on Deshaun. Seattle wanted 10 first-round picks for Russell. We can't do that. So it's feeling a little more and more like this is what this is, Boom Shakalaka. And it's the one point in this process I've started to feel this way where it starts to feel like the boat's turning in a different direction than the way it's been going. It feels like they spun that wheel and we're going to go ahead. We're going to head now back to the north a little bit. So hope so. Brian Roberts says, get rid of Russ. He's a big whiny crybaby. There's a lot of folks out there feeling that way, I bet. I know. Clara, how you doing, Clara? Hello from New York City. Keeping fingers crossed that Chicago Bears don't make a deal for Russell Wilson. If so, I believe Jamal Adams may not stay in Seattle. I think you can feel a little bit better today, Clara, than I've probably not delivered great news over the last few weeks with Russell. Feeling like, I think I started out this process thinking there's like maybe a 5% chance he could be moved. I got up to, I think, like 46% last week by last week's show. I've dropped back down with recent news. We're back down to 39%. So it's going in now for the first time in a different direction, which is nice to see. I don't know that it necessarily means Jamal Adams has moved on from if Russell Wilson is traded. I don't think that there is intricately linked here. I think Adams liked playing here in Seattle. I think he likes Coach Carroll. And if Coach Carroll comes back to Jamal and says, Jamal, I'm doing this trade with the thought process of rebuilding a Legion of Boom type defense again. Do you want to be part of that? Do you want to be paid top of the market to be part of that? I think you could probably sell Jamal Adams on that. So I don't think it necessarily absolutely means he's going to be moved on from. Thomas Cox says, who is most likely for Seattle to trade to gain more picks? Well, are you meaning, Thomas, to trade back or just trade Russell Wilson? I would think in trading Russell Wilson, I've kind of maintained that the Jets or Miami offers the most picks, the most stuff to give you back. The Bears, though, could easily be that team if they're just all on board with offering the 3 firsts, 3 seconds, 3/3, one of those equivalent kind of packages to the 5 first-round picks. So they could get there as well with it. I mean, any team could kind of get to the draft capital you're wanting to pull in. Wide. Mac Jones will be the guy teams regret passing on. IMO. Mac Jones might be that guy. Wide. I mean, I am not quite there myself on him with it. He's a little bit too falling off his back foot. Doesn't have enough arm strength to pull that stuff off at the next level. Not enough of just step back and let her rip kind of stuff. He had guys he got to throw to in college that would be wide ass open at every turn. We saw this with Tua last year, where Tua, looks amazing with Alabama when he's on the football field and causes him to get picked in the top 10. Should not have been a top 10 pick. And Mac Jones, likewise, at this point, is actually getting some potential hype for maybe getting into cracking in the top 10. I don't believe it quite yet. I'm not going to believe that that's going to happen. But the fact that he's launched that high up in this process, when at the beginning of the process, he's a fringe first-round guy. This is one of those, overanalyzation things where guys have sort of talked themselves into it with this guy, in my opinion. I think he'll be a solid pro. I think his top end is Kirk Cousins. Do I want to spend a first-round pick on Kirk Cousins? No. I want to spend, the 3rd or 4th round pick that the Washington football team selected him with when they originally picked him. That would be the thing with me on that. I just don't think Mac Jones is going to move the needle in that way, especially early on in his career. By the time he really taps into being, let's say, a little bit above league average player like Kirk Cousins has been, you're going to then have to pay him. There's no out the gate, to me, returns with the guy. Seahawks have had bad drafts, but never so off that they take a 2nd-round quarterback and a 3rd-round running back, then pay the current running back on top of it. Yeah, that you're right, JS. This Packers move is a little beyond. They've not made a lot of sense to me with what they've done recently. The last draft didn't make a lot of sense to me in any way, shape, or form. I mean, you gave up, I think, a 3rd-round pick in addition to go up and get Jordan Love, which Rodgers bought into the new coach, bought into the new process that prior year. He'd given you every indication he was willing to do what you needed him to do. And then you make those 2 moves back to back. Packers have been able to find cheap running backs for years through there. For years, they've been able to find cheap running backs. Why make the choice now? And I think that I think they got surprised as much as Jones got surprised by, he was supposed to get $15 million per year. Now they're suddenly looking at maybe getting him on an $8 or $9 million deal a year. Really, at the end of the day, where it'll shake out, where they'll pay, they'll cut him in year 3 or 4. But they were probably just like, wow, that's such a discount for him. We got to take the guy back at that rate. But no, you don't. No, you don't. There's a reason around the league other teams aren't paying this price. Because people are catching on. Analytics are finally getting to these front offices about the running back position. Thomas Cox, what do I think about Cade Johnson? I have not watched Cade Johnson, but I will add him to my list. I'm getting through a lot of guys, but admittedly, I'm not all the way through the 2nd-tier dudes yet. So 2nd-tier, I'm rolling through 2nd-tier right now. Be the 4,000th subscriber and win a free live stream. That's right. Thank you, Jose, for mentioning that. Do please hit the like button. Emmanuel says every year in that Hill deal is voidable, pretty much to provide cap flexibility. In the Hill deal. Oh. Makes sense, Emmanuel. Looks like the Saints are going to still... I thought for sure this would be the offseason that they take it down to the studs and then finally just pay the piper, pay what you owe, pay your bill, But they seem to be still trying their acrobatics to pushing it down and massaging it out. And I mean, we'll see how it goes, Emmanuel. I can't see them contending in that division, much less the NFC, with Taysom Hill as their quarterback. I don't know why there's something. Sean Payton has got some love affair with that guy. I'm thinking that he is the answer there. And I don't quite get it. Cade Johnson was awesome in Senior Bowl drills. I'll check him out. I will check him out for sure. Why do wide? Seattle would be fools to trade a top 5 Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime. Who cares if Russ is high maintenance? So is Rodgers, Manning, and many others. Don't care if he is difficult. He wins. He does indeed, man. He does indeed. I think, it's I can get both sides of it. Why do wide? I really do on both sides of this. It's not me trying to stay on the fence. It's me just completely understanding both perspectives who view this stuff this way. I think both have kind of valid reasons and rights. And I think Russell definitely went up to the line of getting into that diva phase of this offseason and some of the stuff he's done. And it's gone on top of stuff that's been done recently a little bit. That's rubbed people that wrong way. And I think that people get caught up, as I mainly do get caught up with Russ, is less about the high maintenance aspect and more to me about the contract hit and what he costs every year to be brought here. And if that is a smart way to spend your resources on the team or not. Because historically it hasn't necessarily been. Doesn't mean it can't be, but it just hasn't been. Randall says, all this drama is maybe on board with a trade. Part of me would be excited about us reloading with young talent. I'd be excited either way too, Randall. I would. If Russell stays, that'd be great. We got our Hall of Fame quarterback. He looks like he's gonna be great. Happy. If we restock and retool and we got to rebuild, I'd be excited about that too. I would. I love my team, and I don't think that the end or the beginning lies with Russell Wilson. It doesn't. It just doesn't, in my opinion. Michael Parker says, nightmare scenario. Russ gets injured next year. He's really past due. How do you upgrade the backup? Great draft for even backups or free agents. Kyle Trask, Alex Smith, etc. I don't know if you really are going to be able to afford to go get a backup quarterback and spend on one. Certainly drafting one could be a potential. I think you're going to have to look at some of the back-end drafted guys. I've not gotten past the kid out of Stanford yet as far as the quarterbacks go. I watched a little bit of Trask. Probably be hesitant with him. I mean, he had 4 NFL-type receivers he was throwing to there throughout his career. It seemed like every guy he's tossing to is an NFL talent. So I don't think that there's really going to be a cheap option out there that you can go out there and grab, past Geno. But I will look at some of the other quarterbacks, Michael, in this draft before we get to the draft. I'll take a look at some of the back end guys to see who might be somebody that jumps out to me. I imagine they'd look for a movement guy who could run a lot of the read option, type stuff. But unfortunately, you can't really pick a guy high in the draft for the quarterback in this draft either because, look, you got only 4 picks as we currently stand, especially if Russell stays. You've got to use those picks to go get players. You need a running back. You need cornerbacks. You probably could use another offensive lineman. So just not enough picks there available to go out there and make it happen there. Even if he gets injured, Michael, and you wanted to move on from him or something after next year, he would still have draft. He might not bring in the 5 first-round pick equivalency of this offseason. It might be highly reduced, but you're still going to get a couple first-round picks for him. Wide dude wide. Mund would be a good quarterback for a team to take a risk on. He would be. I'm always okay with a quarterback. I always start with a quarterback, and what I want is I want a guy who can sling it. I want a guy who can make every throw in the sport I need him to make. And then I will work from the rest of the traits on down from there. It doesn't mean it's the only skill I want. I need him to be a leader. I need him to be smart. I need him to be able to process defenses and be able to go through his reads. But if he doesn't have the arm strength, I think that that's going to limit his top end and what he can be as a player. And I'm not going to want to select him in the first round if that's the case. This guy doesn't have any of those limitations. He can make every throw in the book, throws with great anticipation. He can put the ball in a really precise spot while throwing with some oomph, while putting some cheese on it. So I like that aspect of him, man. He's a very interesting prospect. Flagstaff says, yeah, I started to look forward to a trade. I think a lot of people started to come around on it. Mond is the same type of player. Mond would be good. Mond is the same type of pick Dak was, and I realized they went to the same school, but they do have a lot of similarities. I think Mond's got more arm talent than Dak did coming out. I think Dak is more mobile than Mond. They both understand how to put a ball in the right spot. So I will give, I don't know if maybe that's a coaching thing there that they just do there. But Mond's got some mobility issues. That's his one thing you can knock him on is modern age. These quarterbacks all need to move now. He can kind of just do maybe barely enough in that respect. Whereas Dak, up until this leg injury, had plus mobility. Why do what? I say this over and over. You can tell the 12s that didn't live through the late 80s to early 2000s. Very, very true. Very true. Mark Hawk, with Jones re-signing with Green Bay, Carson is gone for sure. I think so, yeah, because I mean, he's going to get now, somebody's going to pay him because this running back market was lean to begin with. And he's one of the known quotients out there that's now available. I could see Miami being the one, Mark. He'd be a pretty good little punch there with the kid out of Washington that they got down there, Gaskin. Yeah, 1-2 punch. Yeah, you stole my words, Mark. They would be a good 1-2 punch. A little thunder and lightning there. Why Dude Wise says Jefferson had a great pressure rate from last year. Yeah, they did all right with Buffalo. Buffalo doesn't have a lot of money too. I mean, they're up against a little bit of the cap thing there, I think, to a degree. So they're trying to clear some cap space out. I'd expect him to be on Seattle's list and them to take a look at him and say, hey, let's go with this guy. Especially because he's not going to be expensive and they know where they can fit him in, especially if they're looking at maybe moving on from Jaron Reed and popping Jefferson into Reed's spot. You get Jefferson in on a $2 million deal, pop out Reed, save 8.6, put the $6.6 million somewhere else. That would be the way I would see them looking at doing it. Giovanni says, I don't want them to bring back Carson, but is there any shot that he is back on the team next year? And same with Griffin. Don't want him back, but give me your opinion. I don't think that there's any chance either of them are back. I don't think Seattle's got the money to spend on either of those two guys. I don't think they like Griffin's game enough to give him the money of what he's going to be paid in free agency. Some team out there is going to look at him and say, here's $8 to $12 million a year. And I don't think he's an $8 to $12 million cornerback. And I don't think Seattle views him that way. You got a little bit of these echoes or a little bit of these hints, I think, in the Colin Cowherd interview that he did with Shaquille this last week, where it just kind of seemed like he was kind of gone. And I've just had that same feeling with Carson for a while now. I just don't think that they're interested in signing him. He's got too many things with him that I think they feel like are question marks with him. And again, with Jones going off the market now, it becomes a scarcity situation. Not a lot of other running backs. He's one of the ones that are out there. There's teams that are running back needy. It's an okay running back draft class. It's not an amazing running back draft class. So that leads to me probably someone's going to give him some money. Matthias 23451, 3 off-season moves you think we need to make most. I start out, Matthias, with going and grabbing Joe Thuney, which would be my number one priority in the off-season. Let's go with my second one being Jonnu Smith, and my third one being I want a pass rusher. So let's go with Jadeveon Clowney on a low-end deal. They're not the high-end market breakers. Only Thuney would be the one that really costs a ton, but those would be my 3 moves off the top of my head that I think I would like to most gravitate towards. Go get my corner in the draft. I love the corners in this draft. No reason you have to go spend any money on a corner. Matthias 23451, who would I be most excited for us drafting? Probably Javonte Williams out of North Carolina, because you'd be getting the rebirth of a Marshawn Lynch running back in our system. That would be pretty awesome, I think. And I think he'd have an impact immediately with us at the running back position, an upgrade over Chris Carson, more talented, essentially Nick Chubb 2.0, as somebody else has called him. I think he's that too. Chubb, Marshawn Lynch, the ideal running back for this situation. There are a couple guys I would be excited for, though. I'm not going to lie, Matthias. I mean, there's guys I'd be like, yes. If we had David Moore out of Grambling, I would love it. Any number of these cornerbacks I really like as well. It's a draft. There's a lot of guys I like in this draft. I didn't like as many guys in last year's draft, I feel like, in retrospect. This draft's had way more guys that have popped off the tape to me, especially the corner situation. It's night and day difference. But a lot of guys I'd like to. But that'd be the guy that probably get me most excited if we're talking about reasonable guys that will be truly available in that second round spot where we'll be picking from. He's probably the best target. Kadarius Toney would be interesting too. I like Kadarius Toney. I like the guy. He's got some flaws to his game, but I do like him. Thomas Cox, who would Seattle target? Younger running backs like Jamar Jefferson, Michael Carter, or Chris Evans. Thomas, I haven't looked at Jamar Jefferson or Chris Evans. I have looked at Michael Carter. Explosive guy, quick guy, not exactly the mold of running back they normally look for, but a guy that if you were the Rams and what they normally look for in their scheme recently, he would fit into that. Where he's going to be picked is a little bit harder because, of course, he was the second guy behind Williams there at North Carolina, not featured as much, but then he's got some things that Williams doesn't have in his game. I mean, he's more of the burner. He's going to be the guy that he's going to bust off the 50, 60-yard run. You can put him out wide, and he's going to be a linebacker going deep. But I've got to look at those other 2 guys. So, Thomas, I'm just getting into the second, third tier on the running back guys, but I'm going to dive deep into them. I just want to get a good view on the front line guys first. Why says Russ's agent only put the names of teams he would go to as a power play to get what he wants from Seattle, IMO. Maybe on that why. I'm not so certain necessarily it's that. You got to look always historically speaking at these things and when they're done and why they're done and how they're done. Historically speaking, when a team tends to give a list of teams he wants to be traded to, that tends to mean he wants out the door. It doesn't tend to be a negotiation tactic. I would mean this to like the 99th percentile of times that this has happened in the past. Because we've got a good amount of data over 4 sports of players wanting and submitting lists of teams they'll be willing to be traded for. It doesn't tend to be an olive branch of, I love it here and I want to stay. So you may be right on that, but I don't know if the indicators exactly show that. Random again says, my mother-in-law loves Tom Selleck. I'll have to show you your profile. I'm going to go full Hawaiian shirt. We're going to go Trident Mariner hat instead of the Detroit Lion hat. And then, yeah, we're going full stash, dude. Bottom of the top lip stash, right? Like old Western type stash. Anton, we're good. Thanks for letting me know on the mic there. My alert box was just going crazy town for some reason. Whitey bitch made me laugh. Randall says, I tried sending donos multiple times. Maybe it's your lucky day. Yeah, maybe the donut thing was being a little weird today. I don't know what's something strange with it. Thank you for the donations, though. It didn't show up in the chat thing for me, Randall, but I was having a weird alert box thing go down with it where it's like, I gotta clear out my cache of alert boxes or something. Why, dude, why? Austin Reiter and Kevin Zeitler are realistic options for offensive line and free agency. Well, I'll bring this up here. I was going to bring this through a couple times, but I got to bring a little graphic here for you on this one. When we look at the left guard situation, and again, why? I'm a guy that's going to harp on this quite often. There's a difference between the right guards and left guards. When I was looking last night doing research for the show here, both with Austin Reitler and Kevin Zeitler, they got a mouthful names, don't they? Both with Austin and Kevin, those guys are exclusively right guard guys. So when we look at this, we want to not gravitate towards right guards because what you're going to end up with is two left feet. This is essentially what's going to happen here. Being you need a left guard there, a guy that can go one-on-one against Aaron Donald, who's going to get his lunch handed to him every day because he really should be a right guard blocking one techs all day. So we got to make sure we're really careful in that respect. When I look at the left guard situation, here are my top 5 targets in free agency for Seattle at the left guard position. It's not that Zeitler isn't good. It's not that Reiter isn't good. It's just that they're not fit at left guard. So I've got Thuney as number 1. I got Lane Taylor as number 2. 3, John Feliciano, a true just battering ram there for the Buffalo Rams. He's a battering ram for the Buffalo Rams, Buffalo Bills. Nick Easton, a very effective lineman for the Saints. I think he can do a little bit of center, a little bit of guard, and Forrest Lamp. Now, a lot of these guys you're going to see on this have flexibility to be versatile. You can put them at left guard, you can put them at center, which has tended to be something that the Seahawks coaches in the front office have gravitated towards with players in free agency in the past. I think that will appeal with these top 5 guys I have on my list. Again, there are more talented guards out there in free agency, but the reason they don't make my list is they are right guards first and foremost, and we got Damian Lewis, who is our future, our now, our Pro Bowler of the future, sitting there. I don't want to move him. We'll get to some of my other guys here too, but that was my initial list. Michael Parker, are there any cheap backups available, young and potential? What's the quarterback with the biggest upside? Under the big draft radar, any hidden gems? There are some hidden gems in the draft. Mainly, I would point to it being in that corner position. There's some guys that just didn't play. It's going to be a lot of diamonds in the rough this year because there's guys that just opted out who will be available around 5, 6, 7, who really, if they came back and played last year, might have pushed themselves up into first-round territory. Paulson Acebo, if he cleaned up his stuff, got better last year, came back, man, maybe he's a second-round, first-round guy. I had a couple guys on my list with this. I'm trying to think off the top of my head of a few of these other guys that are like that. Mukamua from South Carolina. J.C. Horn's cornerback running mate down there. A guy going the 5th, 6th round. Again, fantastic-looking player to me. Robinson kid. I gotta go through my list here. It's hard to do it off the top of my head. Let me go through some of my guys here that I got. Tiny dancer. But yeah, no, hard to pick out the later round guys at this point necessarily. I'm just going through my list here to see if there's anybody jumping out. But like I said, David Moore is a guy that I think he's slotted to be in the 3rd, 4th round. That's a guy that I would jump up into the 2nd round. Holland, the safety out of Oregon, is a kid that looks really good to me. He's one of my favorite safeties to watch in this draft. Opted out last year, so he's a guy that could drop in the draft 4th, 5th round. Man, you'd be getting a first-round talent if you were able to get that guy into the 4th or 5th round. I think he'll eventually jump up into this particular draft and be picked when it's kind of all said and done, unfortunately, with that. Seeing if there's anybody else. I think Ramondre Stevenson out of Oklahoma, running back. There's a real interesting guy you could get in the, again, 5th round. He's a guy that runs about 240, 250, but he's got a lot of just juke and short area burst that's just pretty elite in that respect. Didn't get a lot of carries. You got to hope you can kind of look forward with him, but as a running mate with a guy like Rashad Penny, he's a guy that would be pretty interesting for me as well. Those would be the guys off the top of my head. I think you were also speaking about quarterbacks with the biggest upside. The quarterback with the biggest upside to me is Trevor Lawrence in this draft. If we're looking at beyond Trevor Lawrence, who's got the biggest upside behind him? Probably Zach Wilson has the biggest upside behind him, and then Trey Lance, and then Fields, and then Mund. That'd be my 5 upside guys if I was to look at that on that. But yeah, There's going to be a lot of hidden gems, Michael. There's almost too many to count because so many of these guys you just have their sophomore tape. They would have been a junior this last year if they played. They didn't play, but you're seeing their sophomore tape going, wow, they pop off the fit, but there's not a lot to go off of because there's some rough side to their game. There's some things that they need to clean up and fix. It's going to make it a wild draft, too, about where guys are picked. I think a lot of teams are going to have, more than recent years, just a wide variance on how their draft boards stack up. Whereas over recent years, things have looked really pretty succinct, I think, between NFL teams and where they're rating players. They've gotten better in the rating game. The NFL teams across the league, there's been less of that, one team's got this guy way up here, one team's got this guy like a 6th-round territory of things. Why Dude White says, I think most 12's frustration comes from the front office saying nothing. One way or the other, we would like to hear some comments from the team. Agreed. I think it would have tampened down a lot of this stuff so that we could get this kind of knocked out, that it remained silent, that it just sort of sat out there and languished a bit, I think caused it to kind of blow up some. Anton, what are the prospects for Dunbar? Was there anything hype-worthy about him? Yeah, I mean, the guy showed an ability right when he walked in the door, which I thought was impressive, of having upper-level ball skills at the cornerback position. I think he had in the first 3 or 4 games, I think he had his hands on like 5 balls, made 2 interceptions, but certainly showed an ability to get in there. I think he admitted coming into this offseason that he didn't train very hard over the offseason because he was dealing with a lot of legal stuff. And I think that held back his game. As well, he's learning a whole new scheme with us, but it seemed like he picked up the scheme pretty well. It's just that knee got real dodgy real fast. That being the case, I would be open to bringing him back on a short 1-year deal. We need corner depth. We need some talent at the cornerback position. Getting him back on a 1-year, $1 million deal, to me, would be pretty smart money to put on him. I think he'd be a pretty good guy to bring in that respect. Cheap, gives you a little more certainty there, gives you a guy who can play, get you some competition, get us back to a competitive state at the cornerback room. I think that'd be a good place to go. So it wouldn't cost a lot. I still like him a bit. I think he's got, he had things that you weren't getting out of Shaquille Griffin. Shaquille Griffin he jumped as many routes, I think, in those 3 games as Shaquille Griffin did in 4 years here. So, I still like him, relatively speaking, like him cheap. Thomas, I think us Seahawks fans are spoiled. Look at the Lions, Jets, and Browns. They're barely in the playoffs. Seattle is more than most teams. I remember Seattle picking in the top 10 in the 90s. We're probably a little bit spoiled. I saw somewhere that since 2003, the Seattle Seahawks have made the playoffs in 14 out of 17 seasons. That is a phenomenal factor rate to get into the playoffs. And that's not since Carroll arrived, by the way, for all you folks who thinks that Carroll and Wilson is when the Seattle Seahawks franchise began. Since 2003, 13 out of 17 seasons, the Seattle Seahawks have made the playoffs. So it's been a lot of consistency, and we may be a little bit spoiled. The thing that I would argue with the Thomas is it's a culture thing as well, and not just culture within a locker room, culture within an organization, but I'd argue culture within a city. It's a city mentality of we want to win. It's a city mentality of we're all in. It's a city mentality of do what it takes. And in a city where you have fans as loud as we are, in a city where you have fans as committed and dedicated as we are, I think a little bit of that does rub off on players and gets them more connected with the process, even if just a tiny little bit. And if it's helped in the bit in getting there, then all the much more better. But you opened up a new stadium right about 2003 as well. Paul Allen got all his full injection into the process at that time, his new ownership. I think that there are a lot of reasons for that. I think it's more than just beyond potential luck, Thomas, in that respect of it's the way that this has been built, and it's been built appropriately to maintain that success. But we are probably a little bit spoiled. What do I think about the Kevin Zeitler rumors? I don't want to move a right guard to left guard. I'm not a big... I don't like moving offensive linemen around the offensive line. We have seen this over recent history with Seattle and them bopping offensive linemen all over the place, never keeping a guy at one position, then watching a lack of development out of that one guy. Where's been the worst position of development on this team over the last 10 years? Offensive line, by far. They've put more draft capital in the offensive line as to any position on the football team, but they don't get the returns back. And I would argue one of the reasons for that is because they don't seem to have an understanding of a right tackle is a right tackle, a right guard is a right guard, a center is a center, a left guard is a left guard, and a left tackle is a left tackle. It's not ubiquitous that you move them all around. It's like taking a slot receiver and going, and he could probably go on the outside too, and then he can probably play the X, and he can probably play the Y, or a middle linebacker and saying, and he can play the outside linebackers, and he can play the Sam. Football is so much more position specific in this day and age. and getting a guy who really is a fit for that given position. I don't like going out and bringing a guy you're going to have to probably pay a lot of money to then move him off of his most natural position. I don't think Zeitler's as good a left guard as he's going to be a right guard. Right guard's the position where he's going to be at his best. Why do wide? I would rather have a good right guard playing left guard than another left guard scrub filling the hole. Why does that have to be the only choice? Why do why? In an offseason where Joe Thuney exists on the open market, why does that have to be the choice? I don't understand why it's got to be a left guard scrub or a right guard who's going to change positions. There's other ways to attack it. There's left guards in this draft. You can get Quinn Menners. I can't say his name. You got Quinn Menners. You got Brooks from Notre Dame. You got the Brooks kid. You got David Moore from Grambling. All those guys would be great options at left guard. Ahmad says Joe Thuney or Corey Linsley. They both have been rumored to signing. They have both been rumored to us signing them. That's well, hell, if you get them both, Ahmad, that'd be beautiful, but you probably can only afford one of them. If I've got to lean in one direction or another, I go to left guard. As we're seeing right now in this discussion, and we're talking about the necessity of having to move all these right guards en masse to left guard, it's because of the scarcity of the position, isn't it? We got this position where we can't find guys. And so if that's the case, if it's one of the most valued positions on the offensive line and hardest on the offensive line to find because you're desperate time and time again to move guys to that position, well, then just go find that guy on the market, the best one on the market being Joe Thuney. And Corey Linsley's a great player, but he's 30 years old, and I'm not really wanting to give a 30-year-old player top of his position money. I don't think that that's a smart way to allocate resources. On top of the fact there's other centers on the market, and center does tend to be, in my estimation, a position you can find other centers at. There's more of them, it seems like, than there are left guards. Brendan says, is there any chance Seattle trades Russ after free agency? It wouldn't make sense to do that? No, I don't see it. I don't see it. I think if it gets done, Brendan, it gets done prior to free agency, prior to the draft. I would be very surprised to see this process way out 2-3 months until we get to the draft finally, to where it then gets consummated, or post June 1st when it gets finally consummated. I can't see it. Drew Brees finally retired. Yep, props to Drew Brees. An awesome career. A guy that got every last drop of juice out of his talented tank. There was nothing left there for him to get more than what he got. And certainly that pairing with Sean Payton was a beautiful match made in heaven when he came there. Playing within the dome, smart move on his part to go to a team to play in the dome, not have to play in the elements. A guy that was very much different when he had to play outside and the wind was blowing versus playing in the climate-controlled conditions down there in New Orleans. But he's going to the Hall of Fame, top 10 quarterback of all time. Some will probably argue him as being a top 5. I'm not quite there myself. Won a Super Bowl, couldn't get back to another one after he started getting paid big-time money, which I think is telling, but great quarterback. Brendan says, I think the best thing that could happen in a Russ restructure and the Hawks go wild in free agency. Do you know how much cap would be opened? You've got him on a $22 million, I think I'm going off memory, so give me some rope here, Brendan, but you have a $22 million base money hit for Russ this season. If you convert that to bonus money, that goes out 4 years essentially, unless they're trying to just bonus it out to the end of the contract. But let's just, for S and giggles here, say that it's for 4 years out. So 422, you're a little over $5 million a year per hit as far as the bonus money hits every year. So that takes that $22 million down to approximately, you would save about $17 million in cap space by converting it at that point. Brandon says, it was crazy how today was the first day water poured on the trade Russ fire. What were your thoughts on the report from Florio and Rappaport this morning? Well, I think that it starts getting real when it's just about to happen or not happen. And the thing is, we knew this had to happen prior to free agency if it was going to happen. So the pressure turns up, the heat on those stoves turns up for everybody involved, the agents, the players, the front offices. And if the deal just wasn't there for Seattle to accept the money, they can always come or accept the trade. They're not getting the draft capital they want in return. They can always come back to Russell Wilson and they can say, hey, guess what? We don't want to take a $39 million dead money hit. And nationally speaking, no one would expect us to take that dead money hit just because you're in your feelings. So you'll sit here and we'll maybe try to get you off to next year, or you can just sit here and remain forever and we can try to make this work. I think Seattle could have easily come back to him and said that if they weren't getting what they would have wanted to get back. And if you're going to eat that $39 million dead money, you've got two hurdles here. One hurdle is hey, this is Russell Wilson. This is a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime. You can't offer me peanuts for this. I need to get some luxury items here. And then you add in the $39 million dead money hit. So then it's also, and you also need to give me some draft capital for this $39 million dead money hit. I got to hit to move this guy to you. You get him on cheap base money deal out the gate. We got to hit all this dead money. That's two hurdles, not just one. That's not just one hurdle of draft compensation, but two. And that could be enough to just not make it enough for teams to go there. I mean, we're talking the biggest draft haul in NFL history. It would make the Herschel Walker deal look like a giveaway. Mark says Williams at a running back from North Carolina is the dream second pick, though. So we are in agreement there, Mark. But not even tendering Simmons, and with the price of Thuney, strong suspicion the Seahawks trade down and take a left guard in round 3. Thoughts? There could be some guys there that are interesting. I mentioned Minir. I'm going to call him Miners. That's his name, I think. Quinn Miners. Questions with him as far as level of competition. Went out and played very good in the Senior Bowl. Brooks is a solid, clean kind of left guard prospect. David Moore's a guy that's right now slated to go in the 3rd round. If you get him in the 3rd round, Mark, I'm perfectly happy grabbing a guy like David Moore. Go watch his tape in Grambling. I don't care. He's kicking everyone out of the club. Everyone's getting kicked out of the club when David Moore is on the football field. So I think any of those guys could look interesting to them, Mark. And I would think that they would be options. The one thing I would say, Mark, is if Russell Wilson's staying, they're going to try to get him some probably offensive line help from somewhere. They're probably going to at least do one signing, if it's a center or a left guard or finding an upper level right tackle out there maybe. So they're going to pick somebody with that, I would think. I would think they're going to pick somebody. But I love me some Williams too, man, Mark. Isn't he just a fun running back to watch? I mean, he's just just what you want running backs to do, just to run hard, never give up, drive forward, just laying stiff arms down. It's Marshawn reborn. Magic Vlogs, what about Jameis Winston replace Wilson? Could be an interesting deal. The problem here is we come into decision-making. Decision-making, because with Winston, it's not a talent issue. He is talented. He can make every throw in the book. Strong arm. Mobile just enough. Mobile enough. The problem with Jameis Winston comes into decision-making. And you saw that the Buccaneers went from a guy who had 36 interceptions the prior year, threw for 5,000 yards, Jameis did, to then going to Tom Brady, throws for significantly less yards overall, about 600 less, but then drops the interceptions down into the teens. And the difference that made for that football team. When we look at Coach Carroll, he is all about the ball. Is he going to be able to keep Winston caged enough to keep him from falling into his turnover-prone nature? And I don't know if Winston has solved that, and I don't know if Coach Carroll would be willing to take on that risk because he is so turnover adverse. He hates turnovers. We saw him take Russ's cooking hat off midseason at the first sign of a couple turnovers. Winston would probably give him a heart attack on the field. Splash and Skills, the Hawks Nest. Maybe stupid in saying this, but I think Super Bowl 56 will be the Chiefs versus Cowboys. Please save it and remember when Super Bowl 56 comes. Splash and Skills, I will remember. And by the way, I just saw you had a Twitter message on there I didn't respond to a while ago. I'm so sorry I missed it. I'm still learning the messaging stuff on that. So sorry I missed it. Glad we got you in on the deal here. You got the Cowboys going, huh? My goodness. The Cowboys. I got to understand your thinking on this one. I mean, Tyron Smith is basically done. Talented there as well, is getting older. I don't think he's going to be there much longer. I don't think he's playing at his prime level anymore. Ezekiel Elliott looks like they're trying to get him out the door. Certainly, look, talented wide receiver crew, and you got Dak coming back, but is Dak going to be fully back with that leg? I mean, that was a brutal leg injury. And then defensively, how are they going to do it? Just changing to the Seahawks scheme? They got Aldon Smith, who's a free agent. Certainly DeMarcus Lawrence fits into that scheme, but they don't have a good 3-tech. They don't have a NASCAR package. The linebackers are going to be asked to cover in zone a lot more, and Jalen Smith covering in zone is not a good look, in my opinion. Say nothing of Kyler Van Der Esch. I don't know, man. You're going to have to explain that one to me, Splash. I'm open to being sold on that one, but I can't see the Cowboys. Maybe just because they're able to walk through their division and have that feast factor at play, and so they're just super healthy and fresh. Come to the playoffs because that division's horrible. Brendan, how would you rank the quarterbacks this year? Yeah, so I would go. Okay, so Brendan, here's the rankings. There's 2 rankings nationally, and there's rankings for Seattle. So it's scheme fit to Seattle, rankings nationally, just no team consider just their base talent. So if you go just base talent, not considering Seattle, to me it's Trevor Lawrence, Wilson, Fields, Lance, and then Kellen Mond, and then the Stanford quarterback, David Mills. But if you're talking about Seattle and how they would look at the quarterbacks and what they would value for this offense, I think it would go Trevor, I think it would go Lawrence, I think it would go Trey Lance, I think Wilson, but Fields might overtake Wilson by their metric of things. But I think Wilson, Fields, and then Mond. So that's where it moves a little bit with Lance and how that would look. I have not. Oh, another good suggestion here. Maxwell says, if I looked at Jalen Tywin, I have not looked at him, but I will add him to my list. Tywin. He's Tywin Lannister. Timon. Jalen. He's added to my list, man. I will check him out for the next stream. I promise. Why, dude, why? I have faith in John Schneider doing something. John Schneider never sits on his hands. I have faith that he will open up cap space and make some moves. Might not be the biggest moves fans want, but there will be moves. They've got a lot of flexibility here to create cap space, especially on the heels of the Dunlap deal, because the Dunlap deal puts them somewhere in the neighborhood of what, $18, $19 million that they've got to spend as we stand now. You create cap space with Russell. If you convert that to bonus money, that doubles that amount, basically puts you right around the range of about $36 million or so in cap space at that point. You got further deals you can make. You know, you could trade a Tyler Lockett for 11. You could move Bobby Wagner for 10. You've got a couple of things you could do still. If they want to spend on guys, if they've got guys they target and they want to create cap space, they can. They've got flexibility to do it as they want to do it. Boom Shakalaka says, no Mac, no deal. I agree, man. He had to be kind of, in my opinion, I know he might not exactly be a scheme fit, but I felt like he had to kind of be included on that. Wheels, a.k.a. Chucky. Joe Montana and Bill Walsh didn't always get along, but they won Super Bowls. Go Hawks, from a Hawks fan in the Bay Area. Hey, thank you, Wheels. I appreciate you. And you're right. Sometimes these guys don't get along. Sometimes certainly Joe Montana didn't appreciate them bringing in Steve Young. That didn't go over great when that went down. There's tension. Sometimes tension can be a good thing. Look, we had a lot of tension in the Legion of Boom era days. There's tension between the quarterback and the Legion of Boom. And sometimes a little tension keeps everybody on edge, sharp, where they need to be. You know? Maxwell Stern, have I looked at Quinn Mires? I have. Let me grab my scouting portfolio on Mr. Miners. Quinn Miners. He's a minor. Okay, so with Quinn Miners, I've got him as a second round guy. I think that he flashes enough. I think the Senior Bowl performance pushes him over the top in the second round. It's level of competition with him. He's got the same thing that David Moore has with Grambling, where these guys are just launching really much smaller athletes out of the picture, and they're just dominating him. But he was very good at the Senior Bowl, held up really well in pass protection against upper-level pass rushers, which would seem to indicate that the level of competition around him didn't matter, that he's going to be a guy that's a prospect at the next level at the left guard position. And he can do it all. He can be both a run blocker and a pass protector. I love his movement. The guy's very light on his feet for the size he is, and he is a mauler at the same time. That's usually two combinations you don't see. When they tend to be maulers, they tend to be a little bit more lumbering. But he can also move in space really well, which is what I was looking for with our scheme. We've got to have linemen that can not only get to the second level, but then can reach block, be able to get a couple steps to get to the defensive tackle when the defensive tackle has them out leveraged a little bit further along the line. This guy will be able to do those type of things. He finds guys on the second level. He gets hats on linebackers. He rarely whiffs. Some of this, again, is going to be level of competition, but it all did held up reasonably well at the Senior Bowl. I watched a lot of this tape there at the Senior Bowl, and he still looked really, really good there as well. I like the guy a lot. I'd be doing handstands if on draft day we ended up selecting him. He can cut block really well. Sometimes there are some struggles with him in pass protection at times, but even when he gets beat, the thing I liked about him, he's not one of those guys that just gets beat by like a drum. He can do enough in his secondary movements to sort of, ride that line of holding / getting the guy kind of just walled off just enough to buy his quarterback a little bit of extra time to get the ball out. But he would appeal to Seattle from both those respects, is that he's got a couple of skills. He's not just the run blocker only, and he's got a lot of upside. Both him and David Moore, I don't knock them at all for their level of competition. I think they're legitimately talented players. Randall McDaniel says lots of guards have been cut. Trey Turner, the Oakland guy. I think there are others. All things equal, I'd take a cut guy from free agency. Yep, Gabe Jackson, right guard. Trey Turner, Right guard. They're all right guards. Nathaniel Parks, try to get a maximum value for Lockett. Trade him at the midseason mark after he balls out for the first few weeks. Could do that. You could do that. It makes sense, Nathaniel. You certainly got the ability to do that at that time if you want. Mark Hawk, are they really going to pay Trey Flowers $2 million? That's seriously insane if they don't do something about that soon. No, Mark. So what you had a little bit of this happened last year. David Moore was due to get $2.1 million on the restricted tag. I think they put him on. So what Seattle did is they said, we're not paying you $2.1 million. You're not a $2.1 million player this year, David. We'll give you $1 million with like $100,000, incentive bonus in there. I think they would do the same thing for Trey Flowers. Give him a $1 million deal and then put some incentives in there and say, look, we're either going to cut you and you get nothing, or we'll give you the $1 million and we'll give you a couple guarantees. To me, that makes it, that's more likely what they will end up doing with this situation. Jeremy Boehm says Gabe Jackson would be a great pickup. Up with $10 million players getting 50 cents on the dollar, the Hawks can improve greatly in free agency. And I'm sorry, Jeremy, it's just this is the place that I'm maybe going to harp on a little bit with this thing. I like Gabe Jackson, number one, went back and looked at him last season. His play went down fairly considerably, especially by Pro Football Focus ratings last season. He's usually been a guy by Pro Football Focus that's held fairly high in regard. The problem with Gabe Jackson, the problem with Trey Turner, the problem with Kevin Zeitler, these guys are right guards. They block one text. They don't block three texts. And that when you take a right guard and you have him blocking today I'm blocking Michael Brockers. Tomorrow you're now having me block Aaron Donald. Can we see some problems with that as far as just that how that's going to create some issues at that point? I think we've got to stop looking through the lens of guards are the same left or right side. When the Seahawks were in their heyday of 2005 and Alexander was pushing up near 2,000 yards and breaking touchdown records, how was your offensive line set up? You had Steve Hutchinson, the Hall of Famer, left guard. And then on the right side, your weakest offensive lineman, the worst of the bunch, was Chris Gray, your journeyman right guard. Chris Gray was a fine player for us. He did okay. But again, it was the less important part of the offensive line. Mike Holmgren knew that in 2005. We've got to realize this now in 2021. A right guard does not make it a left guard. A left guard can maybe make it the right guard because they're going to hold up maybe. But again, they're there to be more, have a little bit of more traits to be more pass protectors than you would necessarily look for in the right guards. And this is where my main contention comes in with just a guy can slide from one side to the other, especially a guy in Gabe Jackson who's been going downwards as far as his production on the field goes. Devin Smith says, what are my thoughts on re-signing Shaquille Griffin? I'm not on favor with it, Devin. I think he's going to be paid $8 to $12 million a year. I don't want to pay that for him. I think he's a smidge below league average as a quarterback in this league with very fleeting ball skills. I don't want to pay money for that. I can get that in the draft. B. Russ, are you concerned at all about the lack of progress on the Adams extension? I bet Adams wants pass rusher money, meaning $18 to $20 million, not safety money. Here's where we would go with that. I'm not surprised, B. Russ, in the respect that we've heard no contract extensions announced from our front office. Look at the Poona Ford situation. Poona Ford should have been announced by this point of having been on a restricted tag, a second-round tender, or a contract extension. But we've not heard either of those two things come out yet. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple deals that have been sitting a little bit on the back burner, just not been released to the public quite yet. And that might be one of those that is going to be released, B. Russ. Seattle has leverage in this situation. They have, right now, Adams on a one-year, $10 million deal next year. They can franchise him after that. They are held over no barrel to have to pay him up at that $18 to $20 million range. And there's nobody on the safety market that's driven the cost up to that place. So Seattle's not necessarily going to be held over that barrel to have to pay that. I still maintain that this will come in around the $16 million per year mark, and that it'll probably happen this offseason. And that Adams will accept it because he doesn't have the leverage to force his way out of town again like he did with the Jets, nor does he is he due to be a free agent, nor is he on a franchise tag. He still has another year remaining on his contract. Mark Cox says, how much is Zach Wilson's agent paying Sims anyway? Are you with me, Mark? Do you feel like, are you not quite as high on Zach either? But yeah, man, he got aboard. He's gotten aboard the Zach Wilson trade. He got to the point where he's saying if he's a general manager, he's taking Zach Wilson over Trevor Lawrence, which I think is insane. I think that's insane. Look at the level of competition Trevor Lawrence has been playing week after week for the years there at Clemson, but playing for national titles. And you got BYU over there with their cupcake schedule and their 27-year-old offensive line. And I I think that this one's one where I'm missing it with him. There's things I see about his game that are good. It is, but man, number 2 overall with, I don't know. Hello, Seahawks Network. Cameron, how you doing, Cameron? If we trade Russ and need a stopgap, I'd take Teddy B for a year. Well, Randall, he definitely would protect the football, wouldn't he? Like, Carroll would not have to worry about that guy turning the ball over needlessly. He would do that. So, I think he'd be a guy they would look at. They would take a peek at him. Randall, I wouldn't want to cap because he's a quarterback. If he was a goof, none of the kneeling would matter. Tom Brady could burn a flag at midfield and it wouldn't cut him. Yeah, I think folks kind of weren't paying as close attention to caps last year. They looked at his like stat chart in the final year and they weren't watching him play, which was the defenses were figuring him out. Defenses were learning more and more. Oh, just take away his first read, then take away his scrambling ability, and he can't do much as a quarterback. And that's kind of what happened with him. It's the more tape NFL teams get on you, the more they have to be able to take away the things you do well and force you into the things you don't do well. And if you don't adjust your game to do those things well, it will continue to become a glaring issue, which is kind of what I think it was with him a bit. Y2Y says, how much do you think Seattle will spend on the free agent cornerbacks, or do you think they will do the usual Pete thing and draft a day 3 cornerback? I think it's more likely Y2Y they draft a day 3 quarterback. Let me bring up my... I've created these graphics. I might as well use them here. All right, so we got my free agent cornerbacks. Here are my top 5 free agent cornerback, and this is, again, cornerback fits. So I'm not putting Patrick Peterson on here because Patrick Peterson was a man-on-man guy throughout his whole career. Now he's going to come play the kick step in Seattle and zone. No. So we're going to go with guys that actually fit in the scheme, fit to the model type of what Seattle looks for in a cornerback, can play the zone stuff. So I grabbed these 5 guys. I've got Richard at the top. That's if he comes in at a discounted rate. That makes a lot of sense, though Oakland seems to be, pulling the wagons up to Richard, and they might give him a little bit of money there to bring him in for his veteran leadership. KZ Hayward's a guy who just got released by the Chargers, played within the Seattle scheme for most of his career there. A guy who Pro Football Focus has him really falling off last year. Did not play anywhere near his level of what he's done recently in his career. A little bit of some injury things with him, I think, as well, but a guy who would be a scheme fit, who's got a lot of upside to him as far as what we've had there at the position prior. Xavier Rhodes had a bounce back year there for the Colts. Of course, the first round pick that was taken as that Percy Harvin trade back in the day by the Minnesota Vikings. Had a good couple of years with them, fell off, went to the Indianapolis Colts last year, had a rejuvenation a little bit. They've not been able to get him on a contract extension there yet. He would be a guy, though he's getting a little bit older, still younger than Sherman, would be a scheme fit, understands how to play zone really well. Mackenzie Alexander is another guy. Don't expect him to break the bank. Flashed first year on the scene with Cincinnati, really blew things up. Bigger cornerback, rated well by Pro Football Focus, has not been able to attain those same heights since then. So I don't expect him to be paid a lot. He's in that same mold as where I put Akili Witherspoon, where it's not guys that have played really well recently, but they're guys with some upside, tools to their game, high picks, guys that maybe Seattle looks at, you put them in our scheme, we can get something better out of them than what other teams have been able to get out of their scheme most recently. And I am intrigued by them from that aspect. So I don't think, with that being the available cornerback options, as we're looking at here, I don't see that being guys that they pick. And when you look at this draft, the thing that jumps out to me, man, why? The cornerbacks are deep in this draft. I like all these guys. Even the top end guys are wonderful. Caleb Farley and J.C. Horn and Mukamua and Robinson I mentioned, and gosh, I can't even think of all of them. Paulson Azebo. The list goes on and on and on. I mean, you could come out with 2 corners. I wouldn't be surprised if we drafted 2 corners in this draft. Why? And you should actually feel pretty happy about it, because it's really rare to have this draft with this many corners who are so big, 6 foot plus, which Seattle wants, so long, and they're zone centric in their play on the football field. That's an amazing to get that kind of trifecta. So I expect Seattle to jump on that because of it. Thomas Cox says, players-wise, trade Lockett, Jaron Reed, Bobby Wagner. Those are the 3 main guys, Thomas, that you could move off from and clear out a lot of cap space if you wanted to. You could clear out a lot of cap space between the 3 of those guys. I think you'd be in the neighborhood of, collectively, if you moved all 3 of those guys, you would be sitting somewhere in the neighborhood of about $30 million in cap money to go out and spend. Mark Hawk, Brady's 43, Rogers 37, Russell's 32. That's right. Go to the free agents already. Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to the rest of these. Good call, Jose. Sorry, buddy. Okay. So again, there's going to be some of these groupings that I'm going to ignore. I talked about a few of them here, but let's go back here to the things we already covered. Oh, shit. All right. So this thing off here. So we already covered this a little bit. I'm trying to go back to where I'm at here. Okay, so let's look at tight ends here. My free end, these are ideal fits here for the tight end position. And again, there are other tight ends that are available in the market. This is a really weak class of tight ends. I did not put Hunter Henry on this because, again, I want to be into the realism mode of things. I do not want to put my head up in the clouds into fantasy land. Hunter Henry is going to command somewhere in the neighborhood of probably $10 million this offseason as a tight end. I don't think Seattle pays that for him. He's got an injury history. He's not old, but he's not super, super young either. I don't think that Seattle wants to pay that kind of money. I think they're going to look more for the move tight end this offseason than the inline guy in free agency. So the first guy on my list is the guy that they've been connected to, which is Jonnu Smith. Really surprised that the Titans did not put this guy on a franchise tag. The franchise tag for tight ends is really low. It would have made a lot of sense to go with Jonnu Smith. They didn't. I think this guy's just starting to come into his own. 25 years old. He played the move tight end within the Titans seam, essentially that H-back tight end. He is a fantastic blocker for the H-tight end role. Usually these H-tight ends are like Hollister was last year, where they'll stick their nose in there, but they'll just get blown off the ball time and time again. This guy he can just absolutely lock in on guys. He knows how to use body positioning. He knows how to drive guys off the ball. Very strong as a tight end. Even though he doesn't look this like hulking guy, he actually's got a lot of great play strength, and he just moves really well. You can they gave him a fly sweep down by the goal line on one play. The film I was watching of him, he ran in for a touchdown. Just really, really good in that respect, and he's just starting to tap into his top end. I would pay him good money. I'd be willing to do it because I think he's going to be a real good tight end in this league for years to come. Just starting to kind of come into his own, in my opinion. Gerald Everett, a guy self-explanatory, comes from St. Louis, comes from Waldron's scheme. Waldron's very familiar with him. Totally a move tight end type, very much a yak guy. You get him the ball in open space and let him work, and he's gonna get yards after the catch. Kyle Rudolph's a little bit older in the tooth. This is me mainly going off historically. Seattle gravitating towards those older tight ends that they're trying to get the last little drops of juice out of that bit of fruit. I wouldn't be surprised if they went the Rudolph train to maybe bring him in for that respect, even though, again, I do think they're looking for a move tight end, and Kyle Rudolph and Jesse James, for that matter, would be more of your inline type traditional guys. I think with both of those two guys, you could bring him in, maybe get him cheaper. With Jesse, he comes from Detroit, signed a big contract with them, didn't live up to it. Played pretty well for Pittsburgh back in the day, never was sensational, but a guy that can do everything you need the tight end to do, a lot like Kyle Rudolph can. Needing a block, they can block, catch, runs passes, runs routes well enough, solid enough, no real glaring holes in their game where they're just completely awful. They would just be solid for you. And my fifth option is find it somewhere else, specifically the draft, because this tight end class is not good at all. I did not like any of the fifth options that were out there and available as far as being realistic about the possibility of who we could be looking at. I again and again just kind of shook my head when saying, nah, I don't like any of these. So if you can't find it, be it in free agency, then go make that trade. Go trade for O.J. Howard or David Njoku. Make that move at that point. If not there, then go into the draft. Brevin Jordan or Tommy Tremble, a guy that I like quite a bit out there, a guy who can play some fullback for you too as well. There are other places to go if you can't find it in the top guys. Honestly, past Jonnu Smith and Gerald Everett, I'd probably find someone else if I was redoing this list at number 3, even above Kyle Rudolph and Jesse James, because there's better options available via trade, via the draft. Okay. Defensive ends. These are my top 5 ideal fit defensive ends. I've got Carlos Dunlap at the top. No shocker here, sure, for any of you guys out there. He's a known quantity. We know what he brings to the table. Yeah, he's going to cost a little bit of money, I would expect, but maybe you can find him finding a little bit of a colder market out there, being he's a 33-year-old, 32-year-old guy, and nobody's quite willing in this market to pay him, and you can bring him back. I think it's very important we get a good, quantifiable pass rusher back into the mix here. I don't think we can just ride with what we've got or go with some low-end, back-end, bargain basement shopping type deal here. You've got to get a legitimate guy brought into the fold. If not Dunlap, then Justin Houston would be a good guy. He moved on from Kansas City, who essentially kind of made a mistake when they moved on from him and brought in Frank Clark. He has been a better edge player with the Colts than Frank Clark has been with the Chiefs. And that is as an older player as well. This guy knows how to rush the passer. He understands how to play the run. He's a very complete football player. Yes, he's getting older, but you could control his snaps and his rotational snaps with some of the young guys that you have here. I still like him quite a bit as a player, and I think he'd be a very good fit. Jadeveon Clowney is a guy that a lot of people know I love on this channel. I'm still very much in favor of him. What I like most about bringing him into the fold here is that when you bring him in, you're going to get him on a cheap deal. If it's not a 1-year deal, then it's a cheap 2-year deal. And you've got all upside, really no downside then at that point. If he comes back in and he's injury prone on a 1-year, $5 million deal, well, you're out $5 million for the risk of all the upside that he can bring into play. And for all those people that want to tell you last year with the Tennessee Titans, he didn't have any sacks, and so he was just an awful player for them, are again those folks just taking the one quick snapshot view of a box score and then moving on. Watch the film of Tennessee last year when Jadeveon was in the game. Watch the actual film, and you're watching a guy wrecking shop. You're watching a guy destroying plays. You're watching a guy moving quarterbacks off their spot, making them uncomfortable. Something that I think is a thing our defense needs more of, especially prior to when we had gotten Carlos Dunlap in here last year. Ryan Kerrigan is a guy coming from Washington football team who feels pretty good about the two rushers they have in Montez Sweat and Chase Young. He wasn't able to get on the football field for them. That's not indicative of him not having a skill set of a guy who can still go out there and rush the passer. I think quite the opposite. It's a guy that might still have a little bit more left there in the tank. He is a guy that I think even when he was in last year and the few times he was a pretty decent rusher for them. I think on a short, again, all these guys, pretty much with the exception of Dunlap, are going to be in that 1-year, $5-6 million territory or 2-year, $13-14 million territory. They're not going to break the bank to bring him in. That was how I wanted to assemble this list. Yeah, there are other pass rushers out there that are more Yannick Ngakoue and Leonard Floyd from the Rams. Yeah, there are those guys out there available. I don't think they're realistic options for Seattle because Seattle's not going to be able to spend the money on those guys. They're not going to have the cap space to spend. They're going to want to spend that cap space in other places, i.e. the offensive line and tight end. My fifth guy is Aldon Smith. I might have him actually up a little bit higher than Kerrigan if I was to redo this list. I might actually have him higher than Jadeveon Clowney in retrospect. I thought about this list and I'm like rethinking it, but I probably have him up as number 3. He was a guy who's very, very solid for the Cowboys last year. I think he wore down a little bit as the year went on, played a little bit too many snaps. Understandable. They didn't have a lot of depth behind him. He was just coming back to football, just finding his feet. But this is a guy who's a former top 5, top 10 overall pick in the first round back in the day. Still relatively young. He's not late 30s guy. I think he's got some juice left in him. He'd be a very interesting guy to bring into the fold as your 5 tech, Again, won't cost you a lot, like him a lot. So those would be my 5 defensive ends. We went over the cornerbacks already. Let's look at defensive tackles. These would be my 5 defensive tackles that I would look for. I think specifically when you're looking at defensive tackles, you want to look with a gravitation towards the 3 tech. We would need some pass rushing defensive tackles. We're not as interested right now in 1 techs. So I try to concentrate mainly on 3 techs. Some of these guys can do both. Ndamukong Suh can play both positions. He's very versatile in that way. I love the idea of bringing in a guy like Suh on a 1-year, $6 million deal or a 2-year, $12 million deal or something like that, and then you save a couple million off Jarran Reed. Maybe you can move off from Jarran Reed, put those couple millions into other places at that point potentially. Sheldon Rankins is a guy who's never lived up to his draft status. I think coming out of Louisville originally, drafted by New Orleans Saints. A lot of people were thinking maybe he could be somewhat of a second coming of an Aaron Donald type. Never quite able to attain that with them, but I still think he's been a pretty effective player for them overall. Quentin Jefferson I put on here not as much because I like Jefferson, but as much because I think Seattle will target him and look at him to bring him back. It's just their kind of MO, and especially if they look to bring him back to move on from Jarran Reed, you're looking at saving $5 million to get a player that they think can give what Jarran Reed, gives 85, 89% in what Jarran Reed gives them. Malcolm Brown, another guy, 3 tech. A lot of guys had high hopes on him. Originally drafted by New England back in the day in the first round, last pick of the first round, number 32 overall back in the day out of Texas. Guy just never has really been able to generate a lot of production, but he's turned himself into a relatively solid player. He's never going to get that superstar potential place, but a solid 3 tech who could be in there and who could do some work for you. Quan Short is a guy that looked like he was on the edge of stardom a couple of years ago when he burst on the scene with the Panthers from the 3 tech. Just looked like he was unblockable at times at the 3 tech. He's not been able to get back there. I think he's fought back injuries a little bit. Still a guy you want to talk about, a lot of upside there. A lot of if he can tap back into that 10 sack a year type potential from the 3 tech and not do it as a cleanup guy like Jarran Reed does, where Jarran Reed will clean up sacks. This guy actually creates quick pressure from the defensive tackle position, which is one of the hardest things to do defensively. Is he able to get back there? I don't know, but he's not an older player, still relatively young. Still, I think a guy that's got a little bit of juice left. So those would be my top 5 defensive tackles. I don't think we're targeting a one tech. You've got Brian Monet, who was 350 pounds. He's your one tech right now, along with Poona Ford, who's a one tech really at his best as well. So I don't think they're going to look that direction. So I avoided one techs on my list for that reason. Free agent wide receivers. This was a tough one to put together a little bit. Again, a lot like the tight ends. It's not a deep class. There's not a ton of guys out there I like. You're going to notice you don't see a guy like Golladay on there. Why? Because I don't think Golladay is a realistic option for us. He's just not. It's going to cost too much money. We're not going to be able to spend it. So I tried to keep guys on here who I think will fit within the budget. And I might have been stretching a little bit with Corey Davis because there seems to be some theory out there that he might get actually paid more money than I was thinking he was going to get. And I had him originally slated at like a 3-year, $27 to $30 million deal. I like Corey Davis a lot. He's just coming into his own, in my opinion. He's played a run-first-centric offense with a couple quarterbacks who can't exactly feature receivers out on the outside all that well. Tannehill's all right about it, but by the time Tannehill came in there and was really rolling, then you had the A.J. Brown in there. So it kind of turned him into a number 2. But he's got the size to be able to block in the scheme like we need. He's got a top 10 overall pick, so he's got a lot of still upside to him. I think put up nearly 800 yards receiving last year. Really efficient player. Pro Football Focus liked him a lot as a player. Very complete guy. Just like a lot to his game. T.Y. Hilton, this would be a guy you bring in if you were to move off from Lockett, which I still am anticipating some moves going to be done here with Lockett one way or another. He would essentially take over slot, can play some outside guy, that role that Lockett sort of plays into, while costing maybe presumably half the price of what Lockett's going to cost on the open market. Marvin Jones, this is one of your ultimate contested catch guys in the NFL. If it's up there and it's near him, he's going to get it. I think he would work fantastically with Russell Wilson's skill set. This is, of course, all of this is looked through the lens of we still have Russell Wilson on the team, all of my moves here. So I look at Marvin Jones as a guy who's getting a little older, not going to cost a lot, but a guy, you put the ball up and let him trust him to go up and get it, he's going to go up and make the sensational catch. I've maintained for years that Russell works best with those type of receivers rather than the undersized jitterbug types. I think he likes the bigger guys that he can kind of throw it up to. This would be a perfect guy, I think, for him in that respect. He'd work really well. Josh Gordon, heck, he's shown it here in this alternative football league he's playing in right now. You know, catching Hail Marys and go routes and fades. He certainly looks to me like he still has something left in the tank. And if he can finally get released and the commissioner's office can finally take him from the dungeon and put him back out and let him finally go out there and go, I think he can still be a good player. And I put Antonio Brown on here just because I put it as a thought process that maybe the Seahawks front office, in looking to drop their olive branch to Russell Wilson and mend some fences, would bring on one of his patented my guys. So those are my top 5 receivers I've got. And we'll get back to the chat here in just a sec. We did left guards. Again, bottom of my guards being Easton and Lamp, or guys that have a little bit of flexibility to play some center if you need, which I think Seattle will like. Joe Thuney's my number 1 kind of free agent target. We did tight ends as well. Defensive ends. Cornerbacks, went through all those. D tackles and wide receivers. The one I did miss on this is I didn't put one together for running backs. And again, a lot of that has to do with just the availability of running backs. If I was to go off the top of my head and give you guys running backs I'd look at, I think Leonard Fournette's at the top of their list as a guy that they would look at. Not going to cost you a lot of money. I think Kalen Ballage, the Chargers, fits into a mold of running back that they've looked at recently. Mike Davis is a guy that they liked once before, and he played really good for Carolina. If this doesn't cost a lot, I could see them targeting him and potentially bringing him on in here. Those would be the main guys at running back that I think that they would look at, but the running back market is maybe even more depleted than the tight end market. And that's saying something as far as what's available out there, especially now Jones off the market. So probably going to draft a running back over everything else. This is, again, why didn't I include the safeties? I thought I had linebackers on there, but maybe I missed my linebackers. Yeah, I didn't do linebackers. So let me do my linebackers here. Hold on. Got to add my linebacker. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me, folks. Linebacker. Here we go. Okay. So, outside linebackers. Okay. You don't see here's my ideal fits for outside linebacker, and this list is going to look mighty familiar to you. Not a lot of outside linebackers in a 4-3 scheme available on the market this year. KJ Wright's my number 1 guy. I'm counting on us potentially being able to bring him back in after he goes out on the open market and finds that he's not going to get a deal on the open market like he thought. I think that makes him more likely to come back. Bruce Irvin, same thing here. Cheap deal. You can bring him back. At the very least, he can play Sam and do a little bit of situational pass rush. Don't expect him to make more than $1 million or so. I look at the outside linebacker position as we move forward into the next year. I look at it as one that you can't spend as much money as you've been spending in the linebacker position. With KJ Wright remaining on this team, with Jordan Brooks taking up a couple million himself and third round pick taking up about $1 million himself, you got to find a way to go a little bit cheaper. So I've got Bruce Irvin as a cheap guy. I've got Malcolm Smith, former Super Bowl MVP, out there as an outside will guy that you could bring in. I think he'd be interesting to Seattle from that respect, and they might potentially think he's an ideal. You don't have really an ideal will right now. Yeah, Jordan Brooks could play it a little bit, but especially the coverage stuff, you could bring Malcolm back to maybe just specifically stick into doing that coverage stuff, have Jordan in on the run stopping downs, and then bring in Malcolm on the passing downs. Ryan Anderson, a guy out of Alabama a couple years ago, Seattle was looking at a little bit as a player. He could be interesting. He's had an okay career, not sensational, just kind of a decent guy. And Kevin Pierre-Louis, again, former fourth-round pick by Seattle back in the days, done okay with Kansas City. None of these guys are going to light the world on fire, but again, all these guys are going to come cheap. That's the important part here with the outside linebacker position. As you look at it, free agency, I think Seattle's going to want to spend money in other places, be it offensive line, tight end, defensive end, wide receiver. I think this is going to fall to like 6th, 7th, 8th on their list of positions that they're going to want to put more money into. Again, considering the fact you're already spending money on Brooks and Wagner and a little bit even on a guy like Barton. Okay, let me get back up on my chat. Sorry I fell behind there a little bit, but I wanted to get a little bit to that. Orlando Roca says, who do you see being the starting running backs this season? Carson, Penny, or someone else? I see Rashad Penny as your number one running back, Orlando, but they're going to get an equivalent talented running back in there to pair with him, be it a Leonard Fournette or a Javonte Williams. They're going to find a guy in there that, or they're going to find a guy in there that can pair with him. They're not just going to roll with Penny and DJ Dallas and Travis Homer. You'll get more than that. Brian Roberts says, I want Russ out. No point in having someone on the Hawks that doesn't want to be here. Well, if that is the place he's at, Brian, I would be with you on that. If that's where his mindset's hit, if he's arrived there, then yeah, that's where we got to go with it. Jeremy Bohm says Fournette will start for the Hawks next season. I love it, Jeremy. I love it, man. I hope you're right on that one. I got a fondness for Fournette. And maybe it's inexplicable. Maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe I should realize he's a bust, like everyone tells me he is. But I just kind of like the guy. The Seahawks Network, don't know if you can see my messages from my Cameron Hughes account, but I'm going to start using this account more. Sounds good. Seahawks Network. And please do subscribe over there if you guys do get a chance to both Seahawks Network and Jose Rodriguez in the chat here. Both of them have really great YouTube channels. Both of them are mods here on the channel. They do an awesome job. Jose's got some great Jose's been smoking on fire lately with some of his takes. I know he's getting frustrated. I just hit 4,000. Woo! 4,000 subs. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. 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 Oh, thank you so much, guys. What a great day. 4,000 subs. Love it, Maxwell. That's awesome to hear, man. The growth just continues, folks. We're on our rise. We're just little by little. Thank you so much. Randall says, sell high on Tyler. His value will never be higher after a 100-catch season. We see his return skills diminish already. Nice third-round pick, second contract guy. Yeah, that's my thinking with it too, Randall. It's always with me when I want to make a decision on something. It's like, what are the multitude of factors that should come into play rather than just being one factor? And with Tyler, he's due for a contract. He's outperformed his last contract, and we usually give guys contract extensions. Well, I don't have the money to spend to give him that contract extension, and I've got to pay for DK Metcalf in a year from now, about $23 million per year. And his value will never be higher than it is right now. And I save money on this year's cap by moving, a significant portion of this cap by moving off from this offseason. I think all five of those things, factoring in the fact that I think we've seen the best version of Tyler Lockett we'll ever see at this point, this is what smart organizations do, is you don't hold a player until he's completely fallen off a cliff and then you're just trying to squeeze the last out, but sell maybe a year early rather than a year late. Seahawks Network, thank you, man. Appreciate it. You will be up there yourself soon enough at the 4K. I went through the door first, man, but you're going to be right there behind me. Randall McDaniel is the BYU quarterback and older prospect. Did he spend 2 years in Honduras spreading the good word like other LDS guys? I don't think so, actually, with him. I think he's actually a younger guy. I don't think he's an older cat. I don't think he's going to be doing his, I don't know on that one. Maybe he is. UE2K, don't want any of our free agents back. We could possibly be able to upgrade at a better price. Buyer's market. Agreed, Huey. It's buyer's market. So why pay for stuff that's got a little bit of fruit that's got a little bit of bruising on it? I'm gonna use a lot of fruit analogies today. So a little bruising. There's a little worm coming out of one of the apples. Let's go on the open market. Risk IV. Russell Wilson leaves Seattle. That would put Seattle's back to the Stone Ages. I don't know if it put us back to the Stone Ages, Rusk. A lot of it depends on what draft returns you get, but I think today we've had the early indications for the first time in a long time that maybe it's just not going to happen. Maybe he will remain. Randall says we can have Adams 3 more years and not much he could do about it. That's correct, Randall. That's correct. I mean, what's he going to do? He's going to force his way out of the second organization in the NFL and then go get somebody's then going to go pay him after he's done that? Not bloody likely. No bloody likely. Huey, running backs in the draft. Williams, obviously, but he'll be third back taken. Michael Carter, Trey Sermon, Chuba Hubbard will be available in the 4th pick. Maybe not Carter, though. 4th round. I do agree with you on that. I do agree with that. Carter, hard to say with Carter for me on that one, Huey. Someone might fall in love with Carter because of his skill set, and he's a modern NFL running back that you want, that he can catch and run the ball, do both of them really well. But I think Sermon will be there. I like Sermon of those 3 guys the best. Hubbard, I don't think will fit Carroll's model. He doesn't run with enough ferocity. He's just not strong enough as a runner to draw them in. But Sermon would probably fit the mark for them. Seahawks Network, I'd like to see Bruce Irvin back at a vet minimum deal. Me too. You've got nothing to lose. Clowney, Thuney, William Jackson, Jamal Williams, and Corey Davis are my favorite free agents this year. We're pretty close right on the mark, aren't we, Seahawks Network? I think I've got 3 or 4 of those guys on my list as my guys. Why Dude Wise in San Francisco just signed Kyle Juszczyk to a 5-year, $27 million deal. Holy good moly. That is a lot of money to spend on a fullback. That is a lot of, I mean, he's good, and maybe he's worth it. He's good, maybe he's worth it. But that's a lot of money. That is a chunk of change. Seahawks Network. Oh, John Feliciano was another guy. Glad to see him on your list. Yeah, underrated guy, Seahawks Network. I think he's an underrated guy out there in free agency. And a guy, you brought him in at left guard, he wouldn't have the fanfare of like a Joe Thuney, but I'm not certain that he's like that far off a drop from Thuney. Probably more of a mauler, more of a run blocking guy. Thuney more of a pass protector. But impressive player, Feliciano. And I just like saying his name, Feliciano della Pora Patila Catuno e Sabara e Tabarinino Nino Granito da Brado Haberano. It's good. I like to speak Babel in other languages with the accent. Did Dwayne Brown retire, says Giovanni? No, Dwayne Brown is going to return, it would look like. Oh, is Ryder a center? Did I have that wrong? Why, dude, why? My bad. I thought I had him at right guard when I was looking last night on him. Well, in that case, yeah, then maybe I'm confusing him with somebody. Probably confusing him with somebody. But if that's so, then I think I did like him. I actually had a centers one done on this and I didn't bring it over too. Wow, I messed that one up. My bad. Seahawks Jose, John Feliciano resigned with the Bills. You might want to take him off your list. Dang. Did that just happen, Jose? Because he was a free agent last night. Thomas, have you looked at Keith Taylor? Buy him? I have not, but I'll add on my list. Taylor. And Bynum. Or Byam. Byam. I will look him up, though, Thomas. Thanks for the suggestion on that. Orlando. Oh, that's what Lynch meant. Okay. Seahawks Network. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pronounce his name. I'm trying, man. Mukamu. I'm going to call him the Moo. Resk, yeah, he is good. He's a good fullback. Just there's nobody in the market. You're essentially when you're in the Niners signing that Juszczyk deal, you're sort of competing with yourself as far as there's no other fullback on the market to compare the deal to. So you're sort of just setting the market on your own at that point. They got the money to spend, though. They got the money to spend. John Rhines, thank you for the $5 donation, sir. I do appreciate you. Says, I hope, thank you. You're always coming with the don't know, man. Thanks so much. Says, I hope your Sunday is going great, Brandon. Busy today, so I can only listen in, but here's a little more towards your great channel. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Jeff. I believe you're up there in Montana. Hope it's not too cold and just about time for the weather to start turning up there. You guys to start warming up a bit. Brutal winters. But thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. B. Russ, thoughts on Hawks tendering Ryan Neal? I think that's a good move. Pretty much eliminates any need for safety help in free agency or the draft. I think it's a fantastic move, B. Russ. Guy was really good for us, really solid for us. And he did a lot of things for us as far as picked a couple balls off, made some great tackles, laid some hit, was a little bit of an enforcer out there at times when he was playing, bigger safety, gives us a little bit of depth. Depth's a good thing to have and something that we haven't had a lot of in recent years. Very nice to see. Thomas Cox says, what's the likelihood of signing Earl Thomas and Sherman? I think Sherman's probably a lot more likely there than Thomas. I don't think it's a high likelihood, but I think it's a possibility. And I think we'll be one of those top 3 teams on Sherman's list, if only for the fact there's not as many teams running the Seahawks scheme as has been sort of previously over the last few years. You know, you got though the Raiders are moving to the scheme a little bit. I guess there are more teams now you got Quinn going to Cowboys. They're going more Seattle scheme and that. But then you have the Chargers moving away from Seattle scheme. There's been a couple teams kind of going away from it a little bit. But I think Thomas, we haven't heard anything with him coming back to football at this point. I think he's probably going to remain retired at this point. Randall, or not retired, but unsigned. Randall says, something to watch is the Bears franchising A-Rod. Surprising to me they used that on him. Got to believe he's worth a late first to a needy team. Godwin off market. He's free agent's number 1 free agent wide receiver, can sweeten the Russ deal. Oh, so that you're thinking maybe they offer Allen Robinson and then they package Robinson with the trade. Maybe, but then you're going to have to sign Robinson to a new deal, Randall, at that point. And that means you're going to have to be up at the 17, 18 million per for him to get that done. Does Seattle have the cap space to do that, eating the $39 million of cap space? Because you're not going to be able to ride with him on the franchise tag after eating the dead money. I don't think you'd have the space to do that. But it's an interesting thought. UE2K, in free agency, Joe Thuney, Austin Blythe, Gerald Everett, Jamal Williams, Tommy Tremble, Sermon, defensive end Shaka, Tony, Shakir Brown, Ilmir Smith-Marset, and Alaric Jackson. I'd be okay with that draft, Yui. I'd be okay with that draft. I'd be okay with that. I like all those guys. I haven't watched a lot of Shaka Tony, but he's on my list. Randall says, longer we go without team not addressing issues, the more likely it is. If money equals for a free agent, the uncertainty of quarterback can't help. Houston been very vocal about not moving Watson. Crickets in Seattle. Yeah, they're going to need to address this before free agency, Randall. We got to get an answer, I think, before free agency. I'll be very confused by what are we doing here? You know, what's the big plan in place here? Thomas says, I agree, Seattle, not a great organization. Seattle is one of top 5 organizations right now. Most teams model Seattle's culture. I'm just glad we have a team. Yeah, we're one of the better organizations in the sport, one of the more well-run organizations. I agree with that 100%. That's why I don't think we're necessarily going to go to the Stone Age if we happen to lose Russell Wilson either. Why? JS has never paid more than 8.5 for a free agent, so I think it's highly unlikely we sign a free agent like Lindsley or Thuney. Any signings will be waived 2 or 3. You could be right, wide, and they don't have a lot of money as we stand to spend on the open market. That much is very true. And this has historically been the way that John Schneider has operated. So you are right. He might not do it. Part of my factoring in that this year you make your exception is that they're looking to make Russell Wilson happy. They're looking to try to mend fences here. So some of it is the dropping of the olive branch to Russell Wilson to go outside the comfort zone. But again, you're right. Historically, they've not gone there. Yui Posick stinks, and I believe Russell doesn't want to play behind him. Blythe knows the system and the blocking calls. Also need a great third pass catcher, and I think tight end should be that spot to do a lot of 12 personnel. Yep, I agree with you there. I don't know if I go Posick stinks, but I think he's below league average overall at his play last year. Stinks would be like bottom of the league. Keegan Lohman, top 5 players you want the most in free agency. well, I'll be realistic with it, Keegan. Okay, so I won't go just crazy town. Let's go with Jonnu Smith, Joe Thuney, Leonard Fournette, Corey Davis, and Richard Sherman. How about that? I might flip out the Sherman one, but that's just off the top of my head. Randall says, I'd be on board with Nelson Aguilar. I think he's a great deep threat. Did a nice job in Oakland. He did. Seemed to finally kind of get it all together. Seemed like he was never quite able to put the pieces together with Philadelphia. So the drops and who knows? Maybe just needed to grow up a little bit. I don't know. But definitely seemed to finally put it together there with Raiders last year. UE2 cases in this new system, we need a bigger wide receiver that has yak ability, move Lockett to outside, and run a lot of 12 personnel. Yep, you would need to do that. Problem with Lockett, though, too, is that he just doesn't have a lot of yak ability anymore. He's one of the league worst in the league. He's one of the league worst at yak ability in the NFL. Seahawks Network, I know Hayward is only 5'11", but does he fit in our scheme? I haven't watched any Hayward film or many Chargers games. Yep, the Chargers for years there have been playing Seahawks Network under Gus Bradley. So they've been running the purified cover 3 scheme. He's been doing it his whole career, kick step, all that stuff. He should be very fluent with it. He'd be a natural transitional fit. I don't think he has the necessarily arm length they look for necessarily, but I think the fact that he has such familiarity with the scheme would make him a potential target. The only issue there on the other side of it is that he did go down a little bit in his play last year. Was not the same kind of player he's been at recent years for the Chargers. I don't know what to necessarily make of that as far as that means it's it with him, but he would be a target. 312, let's be real. The Seahawks aren't getting past Steelers. My top 5 quarterback wants revenge along with our number 1 defense. We beat you guys once. We will do it again. Nah. Top 5 quarterback? Nah. We got you next year, man. We got you. You guys are in rebuild mode. You're packing it in. You just don't know it yet. You're already dead. You just don't know it yet. D-Mac! What's up, my guy? How you doing, bro? Randall McDaniels is the defensive end from UW. Is a dime in the rough, physical freak. You could see him coming on as a sophomore. Joe Tyron. Yeah, and supposedly he's rebuilt himself this offseason. Just looks yoked up. Very much a quick twitch guy. That's what he showed there. If he brings that to the stage of the NFL level, he can be a really good player in this league. I like him a lot. I think he's going to shoot up draft boards as people look at him in this offseason, see what he's done, how he's kind of transformed himself. And then you look at the tape with him and see when he flashes in his ability to get off the ball and just get around the tackle before they even can get out of their stance. It's pretty impressive. U2 cases, Rapeless Burger needs an Uber to get the ball further than 40 yards down the field. Randall says, how in the dark are teams with 2021 prospects? I assume most draft eligible guys utilize training facilities. Do you think pro personnel checks in with those facilities, and do they trust what they hear? They would if they're smart, Randall. I would think they do a lot of that stuff advanced wise, but I think it differs organization by organization. Some organizations are more ear to the ground, and some are just kind of winging it. I do think that completely. You're going to have to get inventive this offseason as a pro football franchise in how you look at prospects, because you got to think so much further out the box. There's no combine. The games were reduced. You watched the games last year, and in some of these games I'm watching, there does seem to be a little bit of a missing intensity at the college football stadiums without the fans in them. I'm not going to say the players are going through the motions. It's just it looks a little different out there at times. So you're going to have to do some more advanced stuff. I think the thing that I've heard mainly that the teams are looking at what they're doing is they're looking at those players who made the big jump from 2019 tape to the 2020 tape, as opposed to those players that showed 2019 tape was amazing, and then their 2020 tape looks not as good, because the former is an indicator of, players that were working on themselves while we were in the pandemic, while all that stuff was going on. They were working on themselves to get better. And that shows work ethic. It shows commitment. That's something that teams are going to lean towards, whereas the inverse of that is going to turn some teams off, I would imagine. I don't think that they're going to be able to buy in or lean on that excuse of, well, it was the epidemic going on. I couldn't train as well. I couldn't do that. I couldn't get done what I wanted to get done. Michael Parker says, whatever happened to taking the best player available in the draft? How could we use analytics to improve our drafting? It seems like John Snyder gets too cute at draft, trying to look clever, bucking consensus. Why? I wish I could explain their drafting philosophy better at times, Michael. It's been confusing as of late more often than not. I don't know what exactly they are completely doing at all times. It's just not as cogent as it once was. It's not to say they're horrible drafting. It's just that the plan doesn't always seem to be as clear with things. I don't think that the Seattle uses analytics as much as probably I would like to see them use analytics. They probably factor in a little bit, but not as much. Analytics can give you just another bit of information to go along with the other information you're operating off of. You've got your background checks. You've got your game film. You've got your interview with coaches and maybe fellow players and maybe people around the college itself to find out about what is ticking inside these guys. Well, now you have this other advanced metric, which is attempting to sort of remove human error from the equation, remove confirmation bias from the equation. And if you're not utilizing it and you're not weighting it to a degree, in my opinion, you're really at that point missing out on a real key factor, a key statistic that can help you make a better determination on personnel, who to start, who's a better player. But I don't know that we do necessarily do that as much for the reasons that you spoke to, being that they get a little bit too cute. They seem to have this measuring where they will trade back 4 spots off of a guy who seems like a pure fit and a great player, and they just think they're getting commiserate value by going back to 5 spots, and they lose out on that player A to grab player B, who seemingly is not even nowhere near the same kind of player A. Be it a couple years ago when I think they could have had Montez Sweat, but traded back and then ended up with LJ Collier, but picked up the 3rd-round pick. So I think that's where you get a little bit too clever, as you said, I think. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I'm just going to get a little bit of coffee going here and use the bathroom. I will be right back. What you doing? What you doing, Kit Kat? Alrighty, ready? Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me. Keegan says, do you have any jerseys that aren't like worn in game by the Seahawks that aren't throwbacks? Do you have any jerseys that aren't like worn in game by the Seahawks that aren't throwbacks? I don't usually buy a lot of jerseys, Keegan, because I don't know. I just don't. Probably should. That aren't worn in game. Seahawks Network says if we do trade to Baltimore, I'd love James Proche back. I loved him in the draft last year and don't know the Knox draft capital we get in return. I don't know. I can't remember too much on James Proche. Vaguely familiar. Random again says thoughts on the quarterback the Chargers cut. Hayward did a lot better with Bradley's scheme. Yeah, he's a better fit for Bradley's scheme, no doubt. Zone corner, he's not quite the 6 foot tall, but 5'11", he's got good size. I think his arms are enough. He was really not rated well by Pro Football Focus last year, Randall. I mean, they really kind of cut him up a bit last year's play. But scheme fit, I've got him as number 2 as our targeted cornerback on my cornerback board for us, just behind Richard Sherman. So I think he would be a guy that they would take a look at. And again, a guy's not going to cost a lot of money. I would expect him to come at a pretty relatively discounted rate for us, especially this offseason. Seahawks Gaming says, I don't get why the Packers signed Aaron Jones, but not the center. You got me, man. For $4 million more, you could have gotten Lindsley. I mean, maybe they feel like with Lindsley, he's played his best football. He certainly is probably about 4 years older than Jones is, though centers do last a little longer than running backs do, making them fairly similar as far as their football age is concerned. But with that said, they decided this is the route they wanted to go instead. I don't get it either, Seahawks Gaming. But here's the thing with this is, I don't pay running backs. I just don't do it. I really don't. I don't think that it's a smart way of going. You've got to find places on your roster where you can save money. There's got to be places you're willing to go cheap at. You've got to designate usually like two to three positional groups that you're going to have to hope are young and talented. And that would be one of them that I would always target. 312 Seahawks, 312. You're thinking the Steelers can win these 2022 championship. You guys lost your center to retirement. Ben's now like at this point, he's a year away from being in the danger zone for this epidemic, right? He's not going to be able to play on Sundays because he's got to have his social distance. So, I don't know, man. He's falling off. Joe Tilson, Hawks or not, repeat, not trading Wilson. Joel, we finally after 3-4 weeks of all indications being that there's this momentum building up for it to potentially happen, it's gone back in the other direction for the first time now. We're seeing indicators of it not happening. So you're right. The first time in a bit, it's finally gone this way. Deadly Content. How about Desmond King? I like Desmond King quite a bit, Deadly Content. He's still a very good player. I think he's still got some more years in football left ahead of him. Problem is that he's only a slot guy. And right now as we stand, you have Ugo Amadi as your starting slot. You then have Marquise Blair then be your backup slot. We played some of Ryan Neal at slot at given times. We were trying to get both him and Jamal Adams on the field at the same time. So you're really kind of stacked up at the slot position. Doesn't open it up. This is why I also left Justin Coleman off my list as well. I think Justin Coleman's still probably a fairly good player. Maybe you could have him come in and even be a slight upgrade over what you have in Ugo Amadi. But Ugo Amadi is dirt cheap. Marquise Blair is your backup behind him, so it just doesn't open the door to you really going out and then grabbing a slot corner at this point. Joel Tilson, Hawks have not been great since 2014 because they traded Unger. I don't hate the trade of Unger in retrospect as many other people kind of do, Joel. And my reasoning behind this is Unger was starting to break down in this run-centric offense. He was wearing out. He went to more of the pass happy approach with New Orleans, a little bit more patty caking, a little bit more patty caking rather than pancaking. And I think that allowed him to play a few more years in this league. I think that trade facilitated that. I don't think that Unger lasts as long in the NFL if you keep him here on the team. Huey says Packers have a young center that they're going with because he's cheaper. Got to make choices, but they had foresight to already have his replacement on the roster. It's true. The one thing that the Packers do is put foresight into their roster building. They do have a 2 and 3 year plan. I mean, as evidenced by Jordan Love and A.J. Dillon selections this past season. Nathaniel Park's DJ Reed contract, I don't think he costs much. He's on a cheap cup. He's like $800,000, $900,000. He's still on the cheap rookie deal, and he's not at a tendered point, I don't believe. Joe Tilson says we need a great center like Unger. Well, it doesn't hurt to have a great center, that's for sure, Joel. It can make things much easier, for sure. I'd lean a little bit more to wanting the left guard over the center if I have to pick between the two of them. But I would be happy with either of those two being upgraded this offseason. Rez IV, well, you can say that about Wilson. Big money hasn't gotten back to the game. No, it's been one of the things I've hammered on Rez for a while now is that it's quarterbacks making over that 15% mark aren't getting to the Super Bowl and winning it. Just hasn't happened in 20 years, 30 years. You know, Tom Brady's the only guy that's been that outlier, and then you remove him from it, and it's like down to 10%. So it's hard to do. Joe Tilson, Jimmy Graham was a bust because he could not block. I might argue Jimmy Graham was a bust because they tried to turn him into an inline blocker rather than keeping him at the position that he was playing with the New Orleans Saints, which would have been as that H-back tight end, slot tight end, whatever you want to call it, which is not what Seattle used him as predominantly. They finally figured it out in his final year when he was, 13 touchdown catches or something? He had a bunch. But no, to me, it was mismanagement of how to use the player correctly. Sebastian Skill says, the Hawks says my prediction is based off Germantria, and people who know it, who predicted it, it's pretty much mixing letters with numbers, counting on a Dak redemption season. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I will give you props, dude. If we come back and you should put the money down on the Cowboys. Now you put $5 down on them as a Super Bowl winner, you're probably making big money because their odds are long. Splashing Skills, HawksNest just check K Hubbard. Be careful, he's a bit crazy. Yeah, the Chuba Hubbard kid. He's got some of the best long speed. Probably the best long speed in the draft, like the biggest home run hitter in the draft at the running back position. but he's not a guy that he's got like not very many skills as a running back he's bringing to the table. He's not going to push the pile, not going to fall forward. Doesn't have a lot of moves at the line of scrimmage. He's got pretty good vision. He can find the hole. Once he finds the hole, he's gone. He gets second level. You're not going to lay a finger on him. He's that fast. But everything else that you need as a running back, pass protection, catching, all that, big time question marks. I'm just not sold on Hubbard for that reason. Mark Hawk says Zach Wilson, the future of the New York Jets, laughing out loud. Yeah, I don't think the Jets are going to feel happy about that deal when it's all said and done, Mark. I think they're going to, once again, they're going to pick a quarterback who, it's like Chad Pennington all over again. I mean, maybe he's got better arm strength than Pennington, but that slight build guy that just, I don't know. Joe Tilson, Griffin, and Sherman should be back. Should be back? I'm about Griffin. Tilson, you're okay paying $10 million a year for Shaquille Griffin? No ball skills, below league average as a cornerback, according to Pro Football Focus ratings. I can't spend that money on that guy. Looks like me and Nui are in agreement on Jimmy Graham. Mark Hawk, Blythe can play left guard and center, knows the new system, a legit must get. I'd be okay with Blythe. I watched a little bit of his play. I like him at center more than left guard, Mark. I don't want to put him over left guard, but if they signed him at center, he would be an upgrade over Posick. And like you said, he knows the scheme right out the gate. Random again says, random thought, Anthony Simmons was a nice player for us. Simmons to Lofa to Wagner. Hawks have been strong in the middle for quite a few years. Brooks going to jump right in. Randall, am I wrong? I thought Anthony Simmons was an outside linebacker. I thought Anthony Simmons was a will. I might be wrong on that. One second. Because if you remember, we signed that fatty middle linebacker out of Pittsburgh, Randall, back in the day. I just was thinking of his name, too. He was the guy that was like a 270-pound middle linebacker. But we signed him when we had Anthony Simmons on the roster. I thought Anthony played outside. Joe Tilson, KJ will hopefully be back, too. I agree, but he's going to need to go out in the market and realize the market's not as hot to trot for him, I think, as he might be thinking that it is. Seahawks Network, yeah, we should have had Graham play out at receiver and Luke Wilson at tight end. Graham, Lockett, and Baldwin would have been electric. Yeah, it would have been the proper way to utilize him. Joe Tilson, Wilson needs protection. Agreed. Wide says, I think someone like Curtis Samuel will be a great fit in the new system, but most likely will cost too much for Seattle to sign. A shifty slot who can get yak at wide receiver 3 would be nice. Agreed. Agreed on all accounts. Why I think somebody's going to pay him decent money. I can see a team like the Washington football team coming in for Curtis Samuel. That just seems like a no-brainer fit for them. They've got money to spend, and they need a wide receiver badly there. Slot receiver, too. Haven't had one since they let Jamison Crowder go. Mark Hawk says, Witherspoon is the physical and big swag corner of that group you listed that has the most potential. Would love to see him and Reed haunt the Niners together. Yeah, Witherspoon was really starting to come into his own last year. He's been a slow developing guy. Came out of college, and he's a great cover man who can't tackle. And that does remain, Mark, my one worry with him is the ability to tackle with him. But he's a guy that does have coverage ability, and he has played in this scheme. It would not cost a huge amount of money. And you had to look, when I was trying to put my list and assemble it together, I was trying to look at it through the realistic aspect of not going to cost a lot of money. I can't just put guys that are going to break the bank on there. So could be an interesting fit, Mark. Could be an interesting fit. Ori Huang, signing Rudolph would just remind me of the Olsen signing. And that's Ori Rang, why I put it on there. That's why I put it on there, Ori. Because I'm trying to put the list together of realistic options I think Seattle could go with. And so they've done it before, right? They went out and got the tight end out of Carolina before Olsen. So they do have a little bit of a hankering for them old tight ends for whatever reason. I hope they don't go that route. It's just the list was a likelihood more than it was me saying of what I wanted. Joel says, Seattle cutting more salary. I would expect them to do something, Joel. Yeah, I'd expect them to clear out some more space. They can convert Russell Wilson's base money to bonus and instantly create about $17 million in that way, but you could also make a trade. So Stuff will be coming down the next couple of days with this type of stuff. Joel says Clowney's an injury waiting to happen. Can't stay healthy. You're right. He definitely, his last couple of years, been a little bit beat up from an injury standpoint. I'm not looking to pay him a big amount of money, though. So it's about getting him on. It's about a high upside, low bottom side type deal. And I agree with you. Seahawks Network says Hawks fans hate on Clowney because he took an eternity to sign and decided not to sign with us. I still love Clowney. He's a good pass rusher, but he's elite in the run game. Agreed. John Vandermolen. How you doing, John? I wonder if Waldron has space in his offense for a fullback. I'm thinking about Ben Mason from Michigan, a heavy hitter, and also he has a mohawk. Well, we know, John, whenever a fullback has a mohawk, that instantly makes them 19% tougher. Absolutely 19% tougher. No, unfortunately not. I don't remember the Rams ever having a fullback there with what they have going on. They sort of make their receivers, for 2018, they made receivers their fullback. And over the last couple of years, they've gone to more of the two tight end single running back sets. So then they're using more of their tight ends as fullbacks. So probably, unfortunately, not going to go to the fullback. Shane Hafner says Jets are talking with Thuney. I hope Seattle signs him. Makes a lot of sense by the Jets. They got their tackle situation figured out last offseason. That Brian Winters, I think, is moving on from them. Joe Thuney slides in there. Makes sense. I think Brian Winters is a right guard, too. UE2 cases, I want Everett and Tremble. Veterans that know the system. Rookie that can be dynamic. Just check plus Kittle. Need 2 pass catchers at least. Play more 12 personnel and will help the run game. I'd be fine with those 2 guys, Huey. I'd be excited by those 2 guys. Joel says, John, MP will be bargain hunting for both lines. I hope not, Joel. Joel says Wilson will be more involved in getting pass protection. Hopefully he's in there, and hopefully they're listening on that. Hopefully he's able to get them to move a little bit on that. Randall says, why do you think Tua is a better prospect than Mac Jones? Injury alone would seem to tilt to Mac Jones. I get him. Mac Jones has Mac Jones had elite talent, but 40 touchdowns and 40 receptions is tremendous. I don't think Tua is a better prospect, Randall, than Mac Jones. Mac Jones is a better prospect than Tua. I was making the comparison that Tua was getting elevated by the talent around him so far that it was driving him up into the top 10 of the first round when really, in retrospect, the guy doesn't look like even a second-round pick. And with Mac Jones, I'm seeing a similar thing start to happen where he's getting vaulted by some talk into a top 10 type status, and I don't see it with the guy. I mean, back into the first round is where he should be, in my opinion. So whereas that's kind of more of what I'm making as a comparison, but I didn't think Tua is a better prospect than Mac Jones. Oh, okay, Randall. Sorry, I read your second comment. Not saying you love Tua, more of an indictment on the experts. Yeah, it's more of an indictment on the experts. I agree with you. It is more of an indictment. Joel Tilson says Tua's inexperience hurt him late in the season. A little bit. I mean, it just, at the same time that you've got a guy, Justin Herbert, who's coming out there and flashing and lighting the world on fire, Tua's coming out there and kind of just holding on for dear life. You know, he's a rookie quarterback. I'm not going to make my final assessment on him yet, but what I saw in college was a guy that had some limitations, and what I saw at the Pro Level was a guy with some limitations, and he's got the injury-prone thing on him as well. UE2 cases, most of the $50 million we spent in free agency was wasted. So in the end, Clowney would have been worth the 14 to 15 million to us. That's why we had to scramble and trade for Dunlap. Agreed, 2K. Agreed. We're agreeing a lot today, man. Are we in the Twilight Zone, 2K? We're actually agreeing today? Joel, Hawks may be able to sign Dunlap at a cheaper price. I'm hoping so, Joel. I'm hoping so. I got him number 1 right now on my defensive end list. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Seahawks Network says, what would deals for Joe Thuney and Jonnu Smith look like? Joe Thuney would be a 4-year, $12 million deal on average. So what is that going to be? Like a 4-year, $48 million deal for Thuney, probably somewhere in that neighborhood. Jonnu Smith is going to be a little bit lower. So you're going to look at him at probably like a 4-year deal for, let's do $34 million for Jonnu Smith. 4-year deal, $34 million for Smith, something like that. Nick Reeder says, you're crazy if you think they're moving Lockett or Diggs. I don't know if I'm crazy. I could be incorrect. I think crazy is a little strong nomenclature. I think with Diggs, the thing that I come to with Diggs, Nick Reeder, and this is what I've come to, this is just all kind of logically thinking stuff through. I don't think these are absolutes that they're going to trade him, but I think they're possibilities. With Diggs, you got a guy, Marquise Blair, who doesn't have a position available on the football field next year. There's a second-round pick who's spent his first 2 years without playing on the football field. Are we going to go a third year with him not on the football field if Ugo beats him out at the slot, which is not his natural position? Or do we want to fit him into his natural position, which would be free safety, where you could then save in this particular given offseason of $5.5 million? With Lockett, Nick Reeder, the thing I'd ask you on this, and this is the thing that I ask with those folks that say it's crazy to think that we move on from Lockett. Well, then you're going to have to then sign Lockett to a contract extension. So if you agree to do that, you're going to have to explain to me what you're doing the next offseason when you have DK Metcalf due to make $23 to $25 million a year, and Russell then is pushing up into the $40 million range and just about due himself for a new contract, while the salary cap has not really increased. You're going to have to explain to me how you're going to spend $80 million on 3 players on a cap that hasn't even yet hit $200 million. I don't know if you can pull that off. So again, I could be wrong on those, but I don't know if I'm being crazy. Joe Tilson, Jamal Adams is a free agent? Nope, Jamal Adams is not a free agent. We got him one more year for $10 million. 5th-year option's been activated. Nick Reeder, I think they would trade Jaron Reed before them. I think they would trade Jaron Reed probably before them, but again, you have and really in regards to both of them being both Lockett and Diggs, you've got feasible replacements sitting all around you. There's feasible slot receivers available on the free agent market. This draft is full of about 8 slot receivers that are all going to play at the next level and be effective at the next level as slot receivers. So you can find it in the draft as well. When you move on from Jaron Reed, you don't necessarily have the replacement waiting in the wings like you do with Diggs and Marquise Blair just sitting there just waiting to take over the spot. Randall says, Gabe Jackson played left guard 1 and 2 and then moved to right guard. Who knows where he's more comfy, but he's played both at a high level. Could be, but then you look at, again, his play last year had one of his worst years of his career, Randall. So is he going to play, coming off of one of the worst years of his career, is he going to move back to a spot that is a harder spot to play, a harder position to play than the right guard at this point in time in his career? I don't know that he's able to do that at this point. The other question is then why did they move, if he was so good at left guard and left guard is a more vital position, why did they move him off that left guard in the first place then? UE2K, Curtis Samuel is only free agent wide receiver that interests me, but we can't afford him, so focus on tight end for your third pass catching option. Maybe draft a wide receiver in the 5th round. I know you like yourself Smith Marset. He had a fast 40 the other day. UE2K, he blew up his pro day. Josh, I got to look up that guy. I haven't seen that guy. Josh, man, there's some names in this draft that are some barn burner names, man. Imatahabahore. That can't be a real name. That's not a real name, is it, 2K? Seahawks, somewhere you would only get a 5th for Reed. Yeah, you're not getting a lot for Jaron Reed. 5th's about what you'd probably get for him. But you would, as Nick Reeder does mention, you would free up $8.6 million. Yeah, Nick, you are lacking a receiver if you move on from Lockett, but my contention on this whole point has been that if you end up if you get a 2nd-round pick back for Lockett and you're sitting on 2 2nd-round picks and you can make one of those 2nd-round picks a receiver, you could be bringing in a Kadarius Toney. You could be bringing in a Rondale Moore. You could be bringing in Tutu Atwells. And there is literally, Nick, 9 slot receivers in this draft. So the question I always pose to the folks that say there's no way for Lockett to be moved off from, the question I always pose to you is if I can move Lockett and get a 2nd-round pick and save $11 million and know with that 2nd-round pick I can bring a receiver in who's going to give me 90% of the production of what Lockett gives me right now. That's not a smart trade to make, knowing that I'm not going to be able to sign him to a contract extension because of the DK Metcalf contract extension that's looming a year from now. Randall says, I don't think Shaq is that much better than Flowers, certainly not 4 to 5 times better salary difference. I think Tyler has a higher ceiling. Trey has a higher ceiling. We could sign Dunbar on a 1-year deal and maybe Sherm for Shaq money. Yeah, you get Sherm but on the lower end, like you're saying, Randall. But instead of with Shaq, you're putting it on a 4-year deal at that high mark. It's Sherm on the 1-year deal or Sherm on the 2-year deal. which to me, it gives you more flexibility as we move forward, while giving you a player who's probably a bit better player. Joe Tilson says, how many players will have their salaries cut? Hard to say, Joel. Hard to say with that. They with Dunlap getting out from under it, they don't have to do any other moves necessarily. They don't have to make anything. They could fit other guys in. I think that Jaron Reed's probably at the top of the realm for being a guy that they look to maybe move and get out from under that contract. Like I mentioned, Lockett's a guy that's in that realm. Bobby Wagner's a guy that's in that realm because you have his replacement. And Diggs. Those are really the only guys that are potentials. Whether or not they will or not, it's kind of hard to say. Yeah, Joe, I can get where I can get your love for Lockett on this, but I'd love it if you post in the chat as you're speaking on this, just what you do as your next season plan then. And if you're talking about spending $80 million on 3 players with where the cap is right now and understanding what's at play, I don't know if that's realistic. And that's the thing that you're going to have to make your bed with. Or you're looking at trading DK. And if it's that, then let me know. Splash and Skills, thank you for the congratulations. We got to 4,000 subs today. I'm super stoked, man. I'm gonna be riding high tonight. So thank you. You guys are awesome. We got us up over the hill. We were 4 away to start the show off, and you guys nudged it over that finish line. So thank you. Now we're on the road to 5,000. I like Turtles. What's my thoughts on Emmanuel Sanders as the number 3 wide receiver? I think he doesn't have a lot left. I like Turtles. I think his impact with the Saints was pretty reduced last year. I don't know that they really did that much for him. He wasn't really that amazing for the Niners when they brought him in the previous year. I think these guys just kind of gotten a little bit older, and he's come off an Achilles injury a couple years ago. That's always going to rob you of a little bit of your speed, and especially a guy like him who relies on speed and quickness in his game because he's not a bigger cat. I would be okay with it if that's really where you're left at the option-wise, where everybody else is off the board and there's not a lot of other receivers, because when I do look at the receiver market, it's not a deep market. So you could quickly find yourself looking at a guy like Emmanuel Sanders and saying, he's the best of what's out here. But I certainly wouldn't be excited by it. And I'd like to look other routes, be it trade or be it the draft, for better options. UE2K says we could get at least a second and at least a third for Lockett from the Raiders. They're desperate for wide receiver help. Yeah, I think this is one of those things too with it. You're selling at the highest point on Lockett. 100 catch season. The highest visibility. Still relatively young, not old player. This is, again, how smart organizations go along, where you move on from a player a year early rather than letting him walk out the door next year for nothing, hoping you get something back in the draft compensation game for him signing a big deal with somewhere else. You trade a year early, you get maximum compensation back, you free up money this year, you get an extra draft pick back. By the way, when you desperately need draft capital right now, Random McDaniel says, who's the corner from Kentucky who transferred from LSU? I think he's a ball hop, 6'1", 4 picks, not sure why he transferred or much else. I did look up that guy. Let me find his name real quick, Randall, because I was scouting him. Let me see here. I was looking at him, Randall. I want to find his name here. Man, they always do this. Draft. Well, wish I could remember his name. It's bothering the hell out of me. So let's see. Kentucky. Kelvin Joseph. That's who you're thinking of. And yes, I did scout Kelvin Joseph the other night. Somewhere here. There we go. As you spoke to Randall, the kid's 6'1". So again, another one of these cornerbacks that fits into the model of what Seattle looks for in a cornerback. The rap on him is that he's really, really talented, but he leans on the talent rather than refinement. So this is going to be one of those diamond in the rough things, which I think would be fitting perfectly for Coach Carroll. He loves diamonds in the rough with talent that he can mold. This would be that type of guy that you could do it. A really, really great talent. Probably is going to shoot up the draft boards because he offers so much talent. He flashes all over the football field in every respect as a cornerback. Sticky in coverage, can play the zone, great ball skills, excellent at driving on the ball. If he's a little bit behind, he's got the makeup speed to get back up to it. It's very hard to stack him over the top. He had one interception where Javonte Smith, who's going to be a first-round pick in this draft, is running sort of a post route up the sideline. He's running step for step with him, gets him up in the hip pockets, sort of does the reverse of what a receiver would do to stack a cornerback. He sort of stacks Javonte Williams and then makes the catch. Really a fantastic play on his part. Then he's picking off Mac Jones in that moment, picking off a first-round pick while he's covering a first-round pick. I thought that was pretty interesting to watch. And they do say with these draft picks or these prospects in general, you really want to watch when the guys flash rather than getting harboring on what they don't do well, because you want to see what you can maybe do to then duplicate and replicate. And I think that this guy can do that on this level. He's very good in zone, reacts really well to the game. To the game's offenses. He's able to read quarterbacks' eyes. He's able to pick up route combinations, which is why I think he'd fit well into our scheme. He seems like he's really reading things out there rather than just reacting or just, being surprised at every moment about where things are coming from. He seems to have pretty good awareness on the football field. He's inconsistent in the run game. Sometimes he's aggressive and sticks his head up in there and he gets up in the spot and he'll make a tackle. Other times he kind of takes, the business decision type routes to the ball carrier. But as just far as a cover guy goes, as far as that standpoint is, solid all the way around. Solid all the way around. The kid is got a lot of potential in him. Again, he's got to refine himself. It's a work ethic thing with him. So some of this is going to go with the upstairs head stuff. Is he a hard work type guy? Because that's what's going to take at this point to kind of tap into the next part. Jose Rodriguez says, congrats on the 4K. Thank you, Jose. I couldn't have got here without you, buddy. I appreciate you, man. We got to get you up in that 4K mark. I'm just the first one through here. Random again says, Jonnu Smith would be pound for pound the strongest player on the team. Total badass. Yeah, he's absolute badass. I mean, he's just and a guy 25 years old just coming into it. Just really coming into what's going to be his top end, in my opinion. UE2K, the fullback in the 49ers system is critical. Rams, not so much. But 49ers have a good fullback. They do, and I agree. It's more critical in their scheme and what they run. Randall, Kelvin Joseph was someone I was hoping we'd get in the 7th round, total gem, but people have caught on and is now projected as a 3rd-round pick. Yeah, if not even higher, Seahawks Network. If not even higher, he might vault up even more because when he flashes, it really flashes. It's bright as the sun. And that might just get somebody to fall in love with him. Oh, Feliciano signed last night, huh, Jose? Okay, you're on it more than me on that one, buddy. Good catch. Thomas Cox, have I looked at Benjamin St. Just? Yes, I have looked at Benjamin St. Just. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have a lot of great things to say about Mr. St. Just. Mr. St. Just sucked. Let me get to my notes on him. Somewhere. Here we go. So for the folks that are on the Benjamin St. Just train, Minnesota cornerback, the thing that I would ask them to go take a look at mainly in film and get a good understanding is go watch the Ohio State tape. Go watch tape of him up against what would be essentially NFL-like receivers and watch how he holds up. I thought the tape was pretty bad. He's got a good back pedal. He's got the size that the Seahawks are going to look for in the quarterback. He looks the part. But his awareness, his recognition are completely missing. He is really handsy, really reliant on, and I'm not talking about within the first 5 yards. I'm talking about trying to ride a guy like a pony up the football field. It's all over the tape of him doing that. He gets beat on routes where he shouldn't get beat, where, he's playing over the top, yet still gets beat over the top. I've watched him get turned around in zone playing off 10 yards off coverage where the receiver's, not even anywhere near him and essentially just starts to go outside and then cuts back inside and he flips his whole hips and turns completely around. I don't see a real natural feel for the position from the guy. He just seems like a guy just sort of learning his way out there, and there's not enough of a flash or dash there that makes me want to invest in that project. There's just not enough there. And he's not a very good tackler either. He just he wraps on, hangs on, and just hopes he can pull the guy down or help's going to come along. Just not a lot in that guy's tape that jumped out to me. Maybe I need to look at more of him and watch more of him, but not super impressed by Mr. St. Just. Randall McDaniel says, plus Justin Houston never sucker punched a teammate at camp in front of reporters like Frank Clark. It's very true. It's very true. Ewy2K, Sherman is burnt. Needs a good front seven to be effective. Rather take a flyer and a young talent in the draft. It's young man's game. Why does it have to be either or? Ewy2K, why not both? Certainly our cornerback room needs to be deepened out a bit. Right now you're sitting with Trey Flowers and DJ Reed as your only two outside cornerbacks on this team. So you need to get a little bit deeper, not just one, not just two guys. The thought process that Sherman is burnt, 2 years ago was the top-rated corner by Pro Football Focus, which does speak to the fact that he had an elite front seven, as you spoke about in front of him. Well, last year he didn't have necessarily an elite front seven with San Francisco. Kinlaw didn't play elite in his rookie year. D Ford was out most of the year. Quan Alexander was out for them for most of the year. They had Bosa gone. Solomon Thomas gone. Didn't have that same kind of front seven, but when he came back at the end of the year, according to Pro Football Focus grades, he actually still rated out as an above average corner in this league at that time. Doesn't speak to him necessarily being burnt at that point. Enrique M., how much would we have to pay Lindsley and Thuney? Thuney, I think, is $12 million per year. I think with Lindsley, it's probably 10. That would be my guess. I don't think Lindsley pushes up into the teens. I like Turtles. I want a good fullback. I missed Mike Robinson and Max Strong. Well, as Ewy2K pointed out, unfortunately, I like Turtles. The new scheme really doesn't build itself well to needing a fullback. But there's a guy in this draft, Tommy Tremble, who can do both fullback and tight end. Maybe they would be able to fit a little bit of both in at that point. Paul Cashmere, if Russell gets traded to the Bears, do you think DK would follow after his contract's up? Because his father played there, and they want to be like Rice and Montana. I don't know if we can draw a certainty either way on that, Paul. I don't know if there's a way you could say one way or another there. To me on that, we don't know where DK's head's going to be at with that. Maybe there was some frustration from DK this last year in playing with Russell. I mean, I think that this is a thing that doesn't get talked about a lot, but I know there's times that I would guess DK's a little frustrated when he wasn't getting targeted as much. Some of that goes back to the quarterback play. Are we guaranteeing that he wouldn't necessarily be happier with maybe a different quarterback who was able to get him the ball a little more often and more consistently? Maybe. But I think we'd be making just a wild guess either way on this, Paul. It's hard to say one way or another. Hard to say. Maxwell asks if our Super Bowl window is still open or do we need a great offseason? Well, I think we need a great offseason to open the Super Bowl window back up. I think the club you have right now, the team you have right now is not a Super Bowl contending team as we stand. But a great offseason can get it done. I like Turtles, says I would like, it would be nice to get a good center and a guard and a good number 3 wide receiver. Those would be good. That would be nice if you could have. I'd probably go, like 2K said, I lean more towards getting an upper level tight end like a Jonnu Smith, because I think that's an easier thing to go out there and grab than finding the 3rd wide receiver, which is going to be a little tougher. Don't Trade Russ says, what's the best thing we could do in order to make ourselves Super Bowl contenders next season? For me, here's where it really goes. You get the left guard and the center position figured out on this team. Like, figured out. Not like a stopgap, but actually something that turns that offensive unit into a plus for this football team. You go out and get 2 pass rushers that are certain pass rushers. They don't have to be game changers. They don't have to be $15 million a year guys, but 2 veteran pass rushers, professional pass rushers who can get the job done. Those would be the 2 places I think are the most kind of important spots to go at. Certainly adding a tight end would be good, all that, but I think really that you do the offensive line and you get a couple of viable pass rushers. I think those 2 moves alone can take you a long way. That could take you a really long way, in my opinion. Probably a cornerback would be the other thing that you could probably look at needing to bring in here. The Seahawks Network, do you see Bobby being restructured? Can't imagine, since he probably won't be here for much longer. Pretty sure you move to prorated bonus, which means dead money if we move on. Yeah, and you're already going to be looking at a little bit of dead money if he moves on anyway. He moves on next year. That'll be year 3 of the deal. And you're still got 2 years of bonus money that accelerates in totality at that point. So you probably aren't going to restructure his particular deal because of that, because you're anticipating, and I think the Seahawks front office is anticipating that they're going to, he's probably going to retire within another year or so. DM you when I'm on Twitter for calling. I will do that, Washi, for sure. I like turtles. If Russ stays this season, he needs to ask Sierra to borrow her high heels so he can stand in the pocket and throw the intermediate passes across the middle of the field. Get those stilettos, those 6-inchers. Randall says, would you trade Tyler for Saquon Barkley? First thought about it, assumes Saquon Barkley would have higher value coming off injury and ending rookie contract. I'm not sure Saquon Barkley would get much more than Tyler Lockett in a trade. To be honest with you, Randall, I think they would probably have to kick in some other extra draft pick in a trade with the Saquon deal, because Saquon carries a decent bit of cap hit on his base salary. It's not like you're getting a guy at $1 million who's uber talented at that point, and he's coming off a major injury. To me, it's Saquon plus. You're throwing me Saquon plus like maybe a 5th rounder for Tyler at that point. Oh, thank you, Nathaniel, for mentioning that. Please do slam on that like button if you happen to be listening to this or watching this. It does help this channel grow. Just it gets me seen on all the algorithm searches on YouTube for Seahawks fans. I appreciate it. Michael Parker, so what's the verdict? Do we let Russ cook one more try, or is it a strong running game, great defense, good special teams? I would think, Michael, they're leaning in the directions of giving this one more try, but I don't think that it's a certainty one way or another here yet. I don't think that we have enough no one way or another. I think they're going to bring in Waldron. They're going to maintain a little bit of balance, Michael. I don't think we're ever going to see Russ cooking at the place he was cooking at to start out the season last year, but I could see him going a little bit more than where he was at the end of the year, kind of finding a common ground between the two philosophies of Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson. Some happy medium. Enrique, you should copy Tom Grassi's format for your channel. It's pretty good. Tom does a great job over there, Enrique. I'd like to do some more shorter videos if I could. I'm trying to wrap my head around getting those out a little bit more. But good suggestion, Tom. Tom does great work. Randall, Jacob Heaps, Jacob, you call him Jacob Heaps. That made me laugh. On Twitter just now, no extensions, or restructures means it's probably status quo and quiet free agent period. Whenever he tweets, I wonder if he wonders what Russ would say. I do too. I would not be at least a bit surprised he texts Russ before he does tweet. That's interesting to hear, Randall. It's interesting to hear. I still haven't heard anything with Puna Ford either, man. That's the one they haven't put the restricted tag on him yet either. So yeah, it's strange if they do nothing. If we hear no restructures or anything, very quiet, odd. That's all I got to take from that. Just weird. Marcel Reese was nice. I like It would have been nice to get Marcel Reese Randall in his prime here. He would have been a real nice kind of all-around, do-it-all-around kind of player. I liked him a lot. Kind of a positionless guy. You had to think of a little outside the box with him. Yep, Heaps is participating in the American Ninja Warrior. Trying that proud tradition of John Ryan, former Seahawks Ninja Warriors. Maxwell, yep, we just heard Kyle Juszczyk signed the Niners. Big deal. They signed him big money. Maxwell, Josh Gordon's team eliminated from the playoffs. Also, did you see his Hail Mary catch the other night? Yeah, he looked good. He looked like Josh Gordon, man. He looked like Josh Gordon. He did a fade route in the end zone, too, on another 2-point conversion play, which looked pretty cool. Maxwell, how is Peyton Hill paid the same as Russ? I don't know. I have to look in this Peyton Hill deal. The Taysom Hill deal. This must have gone down today right before I went live or something, but I'll look a little bit closer into what they did Maxwell with that deal. I know the Saints look like they're trying to go for it this next year. So they're sort of, rather than just eating this huge cap hit that they were supposed to hit this year, they're instead sort of looking like they're going to kind of massage it through and then push down the line to maybe another day for that to actually come down and happen. UE2K, think free agents will be dissatisfied with their offers? There'll be a lot of one-year deals. Seahawks should build a super team with a bunch of one-year deals for guys looking to get paid in 2022. Just go for it. You ain't going to have to convince me hard to go for it at all. I'm Mr. Go for it. You know what I mean? So All in, chips to the center of the table. Let's do it. Yeah. Let's go. It's a little bit odd. I got to be honest with you, E2K. I estimated there'd be a lot of players that would be hard-headed about the situation and wouldn't move off of their contracts and say, fine, release me on the open market. I'll go get my new big deal. But we've seen something like 2 to 3 dozen restructures over the last couple of days alone throughout the league by players kind of seeming to come to understand, I'm not going to make this money out on the open market. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the whatever. So I think a lot of players are actually being pretty smart. Their agents are being pretty smart. We're seeing a little bit less of the cutting going down than I thought, because usually players are a little bit more hard-headed about that when you come to ask them for renegotiations. But this is a weird year. This is the strange one. The Hawks Nest, it's a guy on YouTube I was referring to, not a player, Zach Hubbard, but you made my night with the mix-up. Nice, dude. Too many prospects on the brain, bro. I got prospects on the brain. Everybody becomes everybody. Randall, regarding my Allen Robinson statement, by franchising him, the Bears could, in theory, trade him for a late first or early second. They could add that pick in a deal for Russ. If they didn't tag, he'd walk. Very true. Yes, you are right, Randall. I didn't think of it that way, but yeah, you are correct. And they could do something like that with Roquan. I mean, they could move Allen Robinson and Roquan, pick up extra first and second round picks from those guys, then build it into a big package to then offload to Seattle, getting Seattle then that 5 first-round picks that they were looking for. Because the rule for the 3 first-round picks is just about longevity. You can't have first-round picks 3 years out, but I can have multiple first-round picks. I can have 5 first-round picks in 3 years. Michael Parker says, total long shot, KJ Costello, quarterback, Mississippi State and Stanford. He be undrafted. We could invite him to a training camp. He beat ISU with the record 623 passing yards, then got benched by Mike Leach. I had to watch a lot of Costello last year, Michael, when I was doing tape study on Colby Parkinson. And he made my eyes bleed to watch him play the quarterback position. He really frustrated the hell out of me watching him play quarterback. I didn't know what he was doing. He doesn't have a plan. He plays very spastically, the quarterback position. I can see where you're going from with it. I mean, he's got tools. He can make the throws, but upstairs it's just not there in his processing of information on the field. Something's a little broken there. John Feliciano's off to the Bills. Thomas, I know one of my big guys got swept up. Another left guard taken. The league values left guards, man. They value left guards. Oh my gosh. Seahawks Gaming says Taysom Hill signs a $140 million contract extension, but the Saints are going to try to extend Winston and be their starting quarterback, and Saints should not even participate in the offseason. Holy mackerel. $140 million for Taysom Hill? That's not. Payton sees something. Sean Payton sees something in Taysom I'm not seeing. That does at least. I don't. And they're bringing Jack James and Jameis Winston. I don't. Huh? Randall says, ever heard the video of a Philly guy trolling Aguilar? Basically, there was a house fire. A guy caught a baby from a window. TV interviewed the guy, said, I didn't drop it like Aguilar would have. I did see that. He threw some heavy shit out. Aguilar had dropsy problems there, with Philadelphia. He did. He just had dropsy. Why, dude, why? Thanks for the Hawks Talk. Love it as always. Big fan of the channel. People keep it respectful, and that can be rare on a social media night. My fellow 12s. I agree. What makes these live stream shows what they are is you guys in the chat, and the fact that everybody's able to have really intelligent discussion here, even when they disagree, and able to go back and forth. You see stuff a lot of times in these type of channels just, devolve into shouting matches and name calling and straw manning and ad hominem attacks. I think some of it too is my mods have they've set the groundwork here. You got to be act right here, and they know that, so that helps. But I appreciate you, man. I'm glad you like the channel so much. Pronounced Josh Imma. Oh, you're gonna make me pronounce this? Okay, boy, I'll do this. I got it. Josh Immator Bebe. I'm just calling him Bebe. He's the Bebe kid from Illinois. Have a good night, Thomas Cox. Thanks for hanging in there. Seahawks Gaming, for every DK Metcalfs we draft, there's 1,000 Gary Jennings. It's hard to find a good receiver that isn't overhyped. I would say Seahawks Gaming, let me make it more specific. I think the 4th round is the place that we need to avoid drafting wide receivers. We had a couple of years ago, the guy out of Kansas State, Chris Harper. It wasn't a good pick. He was released in training camp. And you had the late third round, nearly fourth round pick. I consider a fourth round pick because it was late. Amara Darboh. It wasn't very good. And then you mentioned Gary Jennings. Yep, that was. But when they've traded up into the second round to target a certain guy, Paul Richardson, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, when they made that kind of move to get a guy in a specific place like that, they've done better there. So that seems to be what I would say. Stay in the second round, pick your receivers there. Don't wait till the fourth round. It's hard to find those diamonds in the rough at that spot for this organization. Nick Reeder says, I think we should keep Diggs. I'm okay with keeping Diggs, Nick Reeder. I don't have to move off from him. It's just a possibility that it's there to say you can save some money if you do want to move him. So I liked his play last year. He got better as the year went along. I'm okay if he's our starting free safety next year. It's just I don't think you go very far as a franchise, though, either, when you start drafting guys in the second round or in the first round, and then you have them sitting on the bench or playing out of position for 1, 2, 3 years, the first 3 years of their career when they're on that cheap rookie deal. I think it's a little bit of a backwards way sometimes with roster management. Randall says, what do you think it would take to pry Jordan Love away from Green Bay? Hypothetically, if we did, the Russ deal would be first and second to get us Love. Yeah, that'd be about what it'd cost. He's not gotten on the field enough to show flashes enough for them to expect to get 2 first-rounders for him. So probably a first and a third, something. Well, no, you'd have to be more than the third. They gave up a third to come up in the first round to get him further up in the first round. So, yeah, first and a second sounds about right. Seahawks Gaming, Kendrick Bourne, third wide receiver thoughts. Bigger wide receiver, you would think certainly be able to do some of the blocking stuff that Seattle would want more of the slot guy to be doing in our offense gaming. He had a lot of time to shine this past year when you had injuries to both of the top 2 guys there. And he never really kind of separated himself out as a outstanding receiver. Solid. And you get him in the red zone, Seahawks Gaming, and he's killer. I mean, he's just deadly in the red zone for whatever reason. Just knows how to get it done. Certainly that would appeal to Russell Wilson. He'd be okay. Very cheap. Wouldn't cost a lot. And probably a guy that the Seahawks I would think would look at. When I was making my wide receiver list, he would have been like 6th or 7th probably on my list of those guys that they would look to target. UG2K says, love Lockett. He's been an awesome Seahawk, but love don't feed the bulldog. We're going to lose him for nothing next year anyway. That's the agreement on it. That's my thoughts on it as well. I love Tyler Lockett. I think he's a very good player. A little limited in yak, a little limited in his catch radius, but he's got a lot of plus skills he brings to the table as well. Excellent route runner, excellent hands. A lot of things he does really well. But I just can't give him the contract extension. I can't spend $15 million a year for Tyler Lockett's skill set right now. I think a team will be willing to do that out there in the NFL. I think a team will value him at that range. I just don't myself. And again, you need the kicker to me on this. The thing that really drives this home is you need draft picks right now, and you could really use some space off your cap. You really could stand to increase your cap by about $11 million. That could come in really, really handy. Insanity Mixes, who we getting? I'm going to make a guess, wild guess. Let's go. We'll go Joe Thuney, Leonard Fournette, Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith, and Richard Sherman. Those are my free agents. How's that, Insanity? Those are my wild guesses. The Seahawks Network, have I watched Amari Rodgers, dude, destroy the Senior Bowl? I did watch Mr. Rodgers. So, something that I've gravitated more and more to as I've gotten along in this process looking at players is I really do like players that come from NFL pedigree. Your father was an NFL player. Your uncle was an NFL player. It seems to help. And I think a lot of these guys have these connections in the league where they're able to bring these coaches along and get these guys into a refined place as far as their skill set goes, that even by the time they hit college, they're very far along the process of developing themselves, not just past the fundamentals, but using some pretty advanced techniques. I think Tyler Lockett got to benefit from this, coming from, I think both his father and uncle both played, I believe. We're seeing this with DK Metcalf, same thing, father, uncle played. I think it helps with that type of thing. So with Amari Rodgers, a very similar thing. Guy is the son of T. Martin. Guy won a national title with the Tennessee Volunteers right after Peyton Manning left there. And as you spoke about, he dominated at the Senior Bowl, absolutely just dominated those cornerbacks. He's a very, very, very polished receiver. He just doesn't have a lot of wow traits. So he's going to do everything good. He's just not going to blow off the roof off with anything on the tape with what he's doing. He gets off the line like you'd like to see from the slot. Absolutely quick and sudden off the snap. You're not going to have a hard time being able to chuck him off the line. He's going to be able to just simply with his release alone be able to get free. He's excellent after the catch. He always seems to break the first tackle. The first guy's never going to seem to be able to bring him down. Yak is becoming more and more of an important skill set as we go along in the NFL, and certainly in this offense, as 2K spoke to, it's going to be an important thing with the new receivers they look at, that you're able to break something up off the catch after making the catch. He is good at contested catch radiuses. This is part of, again, just good skill set, but nothing great. It is a little bit limited. He doesn't have a real large catch radius. It's kind of a smaller catch radius, but if it's in there, it's in his range, he's going to grab it, and he's going to outfight the other guy for the ball a wide amount of the time, a wide margin of the time. He's truly a hands catcher of the football. You're not going to see this guy bodying it up much. He's going to catch it out away from his body. It's a second nature for him. This skill alone is going to help him not only do well right out the gate in the NFL at the next level being a slot guy, but also allow him to be able to create that yard after the catch. One of the things I knock with Tyler Lockett not being a yak guy, that's part of it. Is with Tyler, sometimes he gets into a little bit of the hands thing because I think Tyler's got a little bit smaller hands. It's harder for him to catch stuff up out away from his body, so he's going to have to tend to body it a little bit, which then I think reduces a little of his yak ability. With Rodgers, he's not going to do that. He's going to catch it out away from his body, out of the slot, catch it and go. Transition from the catch to getting it upfield really, really, really fast. I mentioned my notes, he'll produce immediately at the next level, but he'll probably also hit his top end very fast as well. He's not a high ceiling guy. He's not going to be the best slot receiver in the NFL. He'll be one of the better ones probably in the league right out the gate, but that's probably right where he's going to finish off to, and you can't play him really on the outside. His stop and start is decent, especially for a slot guy. If you don't get your hands on him, you're going to be dead in the water. So if you give him a free release, if he gets off the line of scrimmage and you don't touch him, he's going to get open every single time, almost at will. This is part of probably why he was able to dominate so much at Senior Bowl is just he's a master at this. But he's not a big guy. He can keep guys' hands off him with just a great release. Getting a couple side steps one way and then cutting it back around and crossing a guy up. It's not your typical just like he's going to body a guy up and give him a shock release and then get off the press and get free. But he gets it done. Guy just gets it done, man, and he should be good on the next level. Levon Kirkland, that's who that fat Pittsburgh middle linebacker was. Guy was 270 playing middle linebacker back in the day. That was an old NFL back then, wasn't it, Randall? Different game back then. UE2K, I like Sam Ehlinger as a undrafted free agent. Has holes in his game, but has moxie and mobility, and he's a winner, just like that kid. If Goff can succeed in this system, I know he could. 2K, if we're talking about a guy in the 6th round, even I'm willing to pick at, I'll take Sam Ehlinger in the 6th or 7th round if it comes down to being able to grab him instead of waiting on the undrafted thing. Because I could see a team like the Cowboys trying to grab him, beat a local Texas guy. But I like him too. I plan on looking a little more deeper at his game this offseason a little bit. He's one of those prospects I want to get around to watch a little more tape because I've watched some games of Texas here and there. They're always on TV. But I'd like to just kind of concentrate on him just a little more closely to see what he could be. But I know enough of his game to know that, look, he should be able to play on the next level, at least as a backup quarterback. And he would fit for what we'd look for in a backup quarterback, being just a gutsy guy with a lot of moxie who, plus mobility and just enough arm strength. Seahawks Network, I've been doing a lot of mock drafts, and Trey Sermon, Dalen Hayes, and Israel Mukumu all fall to the 5th round every time. All guys I'm super high on. Where do you think they go? I think Trey Sermon goes in the 4th round. Honestly, I think he runs with a bit of a run. He's got a little bit of enough toughness in his running style that separates him from some of the guys that aren't quite that tough, and then has just enough size for guys that don't have that size but might have the toughness. Khalil Herbert has the toughness but doesn't have the size. You look at some of those other guys. Hubbard has the size but doesn't have the toughness. I think Sermon's got that, so he's going 4th round. I think Israel does go to the 5th round because there's just so few teams that are going to be zone-based, so few teams that are going to consider a 6'4" cornerback. I think he's absolutely a Seattle Seahawks target. Of those 3 guys, I kind of am most excited about his potential, though I think Trey Sermon's the safest of those guys. And Dalen Hayes, I think he goes 5th or 6th. I think he could fall into the 6th even. I think he's been overvalued by some out there as far as what he could be at the next level of where his top side is. I think he's really, at the end of the day, an outside 3-4 guy who might have some limitations, outside 3-4 linebacker who will have some limitations as a pass rusher. Not a lot of value in that. Kyle Long linked to Kansas City. They have a need. Interesting. Is Andy Mix's team that scares you the most in the division? The team that scares me the most in the division right now as we stand, it's an ever-changing situation, Insanity. But right now as we stand, I think the team that scares me the most is going to be... now I'm thinking about it. I'm going to go with the Cardinals, because I think the Cardinals with that Watt move that's not where they're finished up with. They're going to do some more moves this offseason. The Watt move signing in itself did not just cripple them on the cap standpoint of things. They got a cheap quarterback right now on a rookie deal. They can take advantage of the stuff. You give me back Chandler Jones and J.J. Watt for a full season, that's pretty scary to go up against. And I think if they round out a couple more moves, maybe get the offensive line a little bit better, a little bit more on the defensive side of the ball, I think that they could be, they're the scariest. Now, San Francisco goes out and makes a trade for a better quarterback than Garoppolo, they jump over the top of them. If the Rams are able to hold on to some of the guys I'm anticipating that they're going to have to release when some of the cap stuff comes into play here at the end of the day, I would vault the Rams over them. But those teams haven't made those moves yet, so I can't quite, fall in line there with it. Randall, is Kyle Long? I thought Kyle Long retired. Is that Kyle Long? Am I thinking a different Kyle Long? I thought for sure he had retired. And Sandy Mixes, we are guaranteed at least one average offensive lineman free agent. I hope so, man. Jesse Lund says, I hope we can re-sign Justin Coleman if we can find the right price. The only problem here, Jesse, that we need to understand with Justin Coleman is he's a slot corner only. And where he probably is not at his best in that Detroit defensive scheme that he's been playing with, and that's probably been why he hasn't played as well as he played with us, though he did all right with Detroit. The problem is you got Ugo Amadi set there, then you got Marquise Blair behind them. If you bring in Justin Coleman, now you got Ugo Amadi sitting on the bench who played pretty well, pretty good. Marquise Blair, you don't know what you have. I think we just have bigger needs out there rather than Justin Coleman, bigger needs than a slot corner at this time. Seahawks Gaming, can we get Reuben Foster? Maybe. I don't know what he's got left or what he can really show out on the football field, though. Seahawks Network, I'm currently doing a mock draft through PFF, and Trey Sermon is just sitting there, not drafting him because I already drafted Najee Harris with a second-round pick. PFF is underrating these running backs, IMO. Well, PFF has got that's the one place, everything's got its bit of negativities. I'd say the analytics crew and the way they look at running backs can sometimes be a little bit slanted. They get like, I'm pretty militant about not paying running backs, but they're militant about not paying running backs and not drafting running backs. And I did the same thing, Seahawks Network. I did the draft simulator with Pro Football Focus. They've got Najee Harris dropping in the second round. They've got Javonte Williams dropping in the second round to us as well. I don't see that happening. I think that's unrealistic, completely unrealistic. But if they did, Seattle would jump all over either of those two guys, I think, if they're sitting there in the second round. I think Seattle would be amazed to watch them fall that far, but nah. UE2K says, Burnt might have been a little strong, just tired of Seahawks settling for the last drops of talent out of veterans that are at the end of their careers instead of focusing on developing young guys. Yeah, agreed. I think that I like the mix of doing it this year, because I think you need some extra guys more than just one dude. You need a couple of dudes. And you could draft one of these younger guys. There's a lot of these younger guys got some rough edges to them that are going to come in a little bit raw. Mukamua is going to come in a little bit raw. Kelvin Joseph might come in a little bit raw. You need to round out these guys a bit. They might need a year to get to where they're going to be at their top end. Byron Maxwell probably wasn't ready the second he walked in the door to be what he was as a corner when he finally, slotted in there and went to play. He needed kind of that year of development, So rather than hoping I can rely on a rookie to be my number one guy out there opposite DJ Reed, I'm more looking for the guy that's going to compete and getting it back to the competition zone of things with this team. Filling out your roster and points where you have the depth where it's true competition rather than it being, he's obviously the starter. There's no chance anybody's going to push him. Randall, I know you love yourself Wayne Gallman. I know you love Wayne Gallman. They maybe they could. I can't see 2 years, $4 million a year. Maybe they do that. Maybe. Yeah, I think he'd be in the range of where the $3 million is that Ingram signed Randall, but we're being $4 million, $3 million. It's pretty close. UE2K, Taysom Hill's contract's not real. It's all voidable. Saints just gaming the system like they always do. Yeah, they do. Voodoo Magic, how you doing? Any chance that Miss Allen will sell the Seahawks? I haven't heard any word. There's been nobody that I've heard of any indication wise the Seahawks are selling. Jody Allen's looking to sell past. I saw Rob Stanton said that he had heard something that within the next 2 to 3 years, Seattle expects to sell the team. So we haven't heard anything with that. The word has it that right now Jeff Bezos is trying to buy the Washington football team. And Bezos is, of course, from the local Washington area. You would have thought maybe he would have looked to pick up Seattle if it would be a natural fit if Seattle was indeed being sold. But no indications as of yet that it looks like they're going to be sold. Not in the interim, at least. We'd hear more reports, I think, if that was going to happen. But hey, it's good to have you in here, Voodoo. Robert Rowett, Seattle really does need to address the O-line and figure out what we are doing at running back and corner. Corner. Agreed, Robert. Agreed. I'd like to see them deal with both of those two. This is you should feel happy. It's a very deep cornerback draft. This is the best cornerback big zone corner draft that I've seen in the last 5 years minimum. You're talking about guys that come off the conveyor belt, built for our scheme. There are more guys in this year's draft than I've ever seen. I would love to come out with 2 of these guys. I would be ecstatic. I think they're that good. So you can do it. And you certainly can do it in free agency to upgrade the offensive line, Robert. They can if they're committed to doing it. Seahawks Gaming, I hope that DK and Russ are up there with Marvin Harrison and Manning or Rice in Montana. It'd be a beautiful thing if they were, Seahawks Gaming, and they are a pairing and a fit that have that potential. Russell's deep ball, DK's ability to get open deep. It should be something that is just hand to glove. Hopefully that's the way it remains. We'll do the call-in show here pretty soon. I'm almost at the bottom of my comments here, and then we will flip over. So if you are looking to do it and want to do a call-in show, go ahead and hit me up on Twitter on SeahawksNester. Just DM me over there. I'll send you a direct link to the call-in channel, and we'll start bringing in over folks over there if you want to call in and talk to me here on the live stream show. Just trying to make this a little bit more part of the show here at the end. Todd Liebert, have you seen Cliff Avrill's comments on his take on Russell's current status? I loved his remarks. Have you seen it? Your thoughts? Yes, I can't remember exactly what he said, but the gist of it being that Russell's going to stay and that this just makes the most sense. I think it's a calm person in the storm here speaking is what it sounds like to me, Todd. Also a little bit of what you could maybe look into, maybe the team kind of countering back off of Michael Robinson, where Michael Robinson came a couple days ago and really kind of tossed Wilson right up under the bus going, I don't know what you want. You were given the team. They kicked all the alphas out of here so you could flourish. Maybe this is Cliff kind of doing a counterpoint to what Michael did, and the Seahawks front office asking Cliff if he'll do that, because there's definitely a relationship right now between Cliff and the front office. So wouldn't surprise me in the least bit that that's kind of what's happening there. And it's good to see. We're finally seeing, Todd, some indicators that maybe this trade's being walked back a bit, that maybe we're going to go back in another direction here to where it doesn't happen. We get Russell Wilson at the very least, for one more year.
Are there any other VCs in this?
Cool. Nas, I wish we would have just got rid of Pete when his contract was up and just got a newer, younger coach.
Yo, could you make me Nesty roll?
So much good for us.
Nesties, because I'm
that was where I was at in a lot of respects
right
too, Nas.
So.
I just don't. I think a lot of the game is in certain respects passed Carroll by. There's part of the game that Carroll still is really good at. Game management, not really good at. Motivation, really good at. I think that Pete still has some arrows in his quiver, but I also do think that there's a little bit of stagnation in Pete and a little bit of a lack of innovation, a little bit of a willingness to adapt to the modern NFL game. I think you'd be smart to do it, but you don't have a lot of history of 70-year-old coaches doing that. They tend to stick to their guns. They are who they are, and I think he will do that as well. We'll see how it all plays out, but I get where you're coming from. Seahawks Gaming, we should scout people who win coin tosses every time. That's what I look for in a backup quarterback. Facts, man. It's all, he's got to get the depth of the thumb, especially at the end. It's got to get tucked in underneath that forefinger. If he's not even tucking the forefinger, what are we even looking at him for? I mean, that randomizes the chances by like 50%. Randall says, if you want to know what Tyler will look like at the end of the 4-year deal, sign Emmanuel Sanders. They're almost the exact same size, similar games. I think ES was better at his peak than Tyler Lockett. Was a baller for Denver. Yeah, you can make that argument, Randall. You could. Yeah, he didn't have the same kind of quarterback play that Lockett's been able to benefit from either, which has got to factor in. But I agree with that. Cardinals' ceiling is so high, it really is scary. A few moves, and they're serious contenders. Same with the Rams. Yeah, that is not finished products on either of those two sides. And they both have their own two things to get around. Rams being, they've got to find a way to keep the supporting cast there when indications are you're going to have to cut a lot of that supporting cast away to make this work, contractually speaking. And then on the other side, from the Cardinals standpoint, it's just about rounding out the talent. You're losing Patrick Peterson. Who's the corner you're going to bring out there to now, fit back into that? Your offensive line still probably getting Kyler Murray hit a little bit too much. You need a little bit more on offensive line. Who's your running back there? You're going to be moving on from Kenyon Drake. You need to get better at the running back position. So they've got to get some things done. They've got a lot more to tighten down there to get to the point where they are. But man, just as far as being a paper tiger goes, Cardinals are roaring. They're roaring. Kyle Long came out of retirement. Okay, Seahawks Network. Okay. Well, hey, there we go. Smart move by the Chiefs. Smart Chiefs. And I think the Chiefs had to do what they did this last week, by the way, when they released the two offensive linemen. Again, you get to see so often. All right, Washi, just give me a sec here. I want to finish up my last thoughts on this. You get to see I lost my train of thought on that. Just totally lost my train of thought. Oh, the Chiefs. They released the two guys. Both those guys got major injuries. One guy tore his ACL in the playoffs. He's probably not going to play, or tore his Achilles in the playoffs. Probably not going to play all year next year. And if he does, he's not going to be anywhere near where he was. And Schwartz may retire. I thought the Chiefs had to make both of those two moves, and they're going to go back and they'll reinvest in those offensive lines. You watch. No doubt about it on that. And as proved by the Kyle Long move that they made, though he is a guard. Nas says, do you guys ever think about how many Tom Brady's there are in the NFL who will never get the chance to prove it? Absolutely. Absolutely, Nas. I thought a lot about this it's taking me forever to get this video done, but when I'm working on this Largent video, I thought about it. Largent's drafted by the Houston Oilers back in the 70s. He's stacked up behind Billy White Shoes Johnson and Ken Burrow, guy who went to the Pro Bowl wide receiver for the Titans the Oilers the prior year. And then you got Bum Phillips walking in the door. He's getting ready to institute his run heavy attack. So Largent's
run people
attack, who already has 2-star receivers, might not have ever saw the field, might not have ever had a chance to even flourish at all. But the fact he gets traded to Seattle opens that door. I don't know if there's ever another Tom Brady out there waiting to be given that opportunity, but there's certainly guys that just didn't get their chance. Randall says, what about the Stanford corner? Last year I'd seen him mocked as high as round 1. Then he lost a year because of Pac-12, didn't play. Big physical kid. Yes. And Washi, I'm going to do this breakdown, and then we'll bounce over to the thing. Can you make another VC? So, my friend, I'll send you the link on it. Paulson Acebo, Randall is, as you say, long, tall cornerback, 6'1". Down the field, he was just blanketing guys. Him and Caleb Farley are some of the better guys at taking away the deep routes, which would appeal to Seattle. They're not going to get stacked. You're not going to get a ball over the top on them. They will stay with the receiver, good enough speed to do so. Understand how to play zone to stay over the top. Sometimes it's just a technique thing and timing thing with your run. He does struggle on comeback routes and the short stuff, which is not hard to understand when you play that zone. That's just going to be sometimes, as we've seen with our own corners and a guy like Shaquille Griffin, that's kind of something that you're going to see with that. He's not the best tackler. He's not super physical in the run game. He can take some poor angles. If he's just coming downhill in a direct angle in the run game, he'll make the tackle. But if he's got to kind of get through the trash, it's going to be a little bit of more of a miss than hit on that. He plays way too far in his off coverage, doesn't trust his speed enough. Gives up way too much cushion, which is part of what allows him to give up those balls in front of him. Now, some of this could be the rawness of tape, being he was, a sophomore the year before, so still a really young guy, just kind of figuring the position out, figuring out how to play zone. But that was just something that jumped out to me. His technique is really sloppy. Again, what you would expect for a young guy. He's just not very refined. But he does get the job done. He's competitive. He figures out a way, finds a way. Just isn't always pretty in how it gets done. Does not have fantastic ball skills. He'll drape a guy, but he just won't look for the ball. So he's not a guy who's going to get a lot of interceptions at the next level. But he's not going to give up a lot of. He'll be very good about not giving up a lot of completions either, especially over the top and deep. This is a guy that fit into Seattle's scheme for what they look for. in corners and what they want their corners to do. Protect against that deep ball, give up some short routes. That's fine. He fits that mark. So I think he'd absolutely be a guy they'd look at in the 5th round. And he's a guy that does have first-round type talent. It's just that there's so many rough edges to his game, Randall, that scares people off a little bit. Just a little bit. UE2K, no way in hell Najee Harris drops to 56. Harris and ATO will be taken in the top 35. I agree. Panquito Toys Ramirez. Seattle needs a new quarterback by Wilson Go. Seahawks need a new quarterback today. We'll see what happens. We're going to find out soon what's going to happen with that, Panquito. We will find out soon. Nick Reader says, watch Carson sign with the Cardinals to stick it to us. that might hurt a little bit, Nick. That might hurt a little bit. Rams need to free up $32 million. Who do you see them releasing? I think they're going to release A'Shawn Robinson. They've got some restricted tenders that they're going to probably have to release eventually one way or another. I haven't looked as closely at them. I've got to see where they're looking at releasing, so I'm not as sure on that Seahawks gaming. They don't have a ton of guys that they're going to be able to get out from under. There weren't a lot of guys that are spending. Probably Michael Brockers they're going to have to move on from. He's probably going to have to go. Randall says, talking about how DK would handle Russ leaving, nearly 2 months since playoff loss. Both dudes love social media. No vids of them working out. No comments to my knowledge. Maybe it's the time of year. I haven't seen it either. That's right. 2 cases like the cornerback out of Stanford, but don't think he'll be there in the 5th and don't think we should take a cornerback any earlier. I agree on that. I don't know if he'll last. I don't think he'll know if he'll be taken before the 5th because there's so many cornerbacks that are a little bit more refined. And they're a little more refined, a little bit more ready to jump in and get going. So, that's the one thing I'll say with that is I think he will slide to the 5th UE just because the cornerback class is so stacked up in front of him. I think there's going to be maybe 8 or 9 corners taken before him. Randall says, you think Travis Etienne is an every down back in the NFL? Who would you compare him to? I don't think that he's an every down back in the NFL. No. I think Alvin Kamara is a much better player than Travis Etienne is, or at least a better player, maybe not much better, but a better player than Etienne. But Etienne compares favorably to Kamara. You can do a lot of the similar stuff. I think you're going to have to sort of manufacture touches for him, Randall. You're going to have to run him in certain, I don't think he's going to run between the tackles. I think you're going to try to manufacture him outside, fly sweeps, catches out of the backfield. But he's a very complete running back. He can do all those things that you need him to do. And so, I do think he's as comparable to Alvin Kamara. Kamara is just a little more special in his balance and his ability he can have a guy on his hip and he can just kind of a real subtle hip shake. He can just break a tackle like that. Kamara's got a real mastery of breaking tackles without really looking like he's doing a lot to get it done. Etienne doesn't quite have that, but Etienne's got Kamara's spin move that he does, which is another way he uses to break tackles. That's how Etienne can break tackles. He can go to the spin move and sort of spin cycle a guy off of his body. And they've got some of that same sort of just picking their way through traffic ability in how they run the football. Just very smart with their vision and how they run. So it's a real rough comparison. I was trying to think of if there was somebody more, historically, Randall. The one guy I'd look at historically might be a little bit more on the button is I thought Clinton Portis. Travis Etienne to me was a Clinton Portis without Portis's deep speed. So part of what Portis made real special was when Portis got 15 yards into the second level, he was gone. I don't know if Etienne's got that same I'm gone after I'm 15 yards into the second level. But they have very much similarities, I think, between their game, Portis and him. I don't know if I see Latavius Murray and Etienne. I just don't. He doesn't run with the same kind of force or power that Murray did. Murray's so much more stiff, and Etienne's more loose with his hips. Seahawks Gaming, Andre Whitworth and Rob Haverstein might be on the chopping block. They might. They could probably restructure with Whitworth, but Haverstein definitely would probably be eligible. He'd probably be eligible on it, I would say. All right, so I am going to launch out my Discord channel here. If you would like to get on the Discord, got to grab my cans. Got to grab the cans, as they say. If you'd like to get in on the Discord, hit me up on my Twitter on SeahawksNester. 8 minutes ago. I'm going to send you the link. So I see Jose, we got you on there. let me send you a link, Jose, and if you just join in on the link, I can bring you on in. So we will go create an invite. Oh, we got somebody in here right now. Hold on. Looks like we got Team 12s. Team 12s, you in there? Oh, wait. Hold on, Team 12s. Help if I plug in my... You there, Team 12s?
I don't want to talk on stream. I just want to listen through the Discord.
Okay. Sounds good, man. All right. Let me get my invite. Jose, I'm going to invite you.
I might later, though.
All right. Sounds good. We got Jose. So, Jose, I just sent you the link to the Discord on your Twitter message. Go ahead and join that, and I can bring you on in, my guy. Let's see if we got him in here now. Randall, let me know if you're wanting in too as well. And get you linked up. Link you up. Make sure I didn't get. No, dude, please do. Thank you for mentioning that again, Randall. If you are watching this on live or watching this being recorded, please do slam on that like button for me. It does help me out considerably in the growth. And we did cross 4,000 subscribers today. Thank you for everyone for making that happen. We've been on this road and we've been going. So appreciate it. Now we just gotta look at 5,000. 5,000. All right, well, it looks like we got the live. Washi, I'm going to give you a few minutes to come back from the bathroom. Must be pushing one out up there, dropping a deuce. But then we will wrap it up. We're going to be going live. I will be going live on the day of free agency, probably go live about an hour before free agency begins because there'll be plenty of stuff to talk about. We'll already have the rumors of who's going where at that point. So feel free to join me in on that day. I will try to go ahead and post a message to the channel that I'm going live as well. On that as well, because I know sometimes the notifications don't come through. So we'll be doing a free agency live stream. And then, of course, after that, we'll be doing the 3-day draft when that comes up as well. $72 listening, only 9 likes. Smash that like button. You might have to refresh too, Randall. I think if it's been hitting the like button, you have to refresh after to make it come through. To make it come through. All right, let's invite. Let's get Washi going here. Where is Washi at? All right. All right. Well, I don't have anybody. Doesn't look like we got anybody bumping into the. Hit me up on Twitter. So, if we don't have anybody up here on Twitter,
I'll talk if you want.
What do you want to talk about, bro? What's on your mind?
Maybe like some of the Russell Wilson stuff on how it's looking like he's most likely staying because the 4 teams that he named, only one of them is a possibility now because Khalil Mack got the contract changed up a little bit.
Yeah, I think the Bears making the moves they have, the Cowboys making the moves they have. Some of it is we don't even know if those teams were real teams or if they were just playing games. Russell Wilson's camp through that whole process. You know, it's hard to pin down if that was the case or not. So it's harder to read into this necessarily. I don't think that this fully pushes the Bears out. I would have thought Khalil Mack and Whitehair would have been one of the two of them would have been a centerpiece in the deal. But at the same point in time, I can understand where Seattle might not have thought that way. I think with Whitehair, he can play some center, but maybe they feel like his best position is right guard. And Khalil Mack's been in stand-up outside 3-4 linebacker for most of his career, so maybe he just doesn't fit from a schematic standpoint of what they'd like ideally, though it's hard to see where you turn down Mack and go, no, he wouldn't fit our defensive football team. I would think that he would.
Yeah.
But with that said, I mean, there's other guys that they could theoretically move towards. You know, they could move Mack It's still hard to see a Mac move, but you could move Mac to another place, get a first round pick. That's the only way I could see the Bears doing this now. Roquan Smith certainly would probably be worth a first round pick if you moved him to another team. You could stack it that way, but I think the key is we're starting to see some more leaks now from those same sources that were pushing Russ to be traded. Russ is unhappy and a deal is imminent. Are now those same sources in the last day or so have come back and said, well, they could convert his base salary to bonus money if they wanted to. They could, if they wanted to, they could still make this relationship work. And I think that's indicative of the fact they've gone back to the agent, they've gone back to Wilson, and now that camp is starting to leak back through and understand that maybe a trade just is not realistic. It was going to be hard to make a trade happen. It was going to require a team not only to come up with the biggest draft capital in history, but to go far surpass it, to like almost double the biggest deal that's ever been made in NFL history in a trade. And I think sorry, go ahead.
I wonder if this whole thing was kind of just like a stress reliever for them. Like they both had a bunch of stuff they wanted to say, but they've been holding it in for years, and they were finally like, I don't care anymore about the consequences or whatever happens. I want this person to know how I feel.
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, I'd like to believe that it's that, right? I guess that's part of what I'd say to that is I want to believe that Russell's able to blow this off, get over it, and then remain here for the rest of his career, and it doesn't have to, the bitterment doesn't have to last. You said that stuff about me in the media, and how dare you? But instead, it's like you said, it's a relief that people were honest and they put out their, they kind of called it as it was, and made Carroll and made Schneider sort of deal with that. Maybe that's the case. And certainly part of the thought process on all this has been that there may be a genius aspect to this, being that at the end of the day, if what Russell Wilson has done with this situation is he's forced the hand of the front office for the first time in a couple of years now to get off of their spot of being comfortable winning. But essentially the spot of Paul Allen's gone, nobody's holding them accountable, so they can kind of do whatever they want. Well, now they've got somebody that's in their own roundabout way actually holding them accountable. And I hope so. If he's done that, we will have to applaud him if that's what this turns out to be. If they go out and get the good offensive lineman this offseason and build him an offense that's the best offensive line he's had in his career, then I think there's a certain part that we got to applaud Wilson for doing that, because that was the only way to force that change to happen, right? If he stood pat and was quiet, probably was going to get those changes implemented, right?
Probably just going to be a bargain-based shopping offensive line, kind of similar to this season. End of the season, offensive line slows down, injuries go on. Then the defense, it was going to probably be the exact same thing that we went on to have the last year.
Exactly. So we'll see. It's going to be worth watching and monitoring. We don't know until we know. We don't know until we actually see how this plays out. But I think this is a good indication at this point. We can at least feel a little bit less on edge about this trade happening, and we will know resolution within the next couple of days, because I can't imagine them waiting till after free agency to move off from.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
How do you think we'll approach the first the beginning of the draft? Because for me, there's two types of drafts we have. We have the type of draft where at the beginning we'll draft Javonte Williams, then in the mid rounds we'll draft a wide receiver or two, then in the late rounds we'll just stock up on cornerbacks and offensive linemen, or we go with the approach of early in the draft we do offensive linemen, then late in the draft we do cornerbacks, draft a running back, then get some wide receivers there as well.
I think the only guys that they're going to make exceptions to on the running backs to take a running back in that second round pick would be Najee Harris and Javonte Williams. I think past those two guys, there's nobody that they're picking in the second to maybe even fourth round at that point. They're waiting on probably a running back, would be my estimation. I would think with early on in the draft, a lineman is who you look to target, specifically tackles. They're not high end guys. They're not guys with lots of
Liam Eichenberg.
Yeah, exactly. Sam Cosmi. I mean, there's guys that they got some limitations to their game, but they should be NFL starters in this league. They can push at both swing tackle points. Same thing goes true for center, be it Creed Humphrey or Dickerson out of Alabama, or even the guard. I think that's where they really do lock into early on. There's not the pass rushers there. You can get the corners late in the draft. He has a history of finding good corners later in the draft. I think that's good. I think that's right along where you want to be with it. So Yeah,
Yeah.
I would go that route. I think it's offensive line early on. You get into the fourth round, you might see him go corner there if they fall in love with one of these corners. But to me, fourth round's wide receiverville because it's been that way in the past for them at times. Then you get into
Yeah.
fifth, sixth round being corner to running back would probably be how it plays out at that point. I would think.
Yeah, most likely.
That would be what I think. But I'd be
Mhm.
okay with that. How would you feel with that?
I'd feel fine with that if you would like draft Creed Humphreys or Liam Eichenberg in like the early round, then draft like Tamorian Terry. I finally figured out how to pronounce his first name, and like Daz Newsome, and then grab like a Paulson Adebo and Israel Mukwamu in the late round. Then draft like flyer, uh, a flyer bruising running back. Then in free agency draft. Not draft, signed playoff Leonard Fournette.
Playoff Lenny.
Yep. There's something about him. It's just like with the Jaguars, he was just like being. It didn't feel like a scheme fit, even though he had a great year in his rookie year, and there were just some injuries problems. But like with the Buccaneers, he wasn't insane. Like he wasn't putting up insane production, but there was something about him and how he was playing that had a new light to it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. I mean, it makes sense. Sorry, I was just getting hit on Discord, so I was replying back because I was responding to you. But Tamarian Terry is an interesting cat to me. It's a guy you probably get in the fifth, sixth round area. This isn't a guy like last year, the kid out of remember the kid out of LSU everybody got excited about that had no production. He's actually got some production. There's some stuff to his game. Young guy, is raw, but a lot of talent there. Big receiver, he's got some speed to him. And again, what you expect to get in the sixth or seventh round. Got a little bit of rawness to him, but with a lot of ability, a lot of physical gifts that you just can't teach. He's got me very interested in that range. I really do like him quite a bit from him. I've watched a lot of Newsome, so I've got to take a look on Newsome and see what's up there.
I don't really spend a ton of time watching film on players. I'll usually watch like 2 videos, and I'll go on like the quick basis of what I see. I don't go insanely in depth. I just go like hardcore in depth on like that video, those videos that I'm watching. Because like the first video, it could be like, oh, that's a bad game, but then the second video, I'll be like 5 minutes in and see exact same thing from the other video, and I'm like, okay, I understand what this player is.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I've got a 3-pronged process. So I start out, I go highlights. What does the guy do best? Let me see what he's doing best. Then I go to game tape. I try to watch a couple of games of defensive cut-ups. Then I usually come back around to the guy if he's interesting. If he isn't interesting and I've got a feel for him, then I'm not going to. But like Rashad Bateman, I've been able to get a good feel for him, right? So I'm still trying to understand him a little bit. So I've got to go back to him and look at his film, even though I've watched a couple games, even though I've watched the highlight package. But usually I can find within the first 2 steps, highlight package to a couple games, I feel like I get a pretty good feel for a guy. You're not going to get the feel for watching every one of his games, but who's got time for that? We don't.
Yeah.
We just don't have the time. But you can get a pretty good snapshot between those 2 things, I think, of getting the feel for who they are, what they are, and how they'll be as a pro. Maybe not be exact, but you should have a fairly close snapshot to what it is.
Yeah.
You should.
I'm looking at your thumbnail. I forgot what's the cornerback's name that played for the Lions.
Desmond Trufant.
What? Yeah, Desmond Trufant. Who did he play for before?
Atlanta Falcons. It's part
Yeah,
of
it was the Falcons.
That's why I've got him as
it
a
was
fit.
Keanu O'Neal and Desmond Trufant, and other than them, their entire defense is absolute trash, except for the defensive tackle.
Yeah, he's a guy, of course, too. When he played with Atlanta, they were playing with Dan Quinn's scheme. Russell, cover 3. They're playing the Carroll scheme, so he's as familiar with the scheme. He's got some injuries, which probably allow him to come at a little bit more discounted rate. But I like all that aspect. Has the size, has all that. Should be pretty cheap. A little bit younger than Richard Sherman, though not much younger, which I was surprised to see. I thought Richard was much older than him, but they're actually fairly close in age. And so he's only a couple years younger, really. But still, he's a guy that I think would be a very interesting guy to maybe target. Local guy, too. You know about his brother, having played for the Seahawks for many years. He was a former first-round pick with Seattle, Marcus Trufant. So, yeah.
I just thought of something. Since like some teams are starting to move away from the Seattle scheme, what if that kind of pushes towards maybe Carroll trying to trade Wilson in the future in the upcoming seasons because teams are moving away from our scheme and we could draft those big, tall corners that are perfect scheme fits for us. Instead of having to draft them in the 3rd round, we could draft them in the 4th round. Instead of the 4th round, we can draft them in the 5th round. What if like that pushes towards that potentially happening and redoing what we did in those early seasons, and then the rest of the team, rest of the league does what we did again?
It's going down a little bit. It's happening a tiny bit, but it's not been the wide swath. So, for instance, Dan Quinn fired by Atlanta. Atlanta changes schemes from where the Seattle scheme to go into what they're going to now. And Dan Quinn then gets hired for the Cowboys. Well, then the Cowboys go from a 3-4 back to the Seattle scheme. The Raiders played a cover 2 scheme last year. Now they're going to the single high. They're bringing on Gus Bradley to run that scheme and be the Seattle scheme. So it's like Gus Bradley and Dan Quinn are sort of causing our issues out here, running our particular scheme and the way that they're running it. And so
it's like who's going to retire first? Those two are Pete Carroll.
Exactly. And so they are going to keep the competition. There's a lot more. The other thing that factors into this is the split level safety play, which is the new du jour defensive scheme in the NFL right now, right? So like Tampa Bay runs the split safety stuff, which is essentially have one safety doing one thing, one safety doing something else. They each have 2 different responsibilities post snap and what they're asked to do. Sometimes cover 2, sometimes one guy goes single high, sometimes the other guy's single high. It just makes the safety position more. They're almost similar players now, rather than one being a Cam, one being an Earl. It's like it's an Earl Chancellor,
it's like make the hybrid and then we'll just slot you in at either position and we basically have 2 players that can play the same position.
Exactly. So, it's going a little bit that way, but it's not completely going in that direction as of yet. So we just got to hopefully hold on and everything else. The problem is with the split level safety thing though too is that it builds into usually playing zone with your corners, having them play off coverage zone. It looks a lot like you'd look in a cover 3. It's not, you're not going to play cover 3. It's a lot more myriad of defensive secondary coverages, right? So they're going to do different things all over the place, but they do a lot of that zone off coverage stuff, which would then lead them back to then sort of targeting Seattle-like kind of corners in the draft. Not to the degree of an exact scheme fit necessarily, but they'll be diving a little bit in that pool. There'll be a little bit of, overlap between the 2 schemes.
Yeah.
Kind of just how I see it. Let me get real quick on the chat. If Russ wanted another Super Bowl, he'd join the Bucs as Brady's backup. Good one, Jake. Stephon Gilmore is more of a man-on-man corner, Randall. I know that Seattle were flirting with him at the trade deadline last year, but I don't know if he would really be a fit for zone. And he's going to carry a pretty big base salary next year, as I understand it. It's not a small base number. Adam Humphries option at the slot. I think Adam Humphries is going back to the Buccaneers. That's what I think. Azoz, I'm not far back in the chat at all. We're just doing the call in line now at the moment. All right, Team 12s. Well, I'm gonna leave you on here on the chat. I want to bring in Team Washi. I know he's been chomping at the bit for the last couple of weeks to get back in here. So it's good talking to you. Feel free to pop in if you got something kind of to add in, man. It's good talking to you, though, bro.
Yeah, it was good talking to you too. Have a good rest of your night.
You too.
Right.
So Washi, I got you in here. Oh, we lost Washi. Washi, I lost you, man.
You did?
Oh, no, there you are. Gotcha. How you doing, bro?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Thanks for hanging in there.
I just want to ask a question. The Team 12s, was Brandon cutting out for you? Because he was for me.
Yeah, it cuts out for me too, but I just do what my dad does when he's on the phone, and I just fill in based on what I hear and I think what he's saying.
Okay,
I just try.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure on it because so what I've tried to do with this I bought a new computer this year. This computer is a high-end computer. I spent a lot of money, and I've got no programs on this computer, but basically the Streamlabs and Discord as the only applications. So I tried to get with this drawn down to the bottom point to where nothing else would be coming in and messing this up. I just bought a new microphone cord that was causing the volume to go out on that. So I've got a new microphone cord going right back to the new computer. So I have no idea if the stuff's cutting out.
I think it might be because you're in Hawaii and we're on the mainland.
It could be where it's just it's takes a bit to process through on that and go through with it. But I can't think of anything else. I've got super high speed internet speed here too. So, Azos,
You got the cat powers.
yeah, exactly. Got the Piat powers.
Yeah.
Let me.
I got my cat powers here too.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Azos,
I'm a cat guy.
Azos, just hit me up on Seahawks. Hit me up on Twitter if you want a link to do a call in. Azos, it's SeahawksNester on Twitter. You can also find it in the description section. Just hit me up, direct message me over there, and we'll send you a link. Philip Wiseman, how you doing? Better late than never, man. Appreciate you jumping in. So, Washi, what's on your mind, man? How you feeling right now about the Russell talk? You feeling like he's coming back here, or where you at?
I think I'm honestly like super like 50-50 on it. I think with Chicago doing what they did with Khalil Mack and Cody Whitehair and Eddie Jackson, I think the offer might be less tempting, but because maybe the Saints come in and try to do something, but I'm not sure because I think because of the 3 first-round rule per trade, I don't think they would give like their whole entire draft to us for Wilson. So I don't know. I don't think that we will trade him. I think we'll probably hold on to him for another year and then maybe trade him, or we might even extend him. But I also don't think the front office is too happy with what he's doing. But with like PR and all that stuff, I think they're probably just going to keep him.
Yeah, I think it seems like it's going in that direction, especially today with some of the recent news we've seen where it starts to angle in this. I had been in the trade possibly that kind of had me up before the Khalil Mack thing that made me interested this week was the thought process of you move Mack to another team, values him at a 1st and 3rd round place maybe, that the Bears get that back, and then they move Roquan Smith to another team that needs a player of Roquan Smith's talents, and they get a 1st-round pick from that. Then they take the 5 first-round picks at that point, and then all package them together to give Seattle. I was a little interested in that possibility, but yeah, it does look like with the Bears restructuring here, to me, it looks like more of an indicator that they're kind of out on the Wilson trade, that they just weren't willing to bring the assets they need to bring to bear, or maybe Seattle just wasn't willing to trade him. I mean, that's the other part too, you know.
Yeah, or it could be that they were just trying to create more cap space to get Wilson in and then add more pieces. But I don't think it's like that. And also, if we did get Khalil Mack, I wouldn't really be too interested because he's getting up there in age, and also his game is predicated on speed, and those type of players don't age too well. So,
yeah, they're definitely the argument. I mean, you've got him on a 3-4 year deal at that point. He still carries a pretty high base salary hit. It's a little bit of a discounted rate from what his market cost would technically be, but not a huge. You're still 15-16 million for the guy to bring him in at that point. It's not like you're getting him at $8 million and Bears ate all this bonus money, and now you're just getting this guy like at a discount. So. I can understand them not being on the Mac train. Mike Thon here in the chat says he thinks the Bears will give us Kyle Fuller, Smith, and 3 first-round picks. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Kyle Fuller is like $13 million per year, and I don't think with the scheme that we run, I don't think we need to spend big money on corner.
I don't.
And I think, I don't really want to pay $13 million for a corner.
It's the Seahawks. The SeahawksNest is the name of the Discord, Azos. If you look in the description section, Azos, I've got a link to the Discord channel in the description section here on my video. Just look in the description. Who's your free agent target for you, man? Who's your number? Who's your top guy you're looking at? I might have asked you before. I can't remember what you said though.
Right. Honestly, if we keep Russ, I think it's Corey Linsley. I'd rather go center, an NFL center, not a center through the draft, because I think Wilson's not good on the line, and I think a center could really help him out with that. And I don't think a rookie center would help him out with that as much as a 30-year-old center or a center that's been in the league for a while. So I definitely think that we should go center first if Wilson's still on the team, and then we get the left guard through the draft, and then get a backup tackle through the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay with it. Me, I'm my boat's first to the left guard, but if you win center, I wouldn't be completely 100% opposed to that either. You know what I mean? So if they do go that direction, then I'm all right with it. If they do, you're upgrading the offensive line, which at the end of the day is, I think, what we all really just want to see is an offensive line built up. I want to be brought to the place where if we arrive at Russell Wilson is not that top guy. Well, to arrive at that spot and say he's not a top guy or can't flourish, what we have to do is give him the opportunity to have that upper level offensive line for a full season blocking for him to see if he can't become that kind of player having that. And until he does, that remains a question mark. And we don't know the full top end we can maybe have gotten out of Russell Wilson if he actually did have that and wasn't one of the quarterbacks most hit in the league year after year after year after year.
Yeah, I honestly just want to talk about like if we were to trade Russ, like what we were gonna do. So like let's say if we traded him to the Bears, right, and we got like their 2021 first. What would you think about drafting Kellen Mond with the 20th pick? Because I think he's a super underrated quarterback prospect. He's got all the physical tools. He's got like textbook mechanics. I think he would fit in like a structure-based offense. And in Texas A&M, they do run a pretty like a pro-ish style offense. It's not like a college offense where it's just like a bunch of screens and a lot of the running the ball. It's like you got to go through your progressions and stuff. And I think he could be like in a McVay offense or Shanahan offense. So I think it'd be a good scheme fit.
I like Mond. I think Mond could definitely succeed even on a rookie contract with Seattle and being I don't think he's going to be a Pro Bowl level player, but he's got a lot of top end and the arm talent's there. The physical tools are there. The place I lean back towards in the situation is if it's a matter of me getting 10 more picks up from 20 to go get Trey Lance, I think the Seahawks front office would favor Trey Lance over Kellen Mond for his movement abilities. And that what they're going to look to do is in essence at that point, replicate a little bit of what they did in 2012, being you have a rookie quarterback coming in who's got plus mobility, limitations as a passer, maybe can't do everything on the football field throwing the ball around, but he can throw the football down the field when you need him to attack down the field. He can run the football when you need him to run the football and use his legs when there's broken plays and things aren't working and fitting. I think that's going to appeal to him a little bit more than Munn, because the one detraction you can put to Munn's game is the mobility. It's just not on the same level as what you, I think, get with Trevor Lawrence or what you get with Fields or what you get with Trey Lance. And I think it's a part of the game that the front office is going to really measure and hold some weight to and say this is something we value quite a bit, especially in the rookie quarterback, because the rookie quarterback being able to use his legs, as we've seen with the Lamar Jackson types, they can make your offense relatively effective even if they're limited as a passer. You can build an offense around that ability to move the ball, and he moves as well as anybody. And again, if it's a 10 pick difference, I think certainly you can make the argument Munn's got some more top end point to him as a passer. But if we're looking at this in the model of, I'm not looking at Mond and who he's going to be 5-6 years from now when he's now out of the rookie contract and I've got to pay him $35 million a year. I'm looking at it through the stance of embracing the new model, having the rookie quarterback on the rookie 5-year cheap club control and operating out of that, rather than looking for the next quarterback who's got to be my franchise guy for the next 15 years. I'm more leaning in that direction of wanting to see a front office embrace that model, because so few teams are willing to embrace that model. They all go back to the safe thing, which is I got to find my guy, and then I got to pay my guy, and then my cap gets hamstring and I can't build the rest of my team, but there's no way I could let my franchise quarterback go. Now, what if you built a new model of recycling? I mean, that's what the Baltimore Ravens are doing this with Jackson. He's in year what? He's going in year 5. Have they given him a contract extension? The guy's got an MVP,
No.
and they still haven't given him a contract extension. Isn't that odd? One of the smarter organizations in the NFL is looking like they're embracing this exact model I'm talking about. And it just makes sense because you've got a guy who's being paid at 1/20th the price of these other quarterbacks. But who's gives that thing I come back to, man? Oh, it's 1/10. Oh, it's 1/20th the cost, but I get 90% of the production. That's just smart team building at the end of the day. That's just to me. That's the way you smartly team build. That's the way you build up assets appropriately, rather than overpaying an asset that you could get at a much cheaper rate. Jordan Brooks at middle linebacker this next year. If he's playing a middle linebacker, do we honestly believe he's only going to give us 75% of what Bobby gives us right now? Do we think it's that far of a drop off in their level of play of where these two guys stand right now? What do you think? Do you think that they're pretty close?
Yeah, I think they're pretty close. I think he has good playmaking ability, and I saw flashes, very instinctive, honestly.
So this isn't me now saying I want to release. This is just an exercise, right? I'm just doing a mental exercise.
Yeah.
You say, okay, I can have it. So it's probably relatively to say, I know right now, Jordan Brooks can give me 93% of what Bobby Wagner gives me right now at his current age, having lost maybe a little bit of a step. He gives me 93% of what Bobby Wagner gives me, but he costs 1/10 of the cost. Isn't it smarter at
Right.
that point to move on? Isn't it smarter at that point to
Yeah.
go with the guy you haven't laid in wait? And that's just, I come back to that again and again and again and again. I hammer it a little bit, maybe too much, but I just think this is what smart teams do. This is how smart organizations build their club, because the salary cap is finite and everybody is up against it. Everybody is squeezing and twisting and turning to keep themselves under. So why not find assets that are a little bit more depressed value that get you nearly the same production of the overpriced assets that you're holding on to for sentimental reasons, you know?
Yeah. I have a question for you.
Fire away.
So yeah. So let's say the off-season plan that you said that you wanted to do if we still kept Wilson, right? So let's say you can execute that plan,
Mhm.
but you keep Wilson, or would you rather get a reasonable amount of draft capital or just trade value, or how about this? Okay, you get a reasonable amount of compensation for Wilson if you trade him to the AFC. So which one would you rather, trade Wilson, get a reasonable amount of compensation, or execute the off-season plan that you want to do, keep Wilson?
I want to keep Wilson because what I think at the end of the day is by keeping Wilson, you haven't held yourself to not being able to move on from him from a year from now if it doesn't work. And I think that if you moved on from Wilson right now, you would have a big fat question mark that would be hovering over Coach Carroll's legacy here, especially if Wilson goes and wins a Super Bowl somewhere. Absolutely, if he goes and wins a Super Bowl somewhere. But regardless of winning a Super Bowl, what would be sitting and hanging over him was, what if Coach Carroll, you had just bought in? What if you had just said, you know what, I'm going to build a super offense. I'm going to pull a few assets back off the defense to make sure that I build an offense that's going to be able to take advantage of this Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime. The same thing that I've said that Belichick did for Brady about year 7. We have this question mark that will remain in that place. Go one offseason through, sign your offensive lineman, build the offense up, give him another pass-catching tight end target that's not some old guy who's ready to be put out to pasture. Give essentially Wilson what he's asking for. We've got the modernized offense with Waldron now being brought into play, right? So now we're going to try it out. We're going to see if it actually can work, if this really can happen now. And if it doesn't happen a year, if we go for a year from now and Wilson puts up the same kind of stats he's put up with much lesser offensive lines, with much less playmakers, well, then you can move him next year. And technically it's going to be less of a cap hit that you have to take at that time. It's actually going to be down to $29 million and a lot more able to, and maybe you're not getting 5 first-round picks, but I still would have to think you could get 3 first-round picks because he'll be the exact same age as Stafford was this year. And Stafford got 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and Goff as a kicker. So why wouldn't Wilson next year get 3 first-round picks? And then that question mark would be removed. There would be no, well, what if? Well, but maybe if this had just, but if that had just gone down, you know what I mean? I don't like what ifs. I like to be able to determine we tried that, didn't work. We know it doesn't work. So we're going to try something else. What do you think?
Right. So okay, yeah. So I'm on the train that we do trade Wilson. So I think that if we keep Wilson, and let's say you saw like at the back 8 games after the Arizona like Thursday night game, he like supposedly like stormed out and stuff. You clearly saw that he really wasn't like in it. Like he didn't have like the confidence, right?
Yeah.
And I think that seriously like downgraded his play. And I think if we don't trade him, if he still has that like same, I don't know, he just doesn't have like that swagger that he had in the first 8 games, and he still has that same like, I don't know if he's just, oh frick, one sec. Okay, yeah, if he's still, I don't know, less confident for like next season, he plays like the whole entire season, his compensation that we get goes way down. So I do think we should trade him because there's a chance that does happen next season. And I don't think he won't be as motivated. And I think he's just looking to get traded. And I'm not sure if he really does want to get traded or not. But I think that the model that a lot of teams are looking for is like, let's build a dynasty. And it's really, I don't think that should be a model because it only happened like 5 times in NFL history with Brady and then Montana. And back then, like, it happened, right? So I think that you have a rookie quarterback, you win a Super Bowl, then you rebuild. You get a rookie quarterback, you win a Super Bowl, you rebuild. Because paying the quarterback is just, I don't think it works because you don't have the cap space left over to build a good enough team around them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's certainly the dynasty thing. You should never angle for a dynasty. A dynasty thing should just kind of happen. It should occur. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be one that you're relying on to go. You just got to take this slow and steady. It's about competing for Super Bowls year in, year out, and being a true in competition. I think we saw this last year, and we've seen these Seahawks teams. You can kind of tell a difference, can't you, between a team that's really, truly a full team that can compete and a team that's just good enough to get in the playoffs. There does seem to be a little bit of a delineation, doesn't there, between the two?
Right. Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to realize the chat. We got Mike Thon going nuts over here. Mike, so if you think we're getting Roquan Smith in that, Mike, doesn't Roquan Smith play middle linebacker? So now you've got 3 middle linebackers on your team. How are you attacking that, Mike, if you do that? I don't hate your deal. I'm okay with that deal, but just tell me how that hits. And then Azoz, just hit me up on Twitter, direct message me on Twitter. I'll send you another link on through to let it go at that. But so you are on board then with trying to make it go through. You'd like to see them give this a shot, or you just?
Oh yeah. I'm on board with trading him because just what I said. The only thing that would make me pissed if we did trade him was if we didn't get enough compensation back. But if we did get enough, I'd be fine with it because I trust John Schneider to draft a quarterback because you've seen that he was at Mahomes' pro day, he was at Josh Allen's pro day. So I think he can evaluate quarterbacks. So, and he was also at Trey Lance's pro day. We don't know if Trey Lance is going to be good in the NFL, but you look at him, I think he will be good in the NFL if he does come to the proper team.
I'm with you. The people that say they don't trust John Schneider, and I'm like, hey, he's also the guy that drafted Russell Wilson too, right? He's also the guy that outsmarted every other general manager in the league that was super high on Russell 5 years after the draft, and so they were definitely planning on picking him. Like if John hadn't just picked him in that spot, but he also targeted him too, and he was the guy that fell in love with Russell. He was that guy. I think John knows how to pick quarterbacks. In Green Bay, where he came from, they've done pretty good at picking quarterbacks, haven't they, over the last 30 years? Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, that ain't bad. That ain't bad at all, and they seem to know a thing or two about that. So, I can get where you're coming from on it, man. I do get it. That's the thing I've worried. I think that's the thing that probably ended up held up this trade at the end of the day is Seattle was not able to get back in assets what they determined they needed to get to make this trade happen. You need to blow us away, and I bet Chicago came in and lowballed them and tried to come up under and wasn't willing to really come with it where they needed to come with it, which is, again, the equivalency of 5 first-round picks. 5 first-round picks is where you need to start. Mike Thon, if you release Bobby Wagner and you bring on Roquan Smith, then now the next question, Mike, is what do you do then with Jordan Brooks, your first-round pick from last year, who you selected to be your middle linebacker of the future? Roquan Smith's not an outside linebacker. We saw with Jordan Brooks, he can be a good run stopper as an outside will, but he's not a guy who can cover as a will. So now you've essentially got an asset there that doesn't really work on your team. I'm okay with the releasing of Bobby, but I'd be worried about that. All right, so center was your first move. What's your number 2 move? If I say what's your number 2 move, you've attacked center. We're good there. Who's your next guy you're going? You went and got Lindsley. So we don't have a lot of cap space. You got to go a little low end on your number 2 deal because Lindsley just costed us $10 million a year. What's your center?
Right, but if we backload his contract to so let's say if we sign him to a 4-year deal and we backload the contract. Let's say his cap it's I don't know, $5 million this year. We have $18 million, so that would lead us to $13 million.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would. I don't know. If we keep Woodson, we trade Lockett. I think I'd probably go get T.Y. Hilton.
Be a good move. Might be a good move to roll from the second part, man. That's again just a lot of smart roster building. Again, move from a guy that's at his top of his mark. You're not going to pay him a contract extension. I've talked a bunch about on the stream on it. That'd be a smart way to probably go with it. You probably input a couple of different receivers' names in there instead, and then you're probably going to draft a guy with the pick you drafted. That's the nice thing about it is you could sign a guy like T.Y. Hilton cheap, who's a guy who we know can play on the outside, right? He's not just a slot guy. He's a guy's done a lot of his damage on the outside in this league. But then you could go get a slot guy on top of that. You could go get a Kadarius Toney in the second round. And now is your receiving core, we talk about equivalency, is DK Metcalf, Kadarius Toney, and T.Y. Hilton better than Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, and who's a cheap, not great wide receiver? Help me out here, Washi. Who's a cheap free agent wide receiver? Emmanuel Sanders. Which one do you feel better with? Like which crew would you rather roll with? To me, I go with To me,
It depends on the scheme, but like the scheme that we're running right now,
Yeah.
I'd say the DK Metcalf, T.Y. Hilton, and Kadarius Toney.
yeah,
But what would you think about getting a Curtis Samuel? Because I think he'd be perfect for like the jet sweep stuff.
he'd be able to do the jet sweep stuff for sure. He's great yak guy after the catch, which we haven't had with Tyler. The worry and concern that you do get with a guy like that is, can he block? Is he big enough in the game? Is he big enough to get down there and be able to lay a hat where you're going to ask guys to, where you are going to ask guys to essentially, sometimes block a defensive end. A lot of times these receivers have to come down and they have to pick up a defensive end and be able to hold up over there. Is Samuel able to do that? And the other thing is I feel like Samuel's going to be one of those receivers that sort of is valued higher throughout the league, and somebody's going to, for whatever reason, somebody is going to give him a lot of money, give him $14 million per year or something, like the Washington football team who has money to spend,
Right.
So I don't know on that. That's the thing I don't have a good answer for, because I think there is some uncertainty with
Yeah, but I think if he does, he goes into it thinking like he's gonna get like a lot of money, and then his market value's like lower than he expected, and then we could just pick him up. I think like I don't know. I don't think he'd be this cheap, but like 9 or 10 million. Would you do that on like a 2-year contract?
He might be for the same reasons you said with Lindsley, where there's going to be agents that are going to be open this year to look. We'll give you exactly the same amount of money you were going to get, right? You're going to get your money. We're just going to put this into bonus so that we can structure this right. Well, the player's getting all the money he's going to get anyway. What difference does it to him? So if you're able to lower down his cap hit into the $6, $7, $8 million range, then that still is lower than Tyler, right? Which is that's the biggest thing with this, is I don't think you can get lower with Tyler by signing him to a new deal, or it won't be very much savings at all. On top of the fact, I don't want to sign Tyler at his age to a 4-year extension at 14, 15 million per. I think I'd much rather be in the realm of going probably with Samuel on that. I think he's a younger player, more yak, more of the fly sweep stuff that he can do that we know Tyler's really not a fly sweep guy, right? He can't really do that to his game. So I would be open to that. Yeah, I'd be on board with that. I could sign off on that type of move. If you've made the block trade and you got the second round pick back, then I could absolutely be on that move. You get that draft capital returned. That'd be good.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, I like your off season, man. I like the direction you're going. Who's your first pick in the second round?
I don't know. If we get I don't know any guards in the second round. Honestly, it depends on the free agency moves that we make.
Yeah. It's hard because right now there's not a lot left guard wise in free agency. So it's really light. You'd have to maybe go to the draft. There's a couple guys in the second round you could pick up.
Yeah.
There are some guys. But then it's like they're not really going to. I haven't looked at a lot of them, but my impression is in the 5th round, you really aren't getting anything for guard there. You got to pick your guards in the 3rd or 4th round, and they might be out the door by mid 4th round because there's not as many of them. Tackle's a little more deeper in this draft.
We could get Samuel Cosby.
Samuel's there. He is. I know there's some people don't like him. Boy, Rob Stanton does not like Samuel Cosby at all.
He's not a good run blocker.
Yeah, it's just the weird thing with me, and I must have watched the weird film on him. I watched a couple of games with Sam, and I felt like he was really dynamic as far as a tenacious run blocker, a guy with a lot of grit. He's going to be a finisher, but then I see scouting reports where they're writing on that he's not a finisher and he doesn't have as much tenacity. It's one of those weird things. You sometimes see that with the scouting reports. You're like, man, that was completely different than what I saw in the field. I thought he wasn't he has athletic limitations, maybe not the longest guy out there, right? But I felt like he was at least a fairly pretty good technician and a guy that got it done with sort of just being mean, a little bit. So I don't know. I like him on that.
Yeah.
Real quick, just get to the chat here. Mike Thon, I'd rather get Smith and Fuller than Mack. I guess I haven't watched a lot on Fuller. You like Fuller? The Bears cornerback? You watch much on him?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, I don't even watch any Bears games.
Yeah, I haven't either. Arzo says, what do you think about John Brown being released by the Bills? Should we target him? I'm not on board with John Brown. It's not really much there for me on that. David Tapia, would Seahawks fans cheer for Wilson if he went to another team, assuming it didn't impact the Hawks? I don't think any Seahawks fans are cheering for Russell Wilson leaving. No, I think everybody would be pretty morose if that were to happen. Mike Thon says, I think Smith and Brooks are good enough athletes. We can make it work. I just think you're going to have some limitations in the will linebacker in coverage was Jordan Brooks there. It's not his natural position, Mike. And so you've essentially then wasted a first round pick at that point for a guy to play out of position through his career there. I would have an issue with that. I haven't looked at TJ Vasher yet, Muck, but I will add him to my list of guys.
Arzos, I don't think we'd really get any seconds for Bobby at this stage in his career.
Yeah, I don't think Bobby's getting the second round pick. I think Bobby's top end is the third round at the most, but it's more likely a fourth rounder because he carries such a high base salary on any team you trade him to. The bonus money comes off the books, but middle linebackers aren't paid, so you're still having a guy paid near top of the market because there's just anybody in the middle linebacker making any money, which is going to make teams want to dial down the compensatory value you give at that point.
Yeah.
But Fuller might be good, Mike. You're right on that. I don't know a lot about Fuller. I know he's Pro Football Focus likes him a lot, so you could be right there. He says you lose compensatory picks when you lose Seahawks players. Nice. Zoes, I sent you an invite through Twitter there, Zoes. Feel free to jump on in if you want to hop on in. You guys got any kind of last thoughts that are on your mind or anything you want to talk about we didn't cover today?
Would you be okay if I shouted out my YouTube channel?
No, not at all. Shout it out, man.
My YouTube channel is Team 12s. My Discord link is in the self promo on Brandon's channel, and then in my self promo thing, there's also a link there for my YouTube channel. I'm 17 subscribers. I have 3 video ideas that I will likely be making this week, and Brandon, could you go look at my? I'll send you the thumbnails for my videos. I really will like them, and I want to see what you think of them.
Yeah, send them my way, man.
All right.
Pop them in.
All right, I'll send those to you.
Absolutely, bro. And yeah, please do go over to Team 12s and subscribe over to his channel, man. Help the community grow. Jose Rodriguez, Team 12s, Seahawks. We got Seahawks on here as well, so I gotta get you guys posted the links. So we get some people moved over to you guys' channel there. So we got AK Splashy, and then Random McDaniel. I'll have you in on next. AK Splashy, and these are the Zoes, isn't it? Can you hear me, Splashy? We got you in. Oh, I heard you for a second, Splashy. You're almost there, so we got you in. Jane Hornsby, do you think the Seahawks, do you think the stuff that is going on is more Pete than Russ? And do you think John S. has a say in the situation? I want to trade with the Dolphins and get some of their assets and pick up Trey Lance. Jay Hornsby, I think this is more of a Pete and Russ situation. Randall, are you there?
Randall's here.
How you doing, man?
Good. How are we doing?
Doing well. Doing well, bro.
So what's going to happen this week?
Bro, I don't know. My emotions go back and forth on what my prediction is. Some days I think Russ will stay, and some days I think we're going to get Russ coming down the track. I think with this recent news, this finally turned at just the last hour being everything with Russell and negotiations and stuff, be it his contract negotiations or a trade thing like this, just comes again into the respect of down to the last minute. And it seems like this is going to be the last minute, but the fact the indicators are at the last minute that there's some sunshine that may be coming through the blinds a little bit and maybe some hope here leads me to believe that Russ is probably going to remain at this point. Especially with the Bears, the restructuring by the Bears, Mac not being included as part of the trade. I think he would have been included one way or another as that trade. The fact that they negotiated like that, the Allen Robinson franchise tag and the way that kind of came down. I'm just leaning. I'm not super confident in this lean, but I'm slightly leaning in the direction of saying, yeah, he's probably coming back at least for one more year. At least for one more year. I don't think it guarantees long-term past that, but I think one more year. How about you?
Yeah, who was Rappaport tweeted that? Ian Rappaport?
Yeah. That essentially.
See, to me, he didn't really say much of anything. I think we're going to find out ideally in the next 2 days, one way or the other. And you'll know, I don't think anybody's going to come out and say it, but if you see, them going for it, or they're not going to go, Joe Thuney's not going to come here if he doesn't know who our quarterback is.
I would not
unless
so.
you overpay for him. Yeah.
Which maybe
And
it's that could be what it is regardless. Like I'm growing more. This is my growing theory. Sorry to interrupt you, but this is my growing theory with this that the players are less concerned as we go. As long as you're not Cincinnati, as long as you're not Cleveland, as long as you're not on armpit type place in the NFL, that teams are going to look for the players are just going to look for the most money at the end of the day, with the careers being as short as they are in the NFL.
maybe, but if the money's going to be close, like other teams are targeting him, and if he said, well, I can go to Seattle they're offering 12, and the Giants are offering 12, or whoever, somebody's got a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So why would he go here if he doesn't know, like, am I going to play behind Russ or am I going to play behind Geno Smith?
Well, that's
literally.
My contention is I think a $2 million difference if Seattle's willing to pay $2 million more per year. If Seattle's willing to give him $5 million more in bonus money, I think that carries more weight at that point than the quarterback being here. And I think at the end of the day, Leslie will probably go to where he pays.
Yeah, I could see it, but John Schneider's not known for overpaying. Oh.
Well, and that's probably what at the end of the day, Randall, makes it unlikely for both Thony and Lindsley, where neither of these two guys are going to be probably paid because Schneider doesn't tend to pay these guys on the market like that. Gallery is the one difference. They did pay Gallery when they first walked in the door and had some money to spend. So they did give him money.
Was early.
And that was early.
That was early.
But it's not a likely situation that they will, especially considering how stuck up against the cap they kind of are. But I tend to think that if we go for Thony or we go for Lindsley, I don't think Thony's ever made a big major contract. Lindsley, I don't think has made really major money yet. This is their one shot at that bite of the apple. Would not surprise me in the least if both of them are going for the very top of the top market they could be paid on by whoever that may be out there. And I think it factors. Quarterback matters. I think it's going to factor in for other positions potentially that maybe are paid, maybe guys that are going ring chasing. Certainly, T.Y. Hilton type. It'll affect whether or not Russ is here or not. But I agree with you. It's got to come down the next couple of days. You can't let this thing last. You can't plan on doing this trade at the draft, or that would be a broken way of doing this, and it would be a backwards way, in my opinion, of doing it. Figure out your resolution now. Get this hammered out.
How do you think? And I asked the question. I fell behind. I don't know if you answered it, but draft picks. Do you think teams will value rounds 3, 4, and 5 than previous years because? For great value on a player that maybe we just don't know about?
I think it'll go all the way into the 6th round on that. I think you're going to see more teams trying to collect extra picks in the back 6th round because you have guys like the Paulson Acebo guy, right? There's 3 dozen of these guys at different positions that are guys that would have had first round type talent coming back last season and getting on the field and playing a full allotment of games. They probably would have vaulted themselves into that territory, and they didn't. There is a bust factor there with them. There's a risk there with them, but because of that, then you're going to want a lot of bites of that pie, right? Because if you know there's going to be 2 to 3
one hit,
having one 6th round
player is like 4 busts. Yeah.
So I want 2 6. I want 2 7s. If I'm these teams, there'll be a lot of those teams I think trying to gather them. But that also probably means that because all the teams in the league are valuing at that same place, less trades happen because of that. Less teams are willing to part with those later round picks than they have previously, understanding how valuable they are because you're getting a far quotient of a different player than you have ever gotten prior at that round slot. It's so hard. You just see it, man. I don't know if I'm watching the game tape, but if you watch the game tape on the college football last year, it's just like it looks a little different. There's certain games that just the intensity's not quite there even. So and then that says nothing of the guys who just completely sat out. It is hard to scout these guys this year. You do a lot of 2000
in a normal draft. Players 20 through 60, they're fairly close in skill set and talent, whatever, between the late first through the 2nd round. Do you think it'll be that number of players just expands than what a normal year is? Like, hey, we know the studs, but everybody else is, 2019 game film where a 19-year-old kid puts on 40 pounds of muscle.
Right.
That there's a lot of unknown when you're age, how they mature, how they do whatever, or don't mature from not having the seasoning and playing. It'll just be like how do they value who they pick in the 2nd round and who they don't pick in the 2nd round or 3rd round or 4th round? Like, what are they going off? The game film of 2019? What they do at these workout combines, word of mouth? Like, pro days.
Senior Bowl is going
There's
to
just
carry.
not a ton of film.
Senior Bowl is going to carry a huge amount of weight as well. Like that.
Yeah,
that more
but only
than-
so many guys can go to the Senior Bowl.
Only so many guys can go to the Senior Bowl. I think that what the answer on that really is about when you're picking in that range, you're talking 24 to 60 at this point this year. What you're going to be looking for is more of the certainty area of things because there's so many question marks moving into the back end of the draft. There's more potential than any drafts in the last 10, 20 years in the back end of the draft. But that makes it that much more important to go get the certain guy. This is why I like the thought process of, for instance, getting a guard or a left tackle in that second round because I know what I'm getting, or even a running back. I don't like picking running backs high, but this is one year I might be willing to do it because I think the running back talent falls off the board when you get into the second and third tier of these guys. And then the fact of I know what I'm getting coming in the door. Javonte Williams is going to come in and be a upper level running back in this league the second he walks in. I believe the same thing of Najee Harris. So I think
ETN's going to be good too.
I think he's going to be good too. I think he's going to be good too. It's going to be a little bit more of it's a little bit when that Alvin Kamara, you're producing the touches for him thing, but that's not horrible.
Yeah.
That's not the toughest thing to pull off. You can pull it off. But I think that there are players into that second round that you can gravitate towards that are going to be a little more certain, a little more meat and potatoes. I know what I'm getting. There's not less risk here. Probably some boring selections in that second round, to be honest with you. Guys people are like, oh, I mean, he's maybe a third rounder, but I mean, he's a guy with a high floor, so I get it. You guys want to be safe here. I think that's what that's going to lead people to do.
Would you pick up the 5th-year option on Penny? And do you know when we have to
this offseason
make that?
Yeah, you
after the draft.
Yeah, you got to do it after the draft. You got to make the decision, I believe.
It's like $4 million.
Yeah,
4.5. I'd probably do it, to be honest with you.
I would do it because I'm still under the impression there's teams in this league that look at Rashad Penny and they think Seattle's not used him correctly. And if he was utilized,
he's produced when he plays.
He has. He's absolutely produced.
He's got a gear that Carson doesn't have.
He does. He's the fastest running back we've had on this roster going back to. Who's been a faster running back that we can go to on this? I mean, you have to go back.
He was coming off 2 touchdowns the game before he blew his knee out. He was really starting to come around.
Yeah, I've got a lot of top. I'm still high on him, and not only that, he's a perfect fit for Waldron's scheme. He's a perfect fit for Waldron's scheme. By the way, did you see the Chris Sims? We got a new nickname for Waldron's offense. By the way, guys, I've got a new nickname for Waldron's offense before he's even called one play. But it's beautiful. So they were talking about Waldron and they called him Shane Cauldron. So now forevermore, Shane Waldron's offense is the Waldron Cauldron. The Waldron Cauldron.
Yeah,
that's his offense now. That's the nickname for Waldron's offense. I'm trademarking this right now.
It matters what you're mixing up in that cauldron, I guess.
It is. I'm gonna have shirts made. It's gonna be the Waldron Cauldron and a nice like cauldron right below the cauldron, dude. So hopefully he can make this hit right. But I think Penny's going to fit. He's going to use the outside run, essentially. That's what Cauldron scheme does. Yeah. That's the Ram scheme does. It uses the outside run, outside zone. And that's what Penny's
going to do. You think 1,200 yards from scrimmage, 10 touchdowns?
Yep.
I'd take it all day.
I'd put him exactly
him and Wayne Gallman, that 1-2 punch.
Wayne Gallman or Fournette. I want a little more of the hard. I want the hard charging. I want the Marshawn Lynch guy as my offset to Penny. I think that's still a good. That's still
I don't know why I'm so
good fit.
So intrigued by Wayne Gallman.
You love yourself, Gallman. I don't hate him.
He's good. He's good. I'm telling you, he's Latavius Murray.
It's upright
2.0.
I haven't loved a running back with an upright running style since Chris Warren. I mean, that's just the truth of it.
Yeah.
He was the last.
What do you think about Adam Humphries, slot receiver?
I think he'll go back to the Bucs. I think the Bucs are going to keep the band together.
No, they got that other kid. Scott. No. He played for the Titans.
Oh, you're right. I'm thinking of the other guy. Yeah.
Scotty Miller's the.
Yeah. I like Humphries a lot. I don't know if he's
27.
Yeah, I liked him a lot better with the Buccaneers, I think, than I like with him with the Titans.
They throw the ball.
Yeah, they throw the ball. But I mean, hey, he's a good slot receiver. The one thing with slot receivers I say is this draft is the deepest for slot receivers we've seen in 5-10 years. I mean, there's 7.
You got to think, Tennessee. He's behind AJ Brown. He's behind the other big kid,
Corey Davis,
who we want to sign. Yep. And then it's him in an offense that doesn't really throw the ball. So who knows? He's probably like a Cole Beasley, without the wraps.
Yeah. I think he's got a lot of coals to his game. He could be. He might come in 5, 6, 7 million a year. 5.
You think
6.
so? I was thinking like 4 or 5, but yeah.
Even at that phase though, we come down to like if I can get. I think the slot better players in this draft are better than Humphries at much cheaper rate. That's always what I
Yeah.
come back to it. So if it's a second round guy, I'm getting who's a Kadarius Toney type guy. He's so much of a better player to me than what Humphreys is that I wouldn't want to.
Right.
I'm not spending the money on him. It just kind of.
But we're drafting a guard in the second round, so
That's
now
true.
we're going.
That's true. I hope
Now we're
so.
going round 3.
Well, no, I get two.
You know what I mean?
Remember, I get 2 second rounders because I move on from.
That's
Lockett.
right.
So I got 2
And
second
I'm
rounders.
saying if Tyler leaves and then we put Marvin Jones or something on the outside and then slide a kid like him in the slot, you know, that's not a bad receiving core
No,
with DK.
that would work. I'd get it done.
Yeah.
He'll get the job done slot. He's not going to be like a hole there. He'll be he'd be just as very near to the effectiveness probably of what Tyler would be. I mean, it'd be a little bit of drop off, but it wouldn't be stiff. I mean, Humphreys has got a good game to him. He's got solid hands, great route runner, quick as hell, just what you want to see out of a slot guy. So,
Do you think one week from now we're going to be saying, wonder what Russ is going to do? Like which way the team's going? They haven't signed anybody yet. Like, I hope it's not that.
no, I think because this was so public and this so was drawn out that if they've gotten to a point of resolution, then it means finally all boats are pointed the same direction. You know, it's not there's still some remaining dissension here.
Without them coming out and publicly declaring we're not trading Russell Wilson, the only way I can see for us to know without them saying it is if we see him restructure the deal.
That would be a dead indicator. You 100%. If he does any restructure, even if they don't restructure, if he converts that base money, if they convert the base to bonus,
And the team, and I'm sure you saw it. There was all those reports that in his contract it was written that they don't have to ask him; they can just do it.
right?
So it's not like, hey, Russ, pull Mahomes, which is dumb because you get all the money at once, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, he wants to do that. He wants cash flow.
Yep.
But it's not Russ going to the team. It's the team saying, well, they're almost showing their hand, in my opinion, by not doing it.
Yes, it's an indicator one way or another. That's why the media was so slow to get on this. The national media.
We're only 2 days away from the free agency, and you know, there's a kitty sitting there, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why
I don't know
if they don't do it, it's an indicator that he's probably being moved, in my opinion. And I absolutely
every day closer to free agency is, to me, saying, well, we're thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is. It is because it's the no-brainer move to be made to have. If you plan on Russell Wilson being here for the rest of your career, why wouldn't you want $17 million cleared, double your cap space instantaneously this particular offseason?
In this offseason with very little money and very little draft picks, but you want to win the Super Bowl.
That's it.
Wonder where the money's coming from.
Yeah.
If you want to go that route, which to this point we haven't heard that.
That's why it's such a key indicator. It is absolutely the key to this deal right now, and the fact that if you go past and you don't,
that would force. They would say everything without ever saying it.
Yeah, it is.
So
they could keep as quiet as they want at that point. It speaks volumes.
But it could happen. I mean, we could hear it tomorrow, but it seems like after Mahomes and then Brady and there's all this good publicity, Russell Wilson wants that good publicity in the offseason of bad publicity.
I agree. I think he didn't expect this to go as negatively as it has. I don't think it's gone out and horribly negative to him. I don't think he's been thrown under, it's just torn apart. But I think he's taken some hits that he's never taken before. And I don't think that that's Wilson's personality to like taking those hits. I think he wants to be loved.
I don't think it's okay. Well, there's 4 teams. It's not the Cowboys, so it could be the Bears, or it could be there's a team. I still maintain the Jets make the most sense, and you don't think Saleh would want Wilson as his quarterback in New York? Like, they have our picks. They got money.
Wilson's not going to sign off on that deal, though, in my opinion.
You don't think so?
Do you think after playing for 10 years for a defensive-minded coach that's hamstring him at every turn by being a defensive-minded coach and holding him back on offense, he's going to want to go back to a defensive-minded coach who runs Coach Carroll's scheme?
Yeah, but they have that young gun offensive coordinator from 49ers.
Yeah, but that 49er offensive scheme is not a pass-based offensive scheme that lets the quarterback cook. It wants to run a balanced attack, if not run ball more centric than pass.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a team that had 6. How many Garoppolo have in the third quarter of the Super Bowl at one point, 3 attempts, and the conference championship game 12 attempts.
But do you think how much of that was Garoppolo being their quarterback? I'm just saying.
But it comes.
If Wilson
The roots of it will go back to the Shanahan, and the Shanahan tree comes back to it, the balanced running game / the running attack almost being more built on than the passing attack. If you go to the mid 90s to the late 90s, that's how that scheme was ran even back then.
Matt Ryan looked pretty good. Matt Ryan looked pretty good in that offense.
He did. I'll give you that's
I'm just saying.
He's the one guy I would say that's been, if you look at quarterback wise in that offense, he's the one guy from a passing standpoint has put up elite passing numbers in that offense. You look at Elway at the end of his career, Plummer after that.
Right.
Go down the line to Washington football team. Even Robert Griffith was running for a lot of yards in that first year, wasn't passing for a lot of yards when Shanahan went there as a head coach. So it just hasn't happened a lot. I think what Russ wants to go is to an advantageous situation that is fully taking advantage of his gifts, and letting him cook. That's why he chose 4 teams with offensive-minded head coaches first and foremost on that list that he submitted, whether it was real or not. That was the one thing that seemed to be the priority to him, was that it was an offensive-minded head coach at the top of things. That's what he
right. But you also hear, the brand and the market and I'm just saying, if Wilson wants to leave, and they set it up and they say, hey, the Jets are going to send first round both picks this year and next year, and whoever else. Russ, you going to sign off? Yes or no? We need to know. You think he's going to say no?
I kind of do at this point in this thing. I think he wants to go to. I think he wants to go to a guy that's really going to embrace him and let him do what he wants to do, get the full advantage of his skill set. I think,
and it's quite possible.
Defensive-minded coaches too just have a history of doing this with quarterbacks.
My point is, I think that at this point, if it's not just, hey, it's these 3 teams, or I'm going to go back to Pete. If there's a team there and the Seahawks sign off on it and it's in Russ's lap, we don't know that it's just those teams.
I will agree with you there. I don't think it's just those teams. I think that there is a wider range of teams out there. I think that was like where he wanted if he could kind of force the issue to it. But
it kind of makes him, if you're his agent, you're like, hey, we don't want to sound desperate, so let's just throw 4 teams out there. So you look almost like if you're playing a game of chess or it's whatever, some strategy here. It's like, well, we'll just say we'll go to these 4 teams. Maybe it'll make us look in vogue. Make us, you know what I mean? You don't know all the behind the scenes there, obviously, but like you say, it doesn't have to be those 3 teams.
Yeah, I think that we don't know. You're right. There's so much of this has been conjecture because we're not given a lot of information. We're given these little breadcrumbs of stuff to try to put a sandwich together. And I don't think that we're able to do it for obvious reasons. We don't have enough information to operate off of. We're just making wild guesses at the end of the day. With
you just wonder with those the first press conferences, where they keep Russ will be uncomfortable trying to answer the question, and if he does come back, how long does this stay a story? Like, hey, how close was it?
Well, they don't want to be asked about it all year long. Every time that there's a game where the strategy seems to get conservative or Russell throws a bad interception at a bad moment, they're going to need to squash this quick.
Winning will take care of everything, obviously.
That would help. That always usually does solve most
losing.
wounds.
Losing would make it look even worse.
It would.
So
it would go both ways.
My fear, and it was like the Sherman deal, is dude's unhappy, team's kind of in flux. If you're gonna trade him, don't wait. Don't wait too long.
Mm-hmm. I get it. If he doesn't want to be here, then get him out. That's my thing with this too. If he doesn't want to be here, don't try to force something and try to bring him back on board. He wants out. Let him go. He's earned the right to say, I gave you guys 10 years. I'm not happy with how you built the team. You didn't do the things I needed, so go. I don't think you try to we got you under contract. We don't want to take the $39 million hit. I think that's a stubborn way of doing it, and it's not going to help you at the end of the day to getting back to Super Bowls by doing that. We'll just hold on to him and force him into this, like what the Texans are seeming to do with Watson. I think that's the road to discontent and teams just completely getting tanked, in my opinion. Real quick, I want to answer this guy in chat here real quick. Mike Roney, hey, what's up, Mike? He said, what do you believe the number 1 biggest offseason move for the Seahawks must make this offseason? They've got to invest in the offensive line, center or guard, in my opinion. I would lean towards Joan Thudi being my number 1. Who do you got, Randall? What's your number 1 move? If you got your first move, Russell stays, what's your first move you got to make in free agency?
I like the tight end from Tennessee. I like Corey Davis if you can get him on the right for the right price. People talk about the center from Green Bay. I don't know. I don't know why I'm not. I mean, he's good. He'd be an upgrade, but I like Thuney, man. If, like you said, if you can get Thuney, if you can get, one of those two, Davis or Smith, all of a sudden you're looking pretty good. It's kind of a counterpunch to what the other teams in your division have done. It kind of answers a lot of these questions that we've been painstakingly going over for the last month. Does he stay or does he leave or, whatever. It would go a long way in that. So I'm with you, man. Those are really nice signings. I would like to try to target players who are cut. Try to pick. We're going to need more picks if we can assume we're not going to collect a ton of picks this year if Russ stays. Then KJ leaves. If Carson goes to Miami, if Shaq gets signed from somewhere, maybe we can get a 3, 4, and a 6 comp pick next year.
It's relatively.
You can trade it. You can trade him now. So, what do you think? Would Stephon Gilmore be a fit in our defense?
As I understand it, he's been in the 3-4 attacking defense, even going back to Buffalo. He's not been in a 4-3 scheme. They do some stuff with New England where there's a lot of they're so complex. Of course, they're not just man on man every play. Like they do a lot of zone stuff. They do split stuff, field wise. So he's played zone stuff. He has. As I understand it, this came up a little bit midseason with the potential of a trade acquisition where Patriots were wanting a first-round pick from him. I think I remember looking at the time like his base was up near 14, 15 million. So he's making just a huge amount of
making coin.
Salary. And it's that base.
Right.
Look, the bonus money can accelerate off, but the base has still got to be pretty low at that point once you take on the base. And 14 ain't low. 14's pretty high.
But if you could get him, you could make it work. Like you can do something.
You can restructure him theoretically, but then the question comes into like, do you want to play this game with Belichick, who's been a master of getting rid of guys a year early rather than a year late? Do you want to get a guy that you're getting 1 year production at most, and that he's probably falling off the year after if history holds true? I don't know if I want to play that game with Belichick.
I guess would you just trade Tyler? And I'm not saying Tyler necessarily would go to New England with, number 11 there, but would you try to get a comparable player for Tyler in trying to go for it, maybe a defensive player, or would you like, hey, if I'm trading him, I'm getting picks?
On picks, because I want to free up the cap space and use the $11 million. If that $11 million could get me 2 certifiable pass rushers on this open market. And then I can take that draft pick. I come back to it again. Again, for me, it's that second round pick that I think you get, mid-second round pick. There's about 5 slot receivers from Elijah Moore to Rondale Moore.
The kid from Purdue.
Kadarius Toney. These guys are going to be very good slot receivers at the next level. So even if I give up 10%, which I don't think I should have to give up because I think these players are very close to Lockett's skill set operating out of the slot. Lockett gives more maybe on the outside, but we're just talking about slot right now. From the slot, I think they give you 90% of what Lockett gives you for 1/10 of the cost of Lockett. Yeah,
there's a ton of receiver. Like for the last 3 years, it's always been, this is this wide receiver class is 10, 15 deep every year. And then those guys are starting to hit free. There's a lot of receiver talent.
There is. And it's about using your assets appropriately. Don't overspend on a slot if you can go get a cheap slot in the draft and then use those assets onto a position you can't find in the draft. Be it a left guard like Joe Thurman,
right?
Or tight end like Jonnu Smith. There's not an equivalent really in this draft like that. So put it in the places you can't go and get. And that's just been my contention with it, is that slot receivers kind of grow on trees. You can kind of find slot receivers anywhere, especially slot receivers with no yak ability, who aren't bubble screen guys and don't run an end around. I can find those guys in other places. I don't need to spend $14 million a season on that guy. Just kind of where
we were all high on. Everybody was interested in what's his name, Griffin, defensive end from Minnesota last year. Remember, we wanted it. He was a peak guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everson Griffin. What he went to Dallas and they cut him, or?
Well, he went to Dallas, but it was a poor pick by Dallas. Dallas was going to kind of the 3-4 scheme there. So they're essentially having him stand up for the first time in his career. As a guy's always been a down lineman. It's again just the stuff I got. Randall, the things that I have to harp on sometimes that I just can't understand. People can't wrap their head around with things. It's like, he's an outside Von Miller. He'd be a good Leo. Based on what?
Right.
Based on what? He played outside linebacker at Texas A&M, Outside linebacker for Denver Broncos the last 12 years. What do we have to go on that this guy's going to be able to put his hand in the dirt and go? We have nothing to operate off of with that. And I can't make that measure of a leap.
But Vaughn didn't always stand up, right?
No,
when he
always
smacked,
stood up. I mean,
when he smacked Cam in the Super Bowl and strip 6 or whatever, was he stand up? I mean, I know it's one play, but
I thought he was standing up.
He would put his hand in the dirt.
There's times he would put his hand. You're right. There are times they would have him put his hand in the dirt, but it's what is he as most effect? This comes back to the same thing.
Correct.
It's the same.
I mean, if he could scream off the edge on third down for.
Well, it's my argument with right guard to left guard. Can Brandon Scherf come in and play left guard for us and maybe play at a league average level?
I hear you.
Maybe.
I hear what you're saying.
But what's his best position? Where is he best at? I mean, that's been
True.
and I harp on it with this team because especially when it comes to the offensive line, that's been the blind spot for this team as far as the offensive line, leaving players in the right position that they need to play. That's
probably because Pete was a college coach and you get these athletes in there, and they always say like. You move your safeties, your linebacker, like when they're young,
Mm-hmm.
So maybe Pete was always used to tinkering with players because from his college days, and he just can't help himself. Oh yeah, you could run here. You're fast.
Yeah.
You're big. You can smash.
I think you end up thinking about all the pluses that it brings to them. They're like, oh, we got versatility. We can move all over the line. But then they don't think about the negatives that come in connotation with that, which is the lack of development at the natural God-given position that they were built to play.
Me and one of the guys in the chat were talking about, we had a disagreement potentially on Hassan Reddick.
Mm-hmm.
26, 12 and a half sacks. Like, is he Beasley from Atlanta? Like that type of guy? Like he popped? Because, I mean, he's 26 years old, Chandler Jones, so he had no help, right? Eating up blocks. And he had 12 and a half sacks on a bad defense. Was that just, he's a decent player, but he got a lot of reps, so
a lot of snaps to get those 12 and a half sacks. And if I'm not mistaken, one game he had 5 sacks in a single game.
I see.
So you take away that one game of 5 sacks, and it's a little bit lower. Historically speaking, you look over the years of his production there, this year, he did kind of put it together. Look, I liked him coming out. I did. And I think a part of the problem with Arizona...
Right?
Temple kid, yeah. And the problem was it was his versatility this is the same thing we're talking, kind of the same theme we're talking about here.
He's a tweener.
Tweener. His versatility got used against him. Is he a Sam? Is he a Will? Is he just a defensive end? And they never kind of just found him a role, and it felt like maybe last year they finally found him the role out of necessity because they didn't have Marcus Golden.
It's weird they didn't pick up that 5th-year option. Is what we were talking about in the chat, right?
Well, they had to pick it up last off season. They didn't have the 12 and a half sack year
to go off this is true. This is true.
Yeah, you had to make the call
Touché.
at the time to make, and
Touché.
I bet they probably would have in retrospect. But
add him to that list of pass rushers. Like in a squeeze market, what's he worth on a 1 year? Like, hey, could he be our Leo?
But isn't he more? Aren't they more of a 3-4 there, Arizona?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, I'm just saying like. On a 1 year, you could add him to that large pot of potential pass rushers.
Yeah,
I'm not saying go out and sign him. I'm just saying there's a ton of Bud Dupree.
I guess I'm thinking he's maybe going to make a little bit of money. I just don't want to send him to a multi-year deal off that year production. If it's a cheap 1 year deal, then yeah. But multi-year, even a 2 year, I'm a no. That's not it. He hasn't put it together for long enough. And again, with the 5 sack game that kind of bumped up the figures this year to really press him up, I think he's going to get a little bit played a little bit on that. Maybe he'll get overpaid.
What about the kid from Cincinnati, Shaq Lawson?
Shaq's
his name?
26 years old, great reputation throughout the league. Someone's going to break the bank for him.
6 or 7 sacks or something.
So like he's kind of in that 10 sack a year type territory guy, but he plays the run.
But he's never had that many, right? Wasn't his career year 6.5?
Was it
or something?
It may be that, but he's still such
I'm just saying, like,
he's a young guy.
Another one.
Yeah,
like,
there's teams out there that got money to spend, and a 26-year-old guy like that is going to get overspent on by somebody that the Seahawks aren't going to be as willing to go into on. It isn't Dunlap who was 32. It's a guy going into his prime.
But every time they sign Lawson, they sign Reddick for a little bit of money, it just keeps pushing the players down where there's so many of them.
Yes.
Right? Like, and if you wanted to go get Shaq Lawson for, I mean, what do you think that he's going to get? 10? Because you got Dunlap out there, right? And we could have had Dunlap for 14. So would you rather pay Lawson 10 or would you rather pay Dunlap 14? But there's and I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just saying you're going to have your pick of, you know, do you want an old established guy? Do you want a young guy here who popped? Do you want this guy who's shown great potential? Like, there are so many options. Do you want Von Miller? Do you want, and I'm not saying they're all going to come here, but do you want Everson Griffin on a 1 year? You wanted them last year. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying
No, I understand.
us in general.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's going
do
to
you
push
want to
down
wait for Clowney?
That's where the second tier guys come to me on this, where I think the Carl Lawson, maybe even the Dunlaps in that place, the Bud Duprees, they're the guys that I think take those initial teams off the board that have the money to spend. The Jacksonville Jaguars, the Jets, those teams that do it, they can overspend for a guy. But then those teams are then, like you just said, out of the market then for the second tier guys. That's why I've locked in on those second tier guys in that 10 to 12, $13 million territory, where we get out of the 10 million plus a year mindset more into the 5, 6, 7 million a year mindset. I'm two and get two of those guys. Griffin, yeah. Everson Griffin, Ryan Kerrigan. I want two veteran, I call them professional pass rushers, right? Guys that can set up an offensive tackle for a rush when they need it. Like we saw with Dunlap in 2 of the games last year. The ability to get
you could you could get 2 of those guys for what Dunlap might have cost at 14.
Yes. Yeah. Which is what I think that's what Seattle's thinking of in their thought process on this.
Yeah.
We should be able to get the same for the equivalent, if not even a little bit more. So
it just gets scary though if you sign, you know, this guy's 32 and that, like, good value, but some of those guys are going to get hurt. It's just like we've been burned. You know, if you sign Clowney, Sherman, and Everson Griffin, it's like, okay, you just moved up the median average age of your defense by, you know, 15% or something. And how long are they going to, what are they going to give us, you know?
Well, why
that's devil's advocate.
Let me just play into your devil's advocate a little bit. With that, yes, you're right. You're getting older guys on, but the reason I gravitate towards the old guys is it always starts out at a base point for me that I then move off of to get to the final conclusion point. The base point off is you have 4 young cats. One of them is ideally going to pop. 2 of them maybe pop. Okay?
Yeah.
So you still have all these young guys on the team. You're loaded to the hilt with young guys that haven't yet reached the top of their peak, haven't gotten to the prime. So bringing on a couple
Taylor
of guys
and
at the end of the prime, I think you've set yourself up with the rest of the personnel on the defensive ends to be able to make that kind of risk and it to be okay. Because I'm counting on one of those 4 to pop, if not 2 of the 4 to give you some good production. Not necessarily star, but just good production from those edges. I could totally see that.
Yeah, I just think you could, because the same argument could be made if you just had Dunlap that, hey, he's 32 as well. So, you know, totally. I just hope that we do some of these things you and I talk about, that we talk about in the chat, and not every last off season we thought, hey, we got a bunch of money, and it's like, no, we really don't. And it seems like we've been waiting and, you know, get these guys off the books. We're going to really, you know, hit free agency. And that's just not the way they attack things. It's always a frustrating time of year, I think, as a Seahawks fan, because we could have got this guy or this guy. In the end, it usually comes out pretty good. But it's just kind of an impatient period. And then throwing, obviously, Russell thing, it just makes it like, I don't know what's going on. Well, I don't know what we're going to do.
I have hope that they spend the money in the right place. But last offseason proved that they can waste $50 million. So it's no guarantee that just because they have a little bit of extra money and that there's a lot of players in the market and pennies on the dollar and all these things we've talked about are true. So yeah, they're true, but they could still screw this up because they haven't done well in free agency in recent years. Even dialing down to the second line guys, they have really missed and whiffed on guys that they've tried to sign, be it the Eddie Lacy's, Luke Jokels, the Dixon from Carolina, it's been bad. It has been bad. And I'm hoping Olsen was just god-awful last year. Look what they did the pass rush last year. We'll lose Clowney and his 3 sacks, but then we signed 7 sacks with Mayoa and 6 sacks with Irvin, and that equals 13 sacks. So that's more than 3 sacks. So now our pass rush has improved. Like, that kind of mentality is stupid, and it's going to lead to more failure, and I don't want to anticipate it happening. I want to like to think that maybe they can.
You would think they would learn, you know.
You would think that they would figure this out, that, man, here's some of the mistakes. And look, they did it last year. So here's the place we can get a little bit of optimism with the front office. Last year, we walked into the first round and we said, okay, look, we don't do well with these first round picks after the Brooks pick. Not good. So let's move on, get Adams, get maybe a Hall of Fame type level of talent, bring him in, and we're giving up a couple of these late first round picks that we miss on. They've shown an ability to adjust and to move from what they once did. Maybe they can do it with this too. We got to get a little bit better at free agency. We're going to have to do better than just bargain basement, dollar store shopping. We're going to have to spend on some guys, but let's target the right guys to put that money towards.
Yeah.
I think it's the route to go.
They're not going to just keep doing the same thing, year over year. But
I hope not. I hope not, especially this
What do you
season.
think about an extension on Dixon? Seems like that would be a no-brainer, no? The punter?
I'm expecting it to come down, but I expect the same thing on Puna Ford, which we haven't heard anything coming down on that. So, he counts $3.2 million against the salary cap this season. I think they would look to lower that down and get him on a multi-year, I propose like
Dixon,
a 4-year, $16 million deal. Dickinson, yep.
Do you know what like a high-end punter makes? I mean, he'd probably reset the market, right?
It's like $4 million a year.
That's
at
it.
the highest.
I mean, that's it. But
yeah. So
yeah.
you could take him down. You could take him down to a cap hit this year of, let's say, $2 million on a 4-year, $16 million deal, and you save $1.3 million on the cap at that point, and you get him to the contract extension. That
you thinking KJ's gone?
KJ's probably gone. Yeah.
I think so too.
Outside of some crazy, like, I have no market out here on the open market, so I'll come back here. But I could see a team like the Raiders are a team to me with both Sherman and KJ coming in and they want to pluck one of those guys up because they're looking for the veteran leadership and they're implementing the Seahawks scheme, and they need to have guys in there that can help the other players to be brought along for their role and what they need to be doing. I think they're going to grab one of those two guys. If not,
we'll assume Carson's gone and we assume Shaq's gone.
Yeah.
All three.
All three are gone. All three are gone at this point. They're going to try to play that
That's
compensatory system, and I think, like you said, go for guys that are waiver guys instead.
Do you think it's bad morale, like in the locker room for, like, you hear GMs talking things or former GMs, and they'll say, it's good for morale when, a player gets drafted by a team, earns a second contract, and gets the second contract. Do you think, in the case of Carson or the case of Shaq, like, the guys are looking around saying, like, hey, what do I got? Do I have to be a superstar? Do I have to be Sherman to get a second deal? He's got two good soldiers.
No, because I think Seattle, if you look at their most recent history, they pay guys. They've not been an organization that's just unwilling to give guys extensions if they've earned it. And with both of those two guys, I think that there's some questions as to whether or not you can truly say they've earned they've done what those other players have done in the past to earn that contract extension.
Yeah, I don't think Shaq's that good. He's irritating to watch. He seems like a very lucky player. Like, oh man, he gets burned and the guy drops it or whatever. And I don't know.
He's just a guy to me, just a jag, and it's like, why spend money for that type of guy?
I would say he would be a really nice number 2 corner, right? If you had a stud and then you had Shaq on the other side, you'd be happy with that. But he's not your number 1.
I don't even know. I'm not happy with if I'm paying him. If I'm paying him $8 million a year, I'm not happy with him as a number 2 corner. Because really, number 1, number 2 corners, there's some difference to them, but there really is not as much. And teams can pick on guys if they want to pick on guys, and like, he can get picked on. And I think you get him on a rookie contract with Shaq, that's fine with his level of production. Get him on to where I'm now paying him significant money. No, and
right.
No. Hell no.
You're a victim of success, basically.
Yeah, victim of your success at that point. Just it's where that's where I come back. The running back and the cornerback on this team should be positions they keep cheap. They should be kept cheap at every measure, at every turn, as much as you can. Unless you've got a Deion Sanders, Richard Sherman type lockdown, you shouldn't be spending money on those 2 positions. Just my opinion, the way that you've set things up. Zone blocking scheme is built to not need to have a game-changing running back. That's the whole basis of zone blocking scheme. Why was the Broncos for years? When Terrell Davis went out, did they miss a beat?
Cut blocking.
Yeah, cut blocking to a degree, and then the mobile offensive
Mike Anderson. Remember him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They plugged him in. He was a Marine or something. And they had a kid named Gary, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Or
they went through like 5
3 or 4 of them. Boom.
1,000-yard guys, every guy out the gate. It's because the zone scheme's built for that. If you have a man-on-man blocking scheme, well, now you need a Sean Alexander.
Isn't that for years Denver couldn't buy a running back?
Yeah.
And then they got
there's the
Terrell.
stable of them. Yeah, then just a stable. Terrell, then Clinton Portis, then they were flipped Portis for Champ Bailey because they realized that
I'm old enough to remember Gaston Green.
Gaston Green, yeah, he's a good player too. He
He's
was
all right.
good in Tecmo Bowl. He was the bomb in Tecmo Bowl. But yeah, no, it's just understanding positional value, dude. Knowing what you play zone corner. You don't play man on man. You don't ask guys to be sticky. You ask them to protect against the deep ball. You don't have to pay for that. You don't have to give up high draft capital for that. You can find those guys later on in the draft and have them fit the role and suit it just fine. That's why Sherman worked. That's why Maxwell worked. That's why Brandon Brown worked. That's why Deshaun Shed mostly worked. Is because that's what the scheme allows for. It's built for it. Let me get real quick here on the. I'm behind on the chat.
Yeah, you want me to jump off?
Actually, yeah, I'm going to bounce over here. We got one more guy wants to get on here on the team, and I'm pushing into 5.5 hours. So,
all right. Well, hopefully we hear something here.
Hopefully, we will. And I'll see you on draft. Will you be there on free agency day? You can be here on a couple days from now.
I'm always around. Always around.
Sounds good.
All right. Later.
Bye. Have a good one,
Hawks.
man. Good talking. Hey, go Hawks.
You too. Bye.
All right, Splashy, I've got you in here now. I think this is...
Let me figure out how to log off.
Oh, it's all good, dude. Splashy, can you hear me okay? I've got you in here now.
Yeah, I can.
Sorry about the delay on that, buddy. I was trying to get you on the
It's okay, man. Look, I don't have much to say anyway because I don't know much about football. Shout out to everybody in the chat. The Nugget 312, EUE2K, everybody in the chat. Just wanted to shout out because I sometimes remember when I was in chat and nobody remembered. Anyway, I was the dude that talked about the prediction about Chiefs and Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's from a dude who kind of decodes things in sports. It's kind of the conspiracy theory side. So I just want to let you know, it's not a prospect to literally make me laugh off after that.
No, hey man, if I love it. I like all that esoteric kind of stuff. I think I lost you a little bit. You hear me okay?
A little bit. Look, I'm in South America, so it's kind of far from Hawaii, so the audio is a little bit cutting a little bit.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've tried to kind of keep what I can to
No,
lock this in.
It's the distance, man. It's the distance. I'm literally other part of the world right now. So actually, I'm from another part of the world.
Well, that's cool. I appreciate you jumping in here, hopping on in. And look, the Cowboys got a lot of talent. I mean, they got a lot of talent. So it's not, you got a franchise quarterback and you got a lot of talent and you play in a crap division.
Yeah.
I mean, those factors can, the thing I've said, Super Bowl teams that go and win, they've got to have a thing I call the feast factor. They got to be able to beat up on their division foes and have not hard division foes. Like us in the NFC West, we got this really tough division. Every time we got to play our team in our division, it's like World War I running across the battlefield kind of thing. And they aren't going to have to do that. Their division's got a lot of weaklings in it. They go 6-0 without even breaking a sweat. And when you can do that alone, just that alone, you can put yourself onto a pathway of a potential Super Bowl run. They need to do a lot of moves though, and they need a lot of luck and things to work in their favor. But I will absolutely give you props if it shakes out that way. Are you into that Santeria stuff? I know that's big down in South America too.
Santa what?
Santeria?
No, I don't know.
Okay, that's good. Just that stuff. I hear that stuff's naughty. So, you think we're?
Yeah, I'm more of an
more of what?
I'm more of an NBA guy also.
Oh, okay.
So there is that. I don't know much about grind around football. I like to call it grind around football instead of just football because there's soccer is also a football, and here where I'm from, it's pretty much football, and the rest of the world. So I rather to avoid the nonsense and just keep it simple. I call it soccer football, and then the NFL football, I just call it NFL or grind around football because it's playing on a grind around.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah,
it is always weird.
You're welcome, D Nugget. You're welcome, D Nugget. He thanked me for the shout out. Yeah. And man, I hate that we are in the NFC West because I like these teams in the NFC West. Pretty much from San Francisco and LA because I kind of have a crush in California, and I root for an NBA team in California.
It's
same as Dark RH. He's not here in the chat tonight, but shout out to him.
Shout out to Dark RH. He's been a bit. It's been a minute. Since
we root for the same team. We root for the same team in the NBA. So.
Oh, nice.
By the way, I'm predicting Lakers gonna 3-peat. Book it.
Oh, damn.
LeBron gonna end 6-6. He's gonna end 6-6. He's gonna win his last championship on his 19th year because the 19th year of the real King James back in England was when his kingdom ended. His era when he ruled ended from the real King James back in England. So
Oh, okay. So a little bit of just kind of to close the loop, so to speak, close that sort of esoteric loop there with it. That'd be interesting. Look, it's Harden's out of that AFA. Looks like Gold State's they don't have their shooter there this year. They're missing right now. It's not a lot of talent out there that they've got to go through on that conference. The Jazz are tough. Denver's tough. There's some tough teams, but he's got a pathway to getting back there and winning it. He absolutely does. And there's been nobody out in the Eastern Conference that certainly has separated themselves as being like, maybe Brooklyn will be tough, but they still got to put it all together, don't they? And Lakers are already all put together. They're already
but you know what thing? This season, it has to do from the season, the last time the Lakers beat the Nets, the 56th season. And I think it might have something to do with this.
Oh, you broke up on that a little bit. Say that again.
I think the NBA might be a little bit connected because the Super Bowl is going to be in LA, and it's going to be Super Bowl 56 in the 56th season of the NBA. It was the 01-02 season, and that's where the Lakers and Nets, where the Lakers swept the New Jersey Nets at the time.
Oh,
with Shaq and Kobe. So
okay.
So it's pretty much going to be Lakers and Nets, but without the knowledge of your matter, you could have figured that out. So, yeah. By the way, a lot of people, Dino just said about he's a Steph Curry bandwagon. He's respect LeBron. Look, man, I'm a legit diehard Laker fan since I was 10 from the Kobe days.
Mm-hmm.
But look, if you started rooting for the Warriors right when they got on and you're still on, you're not a bandwagon.
Yeah, well, I think especially if you're talking about Seattle fans, for instance, we lost our team, so that's right around the time we had to go out and find another team, right? Like if you lose your team, you got to figure out. Because I'm not rooting for Oklahoma City Thunder; they can kiss my butt. So you'll have to find a new team. What? What'd you say? Do we lose you? Should be okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
I got you back.
Because I gotta hold the button here to speak.
Ah.
And you got me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit mad on the Seahawks because they're treating the fans pretty bad. I know it's not Lions and none of that bad, but it's pretty bad because it's pretty much in the middle. You can't rebuild. You don't have no flexibility to do. And you have to put your fans through season after season, like making them believe they can make something, but then just get around on the wild card. Like, so I'm really pissed off with the Seattle Seahawks to the point that I don't think I'm even a fan anymore.
Oh goodness! Well, don't go that far. Stay on board, brother. Stay on board.
And nah, man, I'm already out. And just one thing: the year Seattle won, I wasn't on board. I was thinking about rooting for the Seahawks. I kind of even made a promise: if the Seahawks won, I was going to be a Seahawks fan. That happened. So I stick with it. I somehow did not leave after Super Bowl 49 because I was still not having the freedom mentality that I have today. But it's a me thing. So anyway,
I get where you're coming from. There's been more than a few fans like yourself voiced.
Also, by the way, I'm international, so I can't pick because I'm from outside of the world. I'm not from Seattle.
I don't have. I never. You know me, man. My thing is never to tell anybody how they celebrate their fanhood.
You ought to cut a little bit.
I never like to tell anybody how they celebrate their fanhood or which teams they should have to go with. I think it's root for who you vote for. Or root who you like. I think that's and nobody should be able to tell anybody who they should do what as a fan. You enjoy the sport, enjoy it. And when you love who you love, you like who you like. So I don't knock any of that. No way. I understand where it's coming from completely, but hang in there with Seattle. They might just turn it around here. I know you're out right now, but just leave that door cracked open.
They might.
Just this
I'm
little
not going to
crack.
say they can't.
Just a little crack. That's all you got to leave. Just a little crack.
I'm not saying they can't. I'd say 10 years waiting for the Lakers to win a title, and then they won last year. I just went on crying. So if the Seahawks did that, I would really be proud. Actually, the reason I root for the Seahawks is because I have an uncle who lives around this Washington State, and he gave me a coat from the Seahawks. That's why I got into the team. And because LA had no team at the time, I started following the NFL, which was last decade pretty much. So he gave me a coat because it's the home state team, and I started following. I saw the game where there was a controversial call against the Packers, I think 2011, 2012, if I'm not mistaken.
The Fail Mary.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah. So I started watching around there. I saw the Giants be Super Bowl champs, then the Ravens be Super Bowl champs, and then the Seahawks won, and I got in.
Nice.
Then we had the heartbreak. Yeah. Then we had the heartbreak, and it went on and on. And one thing that I've noticed that I think is going to stick with the NFL is 1 year is going to be some random team going to win, but then 1 year Tom Brady will be a champion. And then it's going to be 1 year Tom Brady is the Super Bowl champion, 1 year he's not. It's been a trend ever since our failure in 49.
It has indeed. I've got to feel like at some point or another, Father Time's going to catch up to him, though. I mean, I know he's still doing well, and they're going to have a stacked team next year, and they got a great chance here the next year. But I think he's eventually, he's going to take a weird hit. Something's going to knock, in the wrong direction, to be a torn ACL or whatever. And it's, there's just not a lot of quarterbacks played into 46, 47 years old. Maybe he's the one guy who finds a way through it, but I still think that he's probably won his last Super Bowl at this point. I think he's probably will compete, but hard time to see him win another one necessarily.
Yeah, and just by the way, if somebody's kind of offended that I kind of been off with the Seahawks, just remember this: I root for a soccer football team that does way worse. We have relegation. It is something that is sad. We got relegated with one of the worst records in the history of our league. We have the worst possible rival that you can imagine. It's just hell right now. So
I think everybody's got.
I just don't want to.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just don't want to have the same thing with the Seattle Seahawks. I know NFL doesn't have relegation, but having this.
He broke out a little bit. No,
yeah. So
you broke off just a little bit there on that.
Yeah. Where was I?
It broke off. You didn't want the NFL to the NFL doesn't have the regulation, and then it cut off, as you were saying, the relegation, and then it cut off.
Yeah. So I have to deal with the Seahawks nonsense right now, that making us believe that we can win the Super Bowl and then just fail at the wild card year after year. And I have to deal also with my team, which is doing 10 times worse than, I don't know, the Jets has been doing the last 10 years. Mm-hmm. Worse than that. So, and then for a lot of 7 straight years, I think that the Lakers didn't make the playoffs. That was annoying too. So
it is. I think we're
just bear with me.
Oh no!
By the way,
yeah,
it's not easy.
No, I wouldn't guess it is. On that. Well, I'm 5.5 hours in here on this stream right now, buddy. Splash, I gotta give it. I want to wrap up here on the chat and kind of go get some food. My stomach's rumbling and my voice is getting. I'll be back on here, but it's good talking to you. Let me have you on here again. We'll have you on here again soon. We're gonna be going live here again in a couple of days. We'll see if maybe we can get a few more callers in on that. But I'm gonna bounce on over the chat if that's all good with you. But Cowboys winning the Super Bowl. Splash is.
No. Chiefs beating the Cowboys.
Chiefs beating the Cowboys. Sorry,
Chiefs will beat the Cowboys.
I'll get it right. So Chiefs beating the Cowboys, and we're going to bring Splash back into the fold here as far as the Seahawks fandom by the end of this year, because we're gonna find a way. Maybe we don't get through the Jamaica, but maybe we bring you back aboard one way or another. But I do appreciate you for watching, bro. You there? Did I lose you, Splash?
Okay. Yeah, I got to hold a button here to talk, so it's kind of tough keeping it pressed on. So then I'm going to put the name on the chat on YouTube, the name of the guy who it is.
Okay.
I might get the link for his channel. If you guys want to take a look, feel free. Just remember, he's a little bit crazy, right? And it's from the conspiracy theory guy. He's a conspiracy theory guy. So
we're all a little bit crazy, so it's all good. Crazy's not bad. Well, you have a good one, man. It's good talking to you. And like I said, we'll get you back in here again. I'm going to make this, kind of a normal thing here with the show as I can. So appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you, Graham. Thanks. Sorry about being too personal.
No, anytime, man. You're good. You're all good, bro. All good. Have a good night. All right, let's get over to the chat here, and I'm going to finish up, see what I might have missed. I had a few couple people in here. I saw John Robinson. With Jonnu Smith, the reason that you would spend the money for him is that the Titans didn't feature him. So when you're using yardage for Jonnu Smith and you're using a run-first offense that doesn't pass the ball very often, it's not really a great metric to find out if a tight end is going to be able to be really productive in a different scheme that might be able to use him a little bit more, especially with better quarterback play. But I like Jonnu Smith a lot. He's a guy who can block really well, very good catcher, still has not reached, I think, his top end as a player in the sport. Yeah, I liked Golden State back in the Rum TMC days too. That was when they were awesome. The killer crossover with Hardaway and Mitch Richmond and who's that other guy? Chris Mullen. Oh, okay. That's what relegation means, Yui? I did not know that. Interesting. Okay. See, there's a full roster, but they need... it's 312 you're asking about Steelers. Look, they're going to have a hard time next year. The AFC is getting stronger and stronger. They're getting older and older, and their quarterback's getting really older and older. I think it's going to make it really hard for them. They play in a pretty tough division with legitimate teams. For years, the Steelers kind of got to deal with a little bit of what the Patriots got to deal with in the AFC East, being a little bit of the weaklings. Yeah, Baltimore was always strong, but you always had two teams that weren't very good. Now we're starting to see these other teams kind of coming up a little bit. It's going to make that division that much more tougher for, I think, Pittsburgh, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Now, 312, you're calling Juju Smith a generational talent. You know I'm not going to be able to take you seriously when you say that. Juju Smith's a generational talent. Oh, goodness. And I agree with 2K on that. Once teams figured out his limitations, they were kind of out on Juju. They figured Juju out a little bit. And once he lost Antonio Brown out there as well. John Robinson says, but what's weird is Robert Quinn has flourished in a 4-3 and has struggled in a 3-4. One guy being one scheme usually does not mean you're going to be good in the other and vice versa. Normally. All right. Who the hell is this guy? He's all over the board. All right. We've hit the last of the chat here. I'm at 5.5 hours. I think we had a nice, strong show today. I appreciate you guys for watching. If you're watching this in record, please do slam on that like button. If you're watching it after not being live recording, see, my brain's going mush here already. It does help me out tremendously. We're just moving. We went past 4,000 subscribers today, on our way upwards here to 5,000. Hopefully you can arrive there sooner than later. I love it. Love the growth. Love the support. Thank you guys for all you do. Thank you for the donations today. I do appreciate it. James Foster, hey, what's up in there? Mike Don, thank you guys for hopping in here. Good to see you guys on in the chat. We will be back on the day of free agency. I'm going to be about an hour before. I'll try to be on about an hour before free agency goes live in a couple of days to give us a little prep time so we can talk about it as we get into the live stage of things. But it'll be super exciting. A lot of bullets will be fired at once. Everything going every which way. It'll be hot wire, hot deals coming down the pike. So hopefully you guys can join me for that. Either way, I do appreciate you guys, and I hope that you never forget. Please just don't ever forget. Even in these times when it gets a little dark, the dawn is always brightest before the dark. The bright darkness ends before the dawn is light. It's going to get better. I appreciate you guys.